Rashid Kidwai, Arun Anand, Nistula Hebar, good morning. Just coming across to you after a quick chat with Payal on the fact that the BJP now gets the CP Speaker's place. Prem Kumar, perhaps 9-time MLA from Gaya town, he's the one who's going to be Speaker. That is a significant shift because the JDU also wanted the Speaker to be from their party.
But you know, hats off to the way in which the coordination has really gone as far as this election is concerned, right from the fact that they started a joint campaigning months ago before the election to now when you're looking at the cabinet, but there's not been any infighting as such that you've really witnessed as well. So obviously the JDU also wanted the Speaker's position, but they've settled for the fact that the BJP wants the Speaker's position, so BJP has got it. There was a lot of haggling that was being done by Chirag Paswan, for example. He wanted a deputy CM position. That's something which he's not getting as well. But there's no bad blood. Everybody's been accommodated. The formula has been very simple. Jitni abadi, utna adhikar. Essentially, if you have how many MLAs you have, on the basis of that, you will get the positions as well. BJP, no doubt, you know, Anand will in a way, even if it flexes muscles, it can because they're the single largest party. They have more numbers than anybody else. But just like last time around, even when the JDU had very less numbers, you know, you had seen that he was, Nitish Kumar was made the chief minister. This time around, it's a different game altogether. Nitish Kumar has been the overarching figure as far as the Bihar elections are really concerned. They're going with that, and JDU and BJP have been able to strike an absolute chord, and the JDU has clarified it from day one that we have an alliance with the BJP. The BJP further has an alliance with Chirag Paswan's party, with Upendra Kushwaha's party and with HAM as well. Right. So there's no bad blood is what we are given to understand.
Right, and somewhere Chirag Paswan, Nitish Kumar also seem to have perhaps settled their issues, and Chirag Paswan very respectful to Nitish Kumar, but there is also a certain level of distance that's being maintained. Chirag Paswan also saying this term he is not going to get active in Bihar the next 5 years, but after that 2029 he is going to get very, very active in Bihar, and he is going to stake claim for becoming Bihar's next chief minister beyond Nitish Kumar. Is this Nitish Kumar's last term? Many questions, but we'd also first tell you the arithmetic. Rashid Kidwai and Arun Anand and Nistula Hebar, as you weigh in, just let's look at the arithmetic. So the BJP won 89 seats, so that's why it is 15 to 16 cabinet berths. So it is what, a six MLAs per each cabinet berth is a weight of 6 MLAs. So it's a ratio of 6. So that's why 15 or 16. The JDU won again 85. So their number is 14 plus the CM's post that goes to them. LJP won 19. So they get 3 to 4. And total seats won by Ham is 5, so they get 1 berth, although they don't, they're short of the 6 number, and they don't make up the overall average weight. Seats won by the RLM, again 4, so they get not more than 1 berth. So this metric seems to work for the BJP and for the alliance. They seem to have divided the total number of seats and a base of 6, and then we'll fight on the cabinet berths. And the single largest party also gets to see its candidate as the Speaker of the House. Rashid Kidwai will also try and break down the caste breakup of the candidates or those who are getting cabinet berths. So all castes seem to have been accommodated there, including community, because there is a Muslim leader who is part of the cabinet from the JDU. Rashid Kidwai.
Or the, so to say, social combination has been kept in mind. The BJP and of course the entire NDA is not, you know, taken in by the kind of, you know, massive mandate it got. So it is trying to keep that social, you know, balance intact, and there is a sort of accommodation of all caste and combinations that are very significant. Remember, they're going to be election in Uttar Pradesh in less than 2 years' time, and of course Bihar's political dynamics will play a role. I think, Anand, the overall big point about NDA is the happy Sukhi Parivar. So they don't want to give out the signal that, you know, because the BJP is very strong or it has performed very well, so it will dominate. The post of a speaker was with the BJP, but the speaker's post is significant because of the kind of politics we have seen in Bihar. So in any unlikely eventuality, the speaker will play a very key role. But I think there was no big turf war behind the scene, etc. And this speaks a lot about success of NDA. I think this NDA is very different from Bajpayee's NDA or UPA, where you would see the constantly, you know, there was a bikering among the constituents, particularly the smaller constituents, and there are a lot of pull pressure. I think from position of strength, Mr. Modi and Amit Shah gave a lot of attention. We saw it in Maharashtra government formation. A lot of time was taken in the sense that when the change of guard took place from Shinde to Devendra Fadnavis. So this kind of effort and energy, I think that is something, it's a very kind of thing, a sort of example for the opposition to, come together and try to do something better.
That's Chief Minister Nitish Kumar's EV. That is the one that's making its way out, maybe heading towards Gandhi Maidan. There was also this important meeting that was being called by Amit Shah, who has reached early. Payal, could you weigh in on that quickly before I bring in Arun Anand and also Nistula Hebar? So on the one hand, you have the Indie bloc withering away, the Congress breaking away. They're going to fight elections separately. On the other hand, perhaps the BJP showing this is how you manage allies. This is how you work with allies together and win together while fighting together. But what's this whole important meeting about that was supposed to start at around 10:30, right? What was this meeting about?
Well, that's going to be the final meeting that gives in the touch as far as the oath taking is concerned. Just before an hour before that oath taking really happens as well, they want to make sure that everybody understands where this is going and how it is really going as well. Because remember, by 10:30 a.m. they would have definitely sent that list to the governor's house. So informing everybody has been the key. Amit Shah, in fact, reached Patna late last night. Anand, around 11 o'clock or something, he reached, and after that also he had a long round of meeting with multiple leaders, is what we are given to understand. The BJP and the NDA planned this very, very well. Even in the run-up to the elections, the BJP did understand that probably there could be faces who could be angry with what's been happening as well. So Dharmendra Pradhan was keyed in as well. The BJP had a man-to-man marking for everybody as well. If there is anybody naraz, so unko kaise manana hai? We do not want dirty linen to be washed in public, obviously, because it's a big party, aspirations are also big. So all of this is being done. And Amit Shah is the force behind the entire entire BJP network as far as this Bihar election is really concerned. A lot of credit will have to go to him, the way he's been able to marshal the resources, the way he's been able to coordinate with all the alliances as well. We just saw the meeting that the JDU leaders had with Amit Shah, not just on one but two occasions in the national capital a couple of days ago. Of course, the smaller alliance partners met Dharmendra Pradhan and met Vinod Tavre. So all was sorted out. It's just probably a last minute meeting that you're really having over here.
Right. These are pictures coming in from Gandhi Maidan. A little bit of a foggy winter morning even in Patna. So it's not just smog only around the Delhi NCR. That's Chandrababu Naidu arriving at the airport. So one by one, all the NDA leaders are arriving. We did see Gujarat Chief Minister also arrive a short while ago. We will have Eknath Shinde and also Devendra Fadnavis arriving there. So the NDA leaders, a lot of the chief ministers of various states are also arriving there, Payal. This is again to show a show of unity and also strength, and Bihar is a huge victory, so which they would want to celebrate.
Anand, the way you compared the way the India bloc was really going and look at the way the BJP and the NDA were really going. Not just this, they had multiple leaders within the NDA come out and even campaign. Eknath Shinde did 2 rallies for Chirag Paswan's candidate who was all set to become a minister today. He did 2 rallies with them. Anupriya Patel came there. She did a press conference in Patna. Nara Lokesh came here. He interacted with the trader community and did a press conference as well. It's been a united show of strength as well. So, chief ministers from the northeast, for example, Nephew Ria is one of the most senior chief ministers. He's there. Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar, Eknath Shinde have all reached Patna late last night as well. So it's a huge show of strength as far as the NDA is really concerned. The loud message being that, for many naysayers who thought that this alliance won't last for very long, this is the example that they really want to show. So that's the big show of strength that you're expected to see in some time from now. And it will be interesting to see if they have any meeting with the Prime Minister.
Yogi Adityanath has come. There is Keshav Prasad Maurya also. Is he also there behind? Brajesh Pitak. These are some of the, from some time ago. Nistula Hebar, your thoughts on the NDA? Are they also moving on, not just looking at the oath taking here, but they will be talking about the municipal elections in Maharashtra. That's the next big challenge, including Mumbai and Thane. Eknath Shinde making a call that we should all fight together, distribute our seats and together, while the Indie bloc says we are going to fight it alone.
Well,
Nitish Kumar reaching the Maurya Hotel. Those are the pictures. But yes, please, Nistula, continue.
Well, the Maharashtra local body polls are extremely important because the NDA kind of looks at it as the last nail in the coffin of the UBT Shiv Sena, because for many years that has been the source of strength and resources for the Shiv Sena, holding power in the richest local body in India. The BMC has been, the base on which the Shiv Sena kind of runs its politics. And therefore, they are extremely focused on that election. It's not going to be like any other local body election. And in fact, in other local bodies, the NDA has been fairly laissez-faire, saying that whoever wants to fight with anybody in any equation, that's fine with us. But in BMC and a couple of others, which are extremely important, we need to be together. Now, going to the event at hand, which is the swearing-in ceremony for Nitish Kumar for the 10th time, which is a record-breaking 10th this thing. Both parties, the both bigger parties, have done extremely well. There is a sense of kind of maintaining a status quo till events catch up with you. I have a very strong feeling with regard to this swearing-in ceremony. Therefore, you will see that Nitish Kumar and his two deputy chief ministers have not been tampered with. Both of them, both the deputy chief ministers, one is Samrat Chaudhary representing the Love Kush combination of non-Yadav OBCs, and Vijay Sinha is Bihar, the upper caste, very strong support base for the BJP. So all of this has been maintained because I think the NDA on the question of Nitish Kumar and continuing and whether BJP will ever get a chief minister of its own, that question has been, that can has been kicked down the road. So now what you are seeing is a reflection, the immediate reflection of the verdict that came, that is, this is Nitish Kumar's mandate, his last election, his voters came out in strength, and also on the basis of governance that was provided by his government as chief minister, that, he is taking over as chief minister again.
A lot of the Bhojpuri superstars who had shifted base to Delhi have now moved back to Patna, at least for the oath taking. That's what we see. Manoj Tiwari there. And this is the signature greeting of the gamcha being twirled over the head, which was witnessed even in Tamil Nadu yesterday, and the Prime Minister making a reference. Now, that is Nitish Kumar there. Nitish Kumar is at Gandhi Maidan. He's reached the stage. He's on stage along with all the other leaders. Do we see Samrat Chaudhary, Vijay Sinha, also members of the BJP also there on stage? But Nitish Kumar first making a grand entry. Huge round of applauses for him. We'll try and go across to Shailendra, our News 18 Bihar reporter, who's also who's there. Nephew Rio is also present there. So there all are. Samrat Chaudhary is standing there. So are all the other leaders of the BJP. Yeah, you're spotting a lot of people, Payal. Yeah.
You can see Nephew Rio right there. You can see Nayab Saini, Haryana Chief Minister. But the man who deserves a lot of credit as far as Nitish Kumar's campaign is really concerned is the person right next to him. Sanjay Jha has stood by him through everything, in the last many years. And with the fact that he's always flanked by Nitish Kumar wherever he goes.
So these are people who are present, who have also worked very hard. And it's a grand entry for him. But now he's going to go backstage. Now, they're going to go backstage. Are they going to have a conversation? Also, a quick word on Dharmendra Pradhan. Arun Anand, this is where perhaps the BJP has been able to show that they can work together in unison, understand the realities on life, and there is a recalibration. Somewhere has the voter also perhaps adjusted for what happened in Lok Sabha 2024? Along with the party and, of course, the entire machinery readjusting their campaign and what they will need to do on ground from Lok Sabha 2024?
Yeah, Anand, over the last 4 state assembly elections, like in Delhi, Maharashtra, Haryana, and now Bihar, I see the same kind of conversation which happens, amongst the analysts. That that BJP does man-to-man marking, BJP does tremendous booth level management, BJP gets down its whole barrage of leaders, battery of leaders down. See, they have been doing it since 2014, but what is the difference which has come after June 2024? There are 2 or 3 things which have happened. One, that BJP has made a very fine and very nuanced move from being aggressive to being assertive. So that has given a lot of comfort factor to its allies. Second, what they have done is that they have given greater say to the state level leadership, and the state level leadership is in turn giving a greater say to the grassroots level leadership. So they are more connected to the ground. It's not like what had happened in Lok Sabha. The ticket distribution had become an issue because there was a concern that a lot of people have been imposed from the top. So BJP has done a course correction, and also it is not going to get indulged in any, kind of adventure anymore.
Right.
Not overtly aggressive. So being assertive, and also it is not only more accommodative about its allies, about its own leaders at the grassroots level, but it is seen as they are making a conscious effort to be seen as accommodative. So that is the difference which has, that is what which has made the difference. The rest of the template remains same.
Right. Shailendra from News 18 Patna Bihar has actually spoken with Dilip Jaiswal. We'll play out that conversation and also try and connect with Ravi Asthana, who's at the Gandhi Maidan, and get you the feel on ground. Women at the front, this Mahila Yuva combination, the MY being redefined, that's another case study, another talking point this election. But quick check of some of the challenges, key challenges before Nitish Kumar and the BJP, his deputies from the BJP. One is creating this 1 crore jobs and reversing large-scale migration. बिहारी को बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा. This whole aspect they have to live up to. How are they going to create these 1 crore jobs? They said both in the private and public sector they're going to do it. They'll have to also turn Bihar into a manufacturing hub. Predominantly, traditionally, manufacturing has not happened in Bihar despite it being rich in resources, mineral and of course manpower. It's been a supply entity to other states, even with respect to human quotient or labor quotient. From its current 5% workforce share, they need to really improve it. Improving the quality of education for Bihar's youth, reducing the school dropout rates, particularly beyond middle school, raising Bihar's per capita income, which is one of the lowest across the country. And it is way below the national average too. Strengthening law and order and also tackling rise in the crime rate, delivering on guarantees of free ration, health cover and of course other social welfare and social welfare means or which need to be reached out to the people to improve their entire quality of life and standard of life. Boosting infrastructure development. There is a lot that's happened, but there is so much more that needs to happen in Bihar. And restoring administrative efficiency to execute big schemes. Managing 3.6 lakh crore state debt while funding all the poll promises. So you're going to help all the Didis, you're going to put that money to create entrepreneurship. 1.5 crore women have been promised a certain amount. 10,000 has happened. The remaining 90,000 has to be paid out. How are those payouts going to happen when you have such a mounting huge debt for the state? There are many challenges and of course most importantly you have to ensure a secure environment. So law and order cannot crumble. It has to only go up and Bihar has to become one of the safest states in the country if that needs to be, if the Bihar success story needs to be spoken about. Next 5 years they have to run at a galloping speed. Ravi Asthana joining us from Gandhi Maidan. Ravi, namaste. Good morning. How is it around you? महिलाएं बड़े नंबर पे हैं. There are in big numbers at the Gandhi Maidan. Whereabouts are you?
जी बिल्कुल. और महिलाओं का जोश जिस तरीके से यहाँ पे मतदान के दौरान दिखा था, वही जोश जो है वो गांधी मैदान में दिखाई पड़ रहा है. सुबह से आपको बता दें कि सुबह 7 बजे से तमाम महिलाएं जो हैं वो जत्थे में गांधी मैदान पहुँच रही हैं और बड़े संख्या में जिस ढंग से मतदान में उनकी भागीदारी थी और ये प्रचंड जो बहुमत आया है, माना जा रहा है कि जो यूथ और जो महिलाओं की भागीदारी है उसकी वजह से है. और यही कारण है कि आज बड़े संख्या में जीविका दीदी हो या फिर आम महिलाएं हो, इस पूरे आज शपथ ग्रहण समारोह में शामिल होने के लिए पहुंची हैं. और माना जा रहा है कि इस बार का जो प्रचंड बहुमत है और नई सरकार के गठन और सरकार में जिस ढंग से तमाम जो बातें पहले रखी जा रही थी चुनाव के दौरान, पलायन के मुद्दे हों या फिर महिला सशक्तिकरण के मुद्दे हों, तमाम चीज़ों पर जो है इस बार ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा काम होगा. और इन पोस्टरों के ज़रिए भी आप देख सकते हैं जो पटना में बड़े बड़े होर्डिंग्स जो लगाए गए हैं उसमें एक बात की साफ झलक मिलती है. बिहार की जनता का आभार, अब बनेगा विकसित बिहार. यहाँ पे रफ्तार पकड़ चुका है बिहार. कोशिश इस बात की जा रही है कि यहाँ पे तमाम जो कमियां रह गई हैं जो विकास के लिए वो पूरा हो. कितना
अद्भुत नज़ारा है सर, अद्भुत नज़ारा है. नियति विकास की जीत है ये और चारों बगल एकदम जो है धर्म का माहौल और अद्भुत कार्यक्रम हो रहा है.
क्या लग रहा है कि अब जो बिहार जो है विकास की नई रफ्तार पकड़ेगा?
बिल्कुल पकड़ चुका है बिहार विकास का रफ्तार और तमाम धर्म जाति से उठ के इस बार जो है लोगों ने वोट किया, विकास के नाम पे वोट किया. अल्पसंख्यक समाज के भी सारे लोग आए हैं. हम अल्पसंख्यक समाज से आए हैं. मेरा नाम मोहम्मद कमरुज्जमान अंसारी है.
100% बिलीव है जो 25% काम रह गया है इस बार 100% 10 पूरा होगा क्योंकि नवयुवकों का ये जुबानी है. थैंक यू.
जो काम बच गया है इनका कहना है कि वो काम जो है अब पूरा होगा।
So Ravi Asthana, they are saying whatever is left, Raftar pakad chuka hai Bihar, and they have to run at a very, very fast pace. And Payal, these commitments are not easy to match. A 3.6 lakh crore debt Bihar has, and the doles that have been promised, let's not call them doles, the benefits that have been promised, the opportunities that have been promised, and even if and the infrastructural push, most importantly, attracting investment and turning Bihar into a manufacturing hub. These are all huge challenges for this current government, and they have only 5 years to prove this, because if they want to return a mandate, it has to be on the Viksit Bihar platform.
You know, nobody in the NDA is telling you that this change will happen overnight, or they'll turn, you know, Patna into Rome overnight as well. They understand that it is a problem which has been there for decades together. It has to be calibrated, and ecosystem has to be prepared. So every time that you ask any NDA leader as to when they'll be bringing in, you know, big setups, when will they bring in big big people to come in and invest in Bihar, they say that an ecosystem has to be prepared. From the fact that Bihar is was still reeling under Jungle Raj till quite a few years ago, to coming in now, looking at the path of development. Patna now as a metro, infrastructure development has taken shape as well, but that's not going to happen overnight. There has to be a proper ecosystem which has to be put into place, because law and order is going to be an extremely important issue. Job security is going to be an extremely important issue. And you know, the BJP and in India often has been asked that, you know, you've also bitten the bullet. You've also made sure that you're also doling out freebies now. Earlier you were criticizing other governments. But the stand of the NDA has been very simple, Anand, that they have made sure that a certain percentage of the state's budget does not cross when it comes to distributing, you know, doles, that they have to really do that. So that's something, and they say that there's been no discrimination as far as this is really concerned, but challenges are aplenty. That's the reason every time that they went on ground, they put two things forward, that there will be no impact of Jungle Raj anymore. And with Prime Minister Modi sitting there in the center and Nitish Kumar as the Chief Minister here, Bihar is going to be on the path of development. Double engine government is something Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his government have been promising from the first time
double engine government's delivery has to be seen. That is what it is. We just saw pictures of Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta arriving a short while ago, but their inability to tackle the pollution issue in Delhi is a question everybody is asking, and somewhere it will also reflect on the Prime Minister, because he is putting his weight behind these leaders and ministers that they will deliver, and that is going to be a concern, Arun Anand, that the government, successive governments, will have to start walking the talk, because there is the Modi ki guarantee behind all the promises, and if that Modi ki guarantee is not being seen delivering, then there could be a negative rub-off on the Prime Minister also.
Yes, absolutely. And you know, the voters had given a scare to the BJP in 2024. So that was a signal that the voter is ruthless now. You know, the clearer mandate they give you, you know, the more is the expectation. And now, because of, you know, this boom of social media and everything, so everything, you know, comes out in the open now. You know, the AQI numbers in Delhi, as you rightly said, so they are all over there, and there doesn't seem to be too much of an effort, I would say, you know, to tackle, you know, this. Of course, they did a great job, you know, when on Chhat regarding Yamuna, but as I said, you know, the voter is now relentlessly pursuing this thing, that okay, you have delivered one thing, now I want the next thing, now I want the next thing. So you cannot, you know, take a breather and say, okay, I have done this thing and I'll do this thing in the next term. And also Nitish Kumar getting the kind of mandate which the voters have given to Nitish Kumar and BJP. So now they will not accept any excuse. Any excuse.
That is true. And I think there are a lot of people within Delhi NCR asking this question. What is this government doing? They've got a mandate, and what is this government doing about pollution? They promised they will tackle it. They don't seem to be able to tackle it. Now that's the question that will be expected. And the Prime Minister has acknowledged this, saying that हमसे expectation है क्योंकि हम वादा करते हैं, हम करके दिखाते हैं, और हम करें, हम है तो मुमकिन है is a belief. So we'll have to live up to that belief, and that's the challenge. Let's go just going across to Anand, who is joining us from Gandhi Maidan. Anand, namaste. कैसा माहौल है वहाँ? कितने लोग आए हैं? क्या अब तक का सबसे बड़ा शपथ ग्रहण समारोह है बिहार का?
बिल्कुल देखिए आनंद सर, बिल्कुल आपने सही कहा, लेकिन सबसे पहले हम आपको तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं मंच की। और इस वक्त कुछ देर पहले मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार पहुंचे थे और उन्होंने भी मंच का जायजा लिया था। और इस वक्त मंच पे हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा, जो आसाम के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, जो भी एनडीए शासित राज्य है, वहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री यहाँ पर पहुँच गए हैं। और कुछ देर के बाद यहाँ पे आपको प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी भी दिखेंगे। अब से कुछ देर पहले नीतीश कुमार होटल मौर्य गए थे, जहाँ पे अमित शाह ठहरे हुए थे, और उसके बाद नीतीश कुमार गांधी मैदान पे पहुंचे, सैनी भी हैं जो हरियाणा के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, वो भी यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं। तो जितने भी एनडीए शासित राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, सब लोग यहाँ पे मंच पर पहुंच चुके हैं। और अब से कुछ देर पहले चंद्रबाबू नायडू भी पटना पहुंच गए, योगी आदित्यनाथ भी पटना पहुंच गए। तो जो वीआईपी गेस्ट है वो यहाँ पर लगभग पहुंच चुके हैं। और ये इसके सामने अब जो मंच है उसकी तस्वीर आप देख रहे हैं। और इसके पहले आपको हम पीछे गांधी मैदान की भीड़ की तस्वीर दिखा दे रहा है। मनीष जरा भीड़ दिखाइए। तो देखिए ये बहुत जबरदस्त है। आपसे कुछ देर पहले मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार के बेटे निशांत भी यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं, उन्होंने भी आज के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद दिया। बिहार अमित शाह, इस वक्त हम आपको तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं, अमित शाह मंच पे पहुंच गए। सबसे पहले वो तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं
जी। अमित शाह मंच पे
पहुंच गए हैं जी। नड्डा, बिल्कुल जेपी नड्डा भी पहुंच गए हैं। और तमाम जो वीआईपी है वो धीरे धीरे यहाँ पर पहुंचने लगे। और कुछ देर के बाद आपको प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी भी दिखेंगे। 11:30 का वक्त है जब शपथ ग्रहण समारोह शुरू हो गई। और उसके बाद नीतीश कुमार एक बार 10वीं बार लगातार मुख्यमंत्री की कुर्सी पर बैठेंगे। और जाहिर तौर पे बिहार के लिए भी बहुत बड़ा पल है, एनडीए के लिए भी बहुत बड़ा पल है। और यही वजह है कि देखिए अमित शाह, जिन्हें भारतीय राजनीति का चाणक्य कहा जाता है, इस वक्त हाथ हिलाकर लोगों का अभिवादन करते हुए। और हम लोगों ने देखा है अमित शाह, जेपी नड्डा भी इस वक्त आपको नजर आ रहे होंगे। और अमित शाह कल ही देर शाम पटना पहुंच चुके थे। तो आज का दिन इंडिया के लिए बेहद खास है। एनडीए एक बड़ा मैसेज देने की तैयारी में है यहाँ पे गांधी मैदान से। आपको याद होगा कि जब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी एक चुनावी सभा को संबोधित कर रहे थे तो उन्होंने कहा था कि गंगा बिहार से होकर बंगाल गुजरती है। तो शायद एक बड़ा मैसेज देने की तैयारी आज इस मंच से किया जाए, इससे इनकार नहीं कर सकते।
पर अमूमन ये देखा जाता है आनंद की प्रधानमंत्री शपथ ग्रहण समारोह में बोलते नहीं है, लेकिन एक चीज है कि यहाँ पर सब कुछ टाइम से चल रहा है, कुछ आराम से नहीं हो रहा है। कि अगर कहा जा रहा है कि 11 बजे तक सारे गणमान्य ऊपर पहुंच जाएंगे, मंच पर उपस्थित हो जाएंगे, प्रधानमंत्री 11:15 बजे टचडाउन होंगे, तो कहीं ना कहीं उसी तरह ये घड़ी की सुई के साथ साथ पूरा कार्यक्रम भी वैसा ही चलता हुआ दिख रहा है, एकदम समय पर। मंच पर जितने भी वरिष्ठ हैं, अलग अलग राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, जिन्होंने चुनाव में बहुत काम किया, ऐसे नेता हैं, केंद्रीय मंत्री हैं, अजीत पवार भी वहाँ दिख रहे हैं। देखिए अगली हरकत, अगली शिरकत जो होगी वो महाराष्ट्र की तरफ होगी, जहाँ म्यूनसिपल कॉरपोरेशन के इलेक्शंस काफ़ी दिनों से लंबित हैं, तो उन पर काम होगा। विनोद तावड़े दिख रहे हैं, ऑल दीज लीडर्स पहुँचे। आनंद, एक बात बताइए ज़रा, वहाँ पर जितनी जनसंख्या मौजूद है उन पर ज़रा फोकस कर सकते हैं थोड़ी देर के लिए? आप बताइए, क्या वहाँ पर महिलाएं पहुंची हैं?
बिल्कुल
युवा पहुंचे हैं?
बिल्कुल मनीष हाथ से दिखाइए, पीछे के विजुअल दिखाइए। देखिए सिर्फ युवा नहीं, बड़ी संख्या में महिलाएं दिखी हैं। अभी आपको तस्वीर नजर आएगी और कुछ देर पहले हम लोगों ने पवन सिंह को गाते हुए सुना और यहाँ पे जो महिलाएं झूमते नजर, देखिए महिलाएं भी आपको नजर आ रही होंगी। और जो युवा हैं, महिलाएं बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं। और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि गांधी मैदान में बहुत दिलचस्प तस्वीर नजर आ रही है। सुबह लगभग 9 बजे से ही धीरे लोगों का आने का सिलसिला शुरू हो गया था, लेकिन इस वक्त जो आप तस्वीर देख रहे हैं, एनडीए के लोगों का आकलन है कि लगभग 1 लाख से ज्यादा लोग इस मौके पे पहुंचेंगे। शपथ ग्रहण समारोह में 1 लाख से ज्यादा लोगों का आना, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है। और शायद एनडीए भी इस पल को यादगार बनाना चाहता है कि भाई जो शानदार सफलता मिली है, 200 से ज्यादा सीटें आना किसी भी गठबंधन के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होता है। और शायद उसी को देखते हुए ग्रैंड तैयारी एनडीए की तरफ से की गई। और जिसकी तस्वीर इस वक्त आप देख सकते हैं, बड़ी संख्या में जो लोग पहुंचे हैं, युवा हो, महिलाएं हो, उनकी भागीदारी बहुत जबरदस्त दिख रही है। और इस बार के चुनाव में जिस तरीके से महिलाओं ने बढ़ चढ़कर वोटिंग किया और महिलाओं का वोटिंग परसेंटेज भी बढ़ा, उसकी तस्वीर इस वक्त शपथ ग्रहण समारोह में भी देखने को मिल रही है, जिसकी तस्वीर हम आपको लगातार दिखा रहे हैं। और बड़ी संख्या में लोगों का आने का सिलसिला अभी भी जारी है। सबसे बड़ी बात है कि
खिलकर खुलकर हंसते हुए दिख रहे हैं अमित भाई शाह। वो ये चेहरा इतना हंसता हुआ अमूमन इतनी जल्दी दिखता नहीं है। They seem to be very, very happy and comfortable. He's also seemed to be trying to understand what is going to happen, and trying to be in the thick of things. JP Nadda is sitting right next to him, but there's another person who's been walking around and trying to pass on instructions and to see what's going on. That's Dharmendra Pradhan. Dharmendra Pradhan, while speaking with us, Payal, that day said his association with Bihar starts from 2005, not just 2012 when he was nominated to the Rajya Sabha from Bihar, but from 2005. Chirag Paswan has also come. He's speaking.
मैं राजनीति का विद्यार्थी भी हूँ और मैं ये सीखने वाली बात है। ये सीखने वाली बात है कि 10 बार और लगातार निरंतरता में, बीच का थोड़ा समय छोड़ दें तो 2 दशक से आप मुख्यमंत्री हैं और उसके बाद भी प्रदेश की जनता आपको इतना प्यार करती है। ये ज़रूर हम जैसे युवा नेताओं को उनसे सीखने की ज़रूरत है।
एनडीए में आपकी बड़ी भूमिका रही है, अब सरकार में कितनी बड़ी भूमिका होगी और चिराग पासवान अब किस तरह की राजनीति?
विकसित बिहार बनाने के लक्ष्य के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। मेरे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सोच वाला बिहार, मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी के अनुभव से बिहार फर्स्ट, बिहारी फर्स्ट वाला बिहार बनाने की दिशा में हम लोग अग्रसर हो रहे हैं। तो यकीनन बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है, बड़ी भूमिका है और जवाबदेही है जनता के प्रति, जिसने प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए पर अपना विश्वास जताया।
तो चिराग पासवान भी वहां अब नीतीश बाबू की तारीफ कर रहे हैं कि सीखने की आवश्यकता है कि कैसे कोई 10 बार के लिए शपथ ग्रहण कर सकता है और 19 साल से कंटिन्यूसली एक छोटे से इसको छोड़कर मुख्यमंत्री का पद को संभाल सकता है और मुख्यमंत्री बना रह सकता है। सो चिराग पासवान देयर समवेयर, ही वाज द मोस्ट वोकल critic of Nitish Kumar in 2020. Things seem to have come back to a certain level of semblance of decorum between the two, because the BJP is the one managing, the JDU keeping a little bit of a distance, but also Chirag Paswan's indication that he is not going to do anything in the next 5 years, but after that he's going to come back to Bihar and he is going to push and thrust to try and become the next leader of Bihar. Now we'll have to see how things pan out over the next 5 years. Rahul Verma also joins the conversation. Rahul Verma, good morning. What are you looking for in this show of strength? 1 lakh turnout, Gandhi Maidan, big announcement here, and a certain level of continuity at the top, but a lot of new faces to be included in this 20-plus member cabinet of Bihar.
Thank you, Anand. This is a historic moment for Nitish Kumar for sure. This is going to be his 5th consecutive term. And given the kind of mandate NDA has received in this election, to me, Bihar has reposed a historic hope in Nitish Kumar. And they would hope that in his, perhaps what could be his last term, Nitish Kumar takes Bihar to new heights. Not only what he has been able to do in last 20 years, but once he sort of like goes in the sunset, he has managed to put Bihar in a different pedestal altogether. Bihar has transformed or changed in last 20-25 years under his chief ministership. But what may be his last tenure, he should realize both the nature of historic mandate, but also the challenges that he's going to face to be able to meet up those expectations. And so naturally, we are going to see slight changes in the ministry, because last time LJP was not part of the coalition and then not part of the government for a very, very long period of time, and they have also done well. So yes, there is going to be changes. Nitish Kumar's party has also got a bigger mandate compared to what they had last time. So yes, there is going to be like inclusion of some new faces. Nitish Kumar perhaps should also realize that like who he brings to the cabinet will be the future leaders.
Well, Rahul Verma, there's lots happening on the stage. There's lots happening on the stage. Payal Mehta, Nistula Hebar, are you watching? Are you watching Yogi Adityanath walk by and just say casual namaste to Amit Shah and go and sit there at the corner, and there is a huge roar among the crowds, but he doesn't walk up to the stage, walk up towards the audience and greet them. He just goes down and sits there quietly on his side. But Amit Shah by then has finished his conversation that was going on, gets up to greet all the chief ministers, the other ones, and asks them to move forward and to acknowledge the crowd and to say their greetings and wish the crowd that's turned up in such large numbers. Am I reading too much in those pictures, Payal?
Not really. Of course, the NDA is the host, and therefore, all these people who've come in from far and wide to attend this oath-taking ceremony, Nephew Rio, Conrad Sangma coming in from the northeast, Chandrababu Naidu coming in from the south of India, as well. He's having a conversation as we speak, with Amit Shah. Of course, a lot that, they need in terms of support from the center, but, those pictures were really there for everybody to see. Eknath Shinde was here in the national capital just about yesterday evening. He had a meeting with Amit Shah of how the local equation need to really shape up. He there on the stage along with Devendra Fadnavis met Amit Shah very briefly, and now you can see multiple leaders. The Odisha guys, Harsh Sanghvi, the young deputy CM of Gujarat over here as well. This is possibly his first big stage appearance as well that you really see. And this is the Odisha leadership that you see on the stage as well. So not much to be read into it. Of course, there's no doubt in anybody's mind that if there is one person in the organization whose strength they can really swear by, it has to be Amit Shah, no doubt whatsoever.
True. Nistula Hebar, Yogi Adityanath walks in, says the namaste and goes and sits. He doesn't go to acknowledge the crowd and get the vows, but we could hear the roar as he came up on the dais.
Anand, I'm with you on this. I love watching all these public kind of displays and trying to read the body language because, these things say a lot. There are, of course, issues there, but the big guy in this election for the BJP has been Amit Shah. There is
Yes.
no dispute on that. He stayed in the state for 19 days. And there were over 100 rebel candidates, which you actually did not hear about because Amit Shah sat there for 3 days. There were a lot of rebel candidates who said कि जब तक अमित शाह हमको नहीं कुछ आश्वासन देंगे हम बैठने वाले नहीं हैं. So then he sat there. And then other people were assigned. Dharmendra Pradhan, Keshav Maurya. One of the reasons why both these people were also put in charge in Bihar was because, as Arun Anand had said, you need to be assertive but not aggressive. So the coordination and also the organizational work. Organizational work is not to go out and make bhashans in the public sphere. It is to sit in the back room, call your own people, sort out, differences that occur when a big event is being organized. Somebody needs a car, something has happened, some payment has not reached, somebody has taken umbrage at, somebody not turning up at their place and doing namaste or something. So you have to sit there, sort everything out, saying everybody's issues will be sorted out, but we need to focus on the election, on the big picture, etc. So in this election, the micromanaging and NDA allies coordination, you were talking about Chirag Paswan and Nitish Kumar. Chirag Paswan finally praising Nitish Kumar. But when the BJP went into this election, they knew that the big key for vote transfer in this election was to make sure that the JDU and LJP workers on the ground did coordinate. So there were coordination committees that were set up in mandal levels. I mean, there were meetings that Amit Shah took at mandal levels, which are particularly problematic. Some mandals are particularly problematic. And therefore, his sense of ownership on this victory is of course, a big sense of ownership.
Right.
And, he has done a lot of micromanagement and coordination and, in short, really vote transfer so that all the NDA allies have done well, if you have noticed. They've all hit it out of the park as far as bringing in the seats. LJP requires a slight bit of more of a, encomium in this situation because a lot of the seats that they did fight, they got 29 seats, but a lot of the seats that they did fight were MGB seats where MGB usually wins. So they did snatch seats away.
Yes.
So that was a big achievement.
They returned at a fantastic strike rate compared to what was expected of them. Some thought that 29 seats is perhaps too much, but they returned 19, which is credible enough. Rashid Kidwai is with us in the frame. Amit Shah talking to Chandrababu Naidu very, very actively. Is it about the plans for Andhra Pradesh? There is also now going to be the centre will have to send out a huge package without saying special status to Bihar, but treat it as good as a special status. So these are all things which will now come into play, and it will be Nitish Kumar. Are you also watching the dynamics as we are looking ahead to a slew of elections through 2026 into 2027 when Uttar Pradesh comes in? Till then, you have the municipal body elections, then there is Assam, there is Punjab, there is Tamil Nadu. A lot of states will be going to the polls over the next 18 months to 2 years. Rashid Kidwai, are you there? Oh, he's not. Oh, okay. We'll try and go back to him in a bit. Arun Anand, would you want to weigh in on this? All right. So we've got Rahul Verma, Nistula Hebar and Payal Mehta with us. We'll also try and go across to Anand on ground at Gandhi Maidan to get an update as to what was the reaction of people. Just quickly bringing our viewers through the rise of Nitish Kumar. In 1985, he won the election to the Bihar State Assembly for the first time. 1989, he was elected to the Lok Sabha for the first time from the Barth seat in Bihar. 1990, he took charge as Union Minister of State for Agriculture. 1994, he formed the Samta Party with Socialist Neta George Fernandes. In 1996, the Samta Party formed an alliance with the BJP and won 8 Lok Sabha seats. 2000, he took oath as Chief Minister for the first time, resigned on the 7th day itself, then came back in 2005, took oath as a Chief Minister for the second time and completed a full term. 2013, broke a 17-year-old alliance with the BJP and removed 11 BJP ministers. 2014, submitted resignation to governor after poor performance in the Lok Sabha polls. 2015, took oath as chief minister for the 4th time and was chief minister for nearly 8 months. 2017, resigned as chief minister, joined hands with NDA, took oath for the 6th time. 2020, then NDA secured majority, Nitish took oath as CM for the 7th time. Then 2 years later, 2022, he broke the alliance with the BJP. Soon after COVID, took oath as chief minister for the 8th time. 2 years later, 2024, broke the alliance with the Mahagathbandhan, joined the NDA, took oath as chief minister. 2025, spearheaded one of NDA's biggest wins in the history of Bihar politics. Rahul Verma, this is the last 10 years is when the Palturam has manifested in Nitish Kumar. But now is he settled? Now is it going to be only NDA, not going anywhere? And are these his last 5 years in active politics? Or do you see a change churn in the next 18 months?
Anand, that's very difficult to answer because there's something which I've heard about Nitish Kumar many times that like the kind of politician he is, sometimes Nitish Kumar himself doesn't know what his right hand or left hand is thinking, right? Like his right hand doesn't know what his left hand is doing. Maybe like, and I'm not trying to sort of like defend what he has done in terms of like between 2015 and 2020, where he changed alliances multiple times. But there are two things one needs to keep in mind. One, I think politicians like Nitish Kumar, who does not have a very sort of like a big caste base like other politicians might have, they are in some ways constrained in terms of politics that they can do. Two, I think anyone who has watched Bihar politics for last 10 years would know that basically big parties from both sides, RJD and BJP, tried to cut Nitish Kumar down to size. And in that sense, Nitish Kumar was paltoing, or he got this label as Paltu Kumar, is because he was trying to save himself or his party from the onslaught he faced from both sides. Now, I hope, given the nature of politics, both at the state level and at the center level, he's not pushed into any direction. And he himself, for his own sake, this is his time to basically sort of like rise above that label of Paltu Kumar that he has got. For his sake, he regains the label of Susashan Babu that he has got in first term. And for Bihar's sake, now he basically pushes the pedal and accelerator on development of Bihar. So now that we don't talk about, okay, Bihar's base was low, so whatever growth happened in Bihar, it was, of course, due to governance, but also because of low growth rate. He manages to push Bihar in his last term as a state that developed. And so he regains some sort of like, goodwill and ends perhaps his last term as Bihar's perhaps most formidable statesman that the state has seen.
Wait, I'm going to ask Payal, who's speaking with Dharmendra Pradhan currently? Payal and Dharmendra.
Giriraj Singh, doesn't it? That looks like Giriraj Singh, again a very, very strong man as far as Bihar's fortunes are concerned, as far as the BJP is concerned. Multiple times MP, minister in the Modi government, ever since its inception from day one. He's currently trying to speak to Amit Shah. And just to weigh in a little while ago, when you were saying that Amit Shah was speaking to Chandrababu Naidu, that could have also been, exchanging congratulatory messages for the excellent work that the Andhra Pradesh police has done as far as Naxal movement is really concerned.
Yes, the two of them have been in the news recently because of what has happened both in Chhattisgarh and also in Andhra Pradesh, where many of the wanted Maoists who had fled and they were hiding, they have now been neutralized. So that's where this conversation happening, and you brought things into perspective. So there are others who are standing behind. There is Samrat Chaudhary sitting there having a conversation, Chandrababu Naidu, JP Nadda, Amit Shah sitting in front.
That's Bhikubhai over there. He's probably the longest serving Gujarati in Bihar.
Longest serving Gujarati in Bihar, Bhikubhai. This chair has been left vacant. Is this for the Prime Minister? And then there is one more which is there for Nitish Kumar. So 2 chairs there. Anytime the Prime Minister should be coming in, or is this the one that is marked Nitish Kumar? We have to just see what happens, who sits where in terms of the seating arrangements. There is also the governor who will have to come. The Rajapal will have to come to administer the oath. So we'll have to see when the governor comes. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected any moment now. Just quickly, viewers, for Nitish Kumar, this is more than just forming government. It's about managing allies, balancing caste equations and signaling future political plans. Now, here are the 5 key factors that will shape perhaps the new team. First up, caste remains the cornerstone of Bihar politics. And this social equations, social balancing will have to be done. The cabinet is expected to reflect the state's caste demographics adequately. According to the calculation, the cabinet should have 11% upper caste, 14% Yadavs, 11% non-Yadav OBCs, 25% of EBCs, 1% Dalit, 20% Dalits, beg your pardon, 1% tribals. Can we move to the numbers, please? Can we guys move? Yes, thank you. Move on further, please. Move on further, and let's get the numbers here on the screen. Can you move further? I'm going to request the team to move further as we put out these numbers. 20% EBCs, 20% Dalits, 1% tribal, and 18% Muslims. Now, however, the NDA has only one Muslim MLA. Not just population, but caste-wise number of MLAs elected on NDA tickets will also play a crucial role in the distribution of ministerial berths. Now, this will perhaps ensure that no caste group within the party feels neglected, and the support received by the NDA from various social groups in the elections will also be taken into account. Nistula Hebar, Arun Dhanta is also joining us now. Arun Dhanta, managing these caste equations, the social balancing is going to be very critical. Has the BJP taken care of that as it assigns and elects leaders, newer faces, fresher faces who will be part of this cabinet?
Well, that's right, Anand. Caste equation and region also. These are, of course, factors which has been the major point for the decision for the BJP to really induct their ministers. And Anand, we've just got a list of the ministers from the BJP's quota. Just let me quickly, highlight those names. Samrat Chaudhary, Vijay Sinha, Dilip Jaiswal is also making a comeback in the cabinet. Anand, Mangal Pandey, Nitin Naveen. These are the names which we were discussing earlier now. But the new names, new faces which will be inducted in the cabinet from the BJP's side, Rama Nishad, Ram Kripal Yadav, Sanjay Tiger, Shreyasi Singh, Narayan Prasad, Arun Shankar Prasad, Surendra Mehta, Lakhendra Paswan, Pramod Chandravanshi. So 8 new faces will be inducted in Nitish Kumar's cabinet along with these 5 senior ministers. So this is something which we are picking at this point. Anand, in a short while from now, we'll be seeing that the oath-taking ceremony will begin. As we're discussing about the caste factors and the region, remember that Magad and Bhojpur region has supported Mahagathbandhan in 2020, but this time around NDA has completely swept that region, winning 55 seats out of 69. So you will have representation from every Tirath Saran region from 73 to out of 73 to 62 seats for NDA, and also you have Simanchal and Mithyanchal region winning 52 seats out of 65. So you will have this representation from these region and of course caste in the NDA Nitish Kumar's cabinet.
Right. You spoke about Dilip Jaiswal making a comeback into this cabinet. News 18 Patna was able to speak with them. Let's speak with him. Listen in.
दिलीप जायसवाल, दिलीप जी, तैयारी पूरी हो गई शपथ की, कितने चेहरे मंत्रिमंडल में शामिल हो रहे हैं?
देखिए, उत्सव का माहौल है। इस ऐतिहासिक पल के साक्षी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी खुद जो है मौजूद रहेंगे और नीतीश कुमार जी लगातार इतने लंबे काल में जो है मुख्यमंत्री पद का शपथ लेने जा रहे हैं। करीब 2 लाख से ज़्यादा आम मतदाता भी गांधी मैदान में उपस्थित होकर इस ऐतिहासिक पल में अपनी उपस्थिति दर्ज करेंगे और मंत्रिमंडल जो है बहुत ही अच्छा बनेगा। ये चूँकि नेता महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय को सूची भेजते हैं, इसलिए उस बारे में अभी कुछ भी मुझे कहना मुश्किल होगा।
कहा जा रहा है कि नए चेहरे को भाजपा इस बार मौका देगी।
तो निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनता पार्टी युवा चेहरा, महिला चेहरा, नया चेहरा की पूरी संभावना है कि इन लोगों को मौका दिया जाएगा।
बिल्कुल, जिस तरीके से बिहार में महिलाओं और युवाओं ने बढ़ चढ़ कर वोट किया, उसके बाद बीजेपी ने निर्णय लिया है कि नए चेहरे और खास करके महिला और युवा को। दिलीप जायसवाल, दिलीप जी, तैयारी पूरी हो गई शपथ की, कितने चेहरे मंत्रिमंडल में शामिल हो रहे हैं?
देखिए उत्सव का माहौल है इस
Well, let's go across. Dilip Jaiswal, this new composition, Payal, you want to weigh in on how this whole cabinet is being composed? Are they trying to keep the senior leaders or continuity at the top as the top three are concerned, but then bring in fresh faces? And is there a reason why Yogi Adityanath, one of the biggest states, representative of one of the biggest states, Devendra Fadnavis, are sitting far away from the centre?
No, they are not sitting far away from the centre. It's basically on the basis of seniority that the seating arrangement has been arranged, nothing less than that. And nothing more than that, in fact, to read into it as well. You can see Jiten Ram Manjhi also sitting over there. He's a hum president. He's been somebody whose party has been able to, get whatever results they were expected to deliver as well. Chandrababu Naidu, being one of the most senior members of the NDA, made to sit right next to JP Nadda and Amit Shah as well. As far as the BJP is really concerned, the BJP has been of the opinion that there has to be a blend of young and experience, and that's exactly the formula that they followed both here in Bihar and also earlier in the centre as well. You want experienced faces, you want experienced names as well, but there has to be an opportunity for the youngsters to also come in. So right after 2024, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, I remember very clearly, had said that he would like to bring in 1 lakh new faces in the business of politics who probably have not had any dynasty or any other background backing them as well. So that's the reason continuity is going to be a key. Nitin Nabeen is being repeated, but he's been a very, very young face as far as that cabinet is concerned. A return for Dilip Jaiswal at the back of the excellent results that they were able to deliver. Dilip Jaiswal has been the state president, the BJP being the single largest party as well. Samrat Chaudhary has been somebody who's, stood a lot of scrutiny through the entire election with multiple people trying to, make multiple allegations against him. Vijay Sinha also had a bit of a drama history which actually really followed him into the run-up to the election as well. So the BJP is showing on one front that we are very confident that these are the faces who will be in the face of our government and they can come in as well. Shreyasi is a second-time MLA. She has been winning from Jamui for the last 2 times. She gets a look in as well. One would have expected probably the youngest MLA, Maithili Thakur, to also get a look in, but maybe she'll have to wait for a turn for some more time. But caste representation has been a key as far as all allies are concerned.
Right.
The BJP also taking into account not just the caste representation, but also
development on the
region-wise
pictures as we speak. Nitish Kumar is on stage. Behind him, Samrat Chaudhary and Vijay Sinha, they have come in. There you go. Walk in and a huge round of applause from the crowds. Huge round of applause from the crowds as Nitish Kumar walks in. What a victory, what a resurgence for this person who was being written off. He was being mocked by the opposition. He was being laughed at by those who thought that he is done for. He's got no stakes. And he said, mark my words, 18 months ago he said, mark my words, those who are insulting me, those who are talking to me, you will not even have enough seats to sit in the assembly. That's what will happen. And that went viral the day the NDA returned a 200+ score on the leaderboard as far as the results and the mandate is concerned. The trust is with this man. Vijay Sinha standing there. Now Nitish Kumar sits. There you go. He's going to be sitting very close to the PM. The PS to PM and the PS to CM are going to be sitting towards the right and left of Nitish Kumar. We can see the branding there, the labeling there that's been kept. And next to that is the Prime Minister's chair. I think that's where it is. And they will be sitting. The governor will also be sitting. There you go, PS to PM, and I think this is PM Narendra Modi's chair. That's where it is. Samrat Chaudhary is also there. We'll also have the Rajyapal coming in, the governor coming in. Will all of them swear in? All those who are going to be included into the cabinet? So, is that what's going to happen? And in the order of seniority, Payal?
Well, of course, we are expecting at least 20 ministers to be sworn in today on the order of seniority. First, the Chief Minister takes oath. Then I believe the Deputy Chief Minister will take oath, and after that it will follow as well. So that's the plan. Together with the Chief Minister, the overall strength of the Bihar government can be 36. I do not think that all 36 are expected to take oath today, but 20 certainly are going to take oath from all political parties, whether it's the BJP or whether it's the JDU or whether it's Chirag Paswan's party, HAM, and
Chirag Paswan is just sat there.
Well.
Yeah, he's
yes,
also sitting next to Jitan Ram Manjhi.
Sitting very pretty next to Lallan Singh. And they've not had a great history in the past, you remember very clearly. But the optics have gone very, very strongly this time around. Nitish Kumar making that visit to Chirag Paswan's residence on the occasion of Chhath. Chirag Paswan, going to Nitish Kumar's residence after winning the election. All these optics speak for itself. This is the same Chirag Paswan who had vowed to finish off Nitish Kumar in 2020, and here it is. In politics, you never say never, Anand.
True. Who's finished and who's not? Or who's waiting in the ranks, that's very evident. So he's sitting here, there's Jitan Ram Manjhi here, and this is Lallan Singh, again a key figure. Lallan Singh actually moved to Mokama soon after Anand Singh's arrest, and he was there to ensure that Mokama did not go away. There is a different story there. What happens thereafter, we'll have to wait and watch. Now, Jita, just as we were pointing to the pictures, there is a huddle right behind where the governor is going to be sitting. There you go. Dharmendra Pradhan has pulled somebody up. And there is a huddle. Now, is it just to look at the last minute formalities? Who's going to sit where? Who's going to move where? What's going to be given to whom? Is that what's going on right now?
Well, I believe so. That's the last minute arrangement they're looking at, because it's just too late to have any fights over any berths anymore, Anand, frankly speaking. But last minute arrangement, Sanjay Jha has been at the center as far as the JDU is
Chirag's mother, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. He's always flanked by his mother. Wherever he goes, he says that there is a lot that he has to, give back to his mother in terms of the sacrifice that she made, the kind of insult that she put up with, over the last many years as well, and the family breaking into factions as well. That's been something that you've also seen in the Ram Vilas family. So Chirag Paswan very, very happy, very contented, got the number of seats that he wanted to contest, was able to get the deal that he really wanted to do, and was able to get the results in place as well. So obviously a very, very happy house as far as the BJP, the LJP, all this is concerned. Manoj Tiwari, one of those most popular faces.
उनका ही गाना चल रहा है. I think his song is playing. So this is what Manoj Tiwari has sung. It's his voice, and they had sung about Hum Bihari hain, and sab pe bhari hai, and which one? Thode sanskari hai. So he had sung this for us, and that's why there's a chuckle in the face of Amit Shah also. Even as Pawan Singh was pulling Manoj Tiwari's leg, the Bhojpuri superstardom seeing there, the person missing is Khesari Lal.
The person missing is Ravi Kishan for sure.
And Ravi Kishan also for sure. So there you go, Giriraj Singh and Yogi Adityanath having a conversation. Keshav Prasad Maurya sitting right behind. He was one of the...
Maybe about the next step for Hindutva.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on the stage. Those are the pictures, viewers. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on the stage on time, 11:30 p.m. there. They're going to get underway. The oath-taking ceremony gets underway. The Rajyapal is also present. Let's go. Let's go straight across to the audio coming in from the venue.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Bharat Mata Ki Jai, as the national anthem is sung, and all the dignitaries on the stage, including the governor and the prime minister, sit down at 11:30. The oath-taking ceremony commences without any delay, viewers. That's the precision, that's the clockwork with which the NDA functions, and its manifest oath-taking ceremony after oath-taking ceremony. No delays. The crowds are there. It's a jam-packed Gandhi Maidan. And the proceedings begin. Let's go across to that.
प्रारंभ करने की अनुमति चाहता हूं।
अनुमति
माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नामित मनोनीत एवं माननीय मंत्रीगण मनोनीत के नियुक्ति संबंधी आदेशों को पढ़ने की अनुमति चाहता हूं।
अनुमति
बिहार के राज्यपाल संविधान के अनुच्छेद 164(1) द्वारा प्रदत्त शक्तियों का प्रयोग करते हुए श्री नीतीश कुमार को बिहार राज्य का मुख्यमंत्री एवं मंत्री परिषद का सदस्य नियुक्त करते हैं। बिहार राज्यपाल के आदेश से रॉबर्ट एल चौंगथू राज्यपाल के प्रधान सचिव। बिहार के राज्यपाल संविधान के अनुच्छेद 164(1) द्वारा प्रदत्त शक्तियों का प्रयोग करते हुए मुख्यमंत्री की सलाह से निम्नांकित व्यक्तियों को बिहार राज्य का मंत्री एवं मंत्री परिषद का सदस्य नियुक्त करते हैं। श्री सम्राट चौधरी, श्री विजय कुमार सिन्हा, श्री विजय कुमार चौधरी, श्री विजेंद्र प्रसाद यादव, श्री श्रवण कुमार, श्री मंगल पांडे, डॉक्टर दिलीप कुमार जायसवाल, श्री अशोक चौधरी, श्रीमती लेशी सिंह, श्री मदन सहनी, श्री नितिन नवीन, श्री रामकृपाल यादव, श्री संतोष कुमार सुमन, श्री सुनील कुमार, मोहम्मद जमा खान, श्री संजय सिंह टाइगर, श्री अरुण शंकर प्रसाद, श्री सुरेंद्र मेहता, श्री नारायण प्रसाद, श्रीमती रमा निषाद, श्री लखेंद्र कुमार रोशन, सुश्री श्रेयसी सिंह, डॉक्टर प्रमोद कुमार, श्री संजय कुमार, श्री संजय कुमार सिंह, श्री दीपक प्रकाश। बिहार राज्यपाल के आदेश से रॉबर्ट एल चोंगतू, राज्यपाल के प्रधान सचिव।
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री मनोनीत से अनुरोध है कि माननीय राज्यपाल के समक्ष पद एवं गोपनीयता का शपथ ग्रहण करने की कृपा करें।
मैं नीतीश कुमार सत्यनिष्ठा से प्रतिज्ञान करता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं बिहार राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मैं अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी सरकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं नीतीश कुमार सत्यनिष्ठा से प्रतिज्ञान करता हूं कि जो विषय बिहार राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब से सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अनेक कर्तव्यों के सम्यक और निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा। धन्यवाद। बधाई।
माननीय मंत्री मनोनीत श्री सम्राट चौधरी से माननीय राज्यपाल जी के समक्ष पद एवं गोपनीयता का शपथ ग्रहण करने का अनुरोध करते हैं।
मैं सम्राट चौधरी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं बिहार राज्य के मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक एवं शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं सम्राट चौधरी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय बिहार राज्य के मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
माननीय मंत्री मनोनीत श्री विजय कुमार सिन्हा से माननीय राज्यपाल जी के समक्ष पद एवं गोपनीयता का शपथ ग्रहण करने का अनुरोध करते हैं।
मैं विजय कुमार सिन्हा ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं बिहार राज्य के मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं विजय कुमार सिन्हा ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय बिहार राज्य के मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवा जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
माननीय मंत्रीगण मनोनीत श्री विजय कुमार चौधरी, श्री विजेंद्र प्रसाद यादव, श्री श्रवण कुमार, श्री मंगल पांडे, डॉक्टर दिलीप जायसवाल, श्री अशोक चौधरी से माननीय राज्यपाल जी के समक्ष पद एवं गोपनीयता का शपथ ग्रहण करने का अनुरोध करते हैं।
मैं मंगल पांडे
डॉक्टर दिलीप कुमार जायसवाल ईश्वर का शपथ लेता हूँ कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता रखूंगा। मैं बिहार राज्य के मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का सदापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वाह करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं मंगल पांडे ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ, ज्ञान करता हूँ जो विषय बिहार राज्य के मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों से करने के लिए ऐसा अपेक्षित हो मैं प्रत्यक्ष या अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संशोधित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
माननीय मंत्रीगण मनोनीत श्रीमती लेशी सिंह, श्री नितिन नवीन, श्री मदन सहनी, श्री रामकृपाल यादव, श्री संतोष कुमार सुमन, श्री सुनील कुमार से माननीय राज्यपाल के समक्ष पद एवं गोपनीयता का शपथ ग्रहण करने का अनुरोध करते हैं।
मैं
देसी सिंह ईश्वर की शपथ लेती हूँ
करता हूँ कि मैं
भारत के संविधान के सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूं। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता मैं बिहार सरकार के मंत्री के अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक निर्वहन करूंगी तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात अनुराग या द्वेष सभी प्रकार के लोगों संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगी।
के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं
ईश्वर की शपथ लेती हूँ कि जो विषय बिहार राज्य के मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों सबके सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगी।
माननीय मंत्रीगण मनोनीत मोहम्मद जमा खान, श्री संजय सिंह टाइगर, श्री अरुण शंकर प्रसाद, श्री सुरेंद्र मेहता, श्री नारायण प्रसाद, श्रीमती रमा निषाद से माननीय राज्यपाल के समक्ष पद एवं गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण करने का अनुरोध करते हैं।
सब लोग आगे। नजदीक रहिए, बताते हैं आगे। मैं
रामानुसार ईश्वर की शपथ लेती हूँ कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की एकता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगी। मैं बिहार राज्य के मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और अनुशासन से निर्वहन करूंगी। मैं भय या अनुराग या देश के
संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा।
संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगी।
मैं सत्ता से प्रचार करता हूँ कि जो जिससे बिहार राज्य के मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, मुझे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को सबके सिवाय ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के समय निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना प्रत्यक्ष अप्रत्यक्ष या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा। क्या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
माननीय मंत्रीगण मनोनीत श्री लखेंद्र कुमार रोशन, सुश्री श्रेयसी सिंह, डॉक्टर प्रमोद कुमार, श्री संजय कुमार, श्री संजय कुमार सिंह, श्री दीपक प्रकाश से माननीय राज्यपाल के समक्ष पद एवं गोपनीयता का शपथ ग्रहण करने का अनुरोध करते हैं।
मैं लखेंद्र कुमार रोशन ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगी। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं बिहार राज्य के मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा। मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं लखेंद्र कुमार रोशन ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय बिहार राज्य के मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सफल निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
कोई बात नहीं, हाथ में रोने के लिए
माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय, समारोह समाप्त करने की अनुमति चाहता हूं।
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा चञ्चल जलधितरङ्गा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
बधाई सर।
This is the mega exit poll. Overall numbers 140 to 150 seats for the NDA.
BJP, JDU and the RJD are all pulling their weight.
What a phenomenal victory. Congress has some very, very critical, almost existential questions that it needs to answer. There's a blast that's been reported near the station. This is a terror attack. That's what intel sources tell CNN News 18 via Manoj Kumar Gupta.
Viewers, as you know, this was a high-intensity blast.
Alright viewers, when Bihar announced its historic verdict, India chose your channel CNN News 18. When Delhi blast shook the nation, India reposed its faith in us with the latest and accurate updates. CNN News 18 remains way ahead of its competitors as it emerges viewers' top choice for English news. Joining me live from the newsroom is CNN News 18's managing editor Zaka Jacob. Zaka, yet another week which only goes on to show that CNN News 18 is the viewer's trusted choice.
Oh, absolutely. And this was an important week because the Bihar election results were coming out this week. Also, the Delhi blasts happened to be on the same week. And it's a hugely important milestone for us here at CNN News 18. The fact that such two big news events have happened in the same week, and we have managed to increase both our channel share and also the number of people who are watching us, the amount of time that they are watching us. It's been incredible. It's been, once again, the viewers across India, the length and breadth of this country, reposing their faith in India's #1 news channel, CNN News 18. We've been #1 now for well over 3 years, well over 150, maybe close to 200 weeks. But this week was critically important because of those two events. One was a planned one, which was the Bihar election exit polls as well as the counting day results. But the other one was an unplanned one, which was the Delhi blast, which happened on Monday last. So both of those major news events, India has tuned in to CNN News 18. It's an extremely proud moment for all of us here at Team CNN News 18. And we want to thank all our viewers who have tuned in to this very, very important news week on India's #1 news channel, that is CNN News 18. I want to extend my thanks to all our viewers from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Gujarat all the way to Assam and the rest of the Northeast. They've all tuned in. They've increased not just the amount that they watch CNN News 18, but also the geographical spread that we have of CNN News 18. And I think this is an important milestone for us. It was an important election week. And I think this is what keeps all of us going. This is what is important to all of us, that when it comes to important news events, planned or unplanned, we had a planned event, which was an election. We had an unplanned event, which was unfortunately a terror attack. But when it comes to big news events that India cares about, that Indian viewers care about, they tune in to one news destination, which is CNN News 18. So once again, I want to thank all our viewers from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Dibrugarh all the way to Porbandar for tuning in to India's #1 English news channel, which is CNN News 18. You have reposed your faith, your trust in us. And I, as the editor of this channel, would want to thank all our viewers for reposing once again your faith when it comes to India's biggest news stories. There is only one place to tune into, and that is CNN News 18. So thank you, viewers, once again.
Zaka, at the same time, whether it's bringing facts first to our viewers when it comes to, say, a case like the Delhi car blast, or even the numbers when it came to Bihar polls, take our viewers through what makes our reportage and our coverage so special and unique.
Well, I think this week gone by is an illustration in itself. Like I said, one was a planned event, which was election results. We all knew that it was coming out on the 14th, and we were way ahead of all the other channels when it comes to the election numbers, simply because of the live result hub. We're the only English news channel, we're the only network, in fact, which has its own election call center, as it were. So all the 243 constituencies in Bihar, we had hundreds of reporters in each of those counting centers. They directly called our live result hub and reported what the results were even before the Election Commission could update on its website or on its other social media feeds. So that was a big advantage that we've had for the last 10 years, and it got exemplified in the Bihar election results. So that's a planned event for which a large majority of India tuned into CNN News 18. The other one, like I said, was a very, very unfortunate one which happened on Monday last, which was the Delhi terror blast that happened. It was the first time in over 10 years that there was a major terror attack in the national capital. The last time that happened was in 2011. And the fact that a majority of India, a large majority of India, tuned into CNN News 18 because we have the kind of ground coverage, the kind of presence of reporters, the kind of extensive scale that we have compared to any other news network in India. So people, our viewers, reposing their trust and faith in both planned and unplanned news events. I think it's a testimony to CNN News 18's brand of journalism, its brand of, just putting our credibility on the line, just putting our trust and faith that the viewers have in us on the line, and saying that if anything big happens in India, any nook or corner of India, CNN News 18 is the destination that you have to tune into, whether it is a planned event or an unplanned event. I think the week gone by is a testimony to the fact that CNN News 18 is the #1 and most trusted choice when it comes to viewers across the length and breadth of India. And we want to thank our viewers once again. I, as a representative of more than 300-400 people who work in the newsroom, many of whom are, glorious warriors whose faces you don't see, whose names you don't know, but I want to be the representative of all of them and thank every one of our viewers for tuning in and reposing your faith and trust in India's #1 news channel. And that's been once again reinforced in this week gone by, which has been a very, very heavy news week. And these are the kind of news weeks that all of us as journalists live and die for. This is what we are trained for, this is what we believe in, and this is what we have achieved in this week gone by. And I want to thank once again all our viewers across the length and breadth of this country for reposing their trust and faith in India's #1 news channel, CNN News 18.
All right, so CNN News 18 over there shattering all the records. It continues to be your trusted channel. Thank you so much for tuning in to CNN News 18. And as our managing editor, Zaka Jacob, was highlighting that this was a news-heavy week. Two events, one, of course, a planned one being the Bihar election, the other one being an unplanned and highly tragic and unfortunate one was the Delhi car blast case. But CNN News 18 got you facts first from ground zero, whether it was the Delhi car blast case or even the numbers on the counting day of Bihar. Thank you for reposing your faith in us here at CNN News 18.
This is the mega exit poll. Overall numbers 140 to 150 seats for the NDA.
BJP, JDU and the RJD are all pulling their weight.
What a phenomenal victory. Congress has some very, very critical, almost existential questions that it needs to answer. There's a blast that's been reported near the station. This is a terror attack. That's what intel sources tell CNN News 18 via Manoj Kumar Gupta.
Viewers, as you know, this was a high-intensity blast.
Thank Thank you for tuning in to our live and rolling coverage. Our top focus remains the Bihar swearing-in ceremony. Remember, this has been a record 10th time that Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has taken over the helm of affairs as far as Bihar is concerned. It was in Gandhi Maidan, in the heart of Patna city, that he was sworn in for a record 10th time. Let's quickly go across to Payal Mehta, who's joining me live from our studios of CNN News 18. Payal, one can't think but take this back to the year 2000 in March, when he was sworn in just for a period of 7 days. And now you have Nitish Kumar coming back for a record 10th time. What does it speak of his credentials now?
Well, if there is any one overarching figure when it matters to the Bihar election, it is undoubtedly Nitish Kumar and his popularity as well. His popularity amongst the women, his popularity amongst several castes cutting across our party line, that is something which we've been able to witness. There is no doubt wherever you went in Bihar, and I reported there for about 2 weeks, you could only hear one name, and that was Nitish Kumar. People, of course, have been very angry with the fact that the opposition parties try to make fun of his health issues. That is something which did not go down well with people. But what a curriculum vitae to really have, what a CV to really have as far as Nitish Kumar is really concerned. 10th time Chief Minister, there's no mean achievement at all. In a very, very caste-ridden society in Bihar, he comes in from the EBC, he comes in from the EBC caste as well. He's been very socialist in his approach as well. And he's been somebody who's been very, very vocal and very, very open, both in his love and both in his criticism for various leaders. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and him have had the best and the worst of relations also with each other. But here they are. You saw that picture where Prime Minister Narendra Modi was shaking Nitish Kumar's hand. And of course, a very important picture, Prime Minister once again doing that all-important, waving of the gamcha, which has been the tradition as far as this election is really concerned. So, of course, over to Nitish Kumar to see how he wants to run the state over the next 5 years. Because the BJP is of the belief that Bihar is on the path of development, and only it can go further only if you have a double engine government.
Sure. Let me quickly introduce my other guests also. I'm joined in by Rajat Sethi, political analyst, Saket Mishra, who's an investment banker, and Sujata Pandey, who's a political analyst. Many thanks to you, Sujata, and the gentlemen for joining in. Rajat, if I could quickly bring you in on all the suspense that was surrounding the NDA during election campaigning. Finally, we do see that show of strength as far as NDA is concerned. But as Payal was highlighting, the most capturing and vivid imagery was of Prime Minister Modi and Nitish Kumar, the two men who are currently being credited, of course, apart from Amit Shah also, for that victory of the NDA in Bihar.
That is right. I think public, literally the Bihar public has screamed on the top of their voice with this kind of a decisive mandate that they want status quo. They want the same set of twin leadership of Prime Minister and of Nitish Kumar as the Chief Minister to carry on and keep doing good for Bihar. Bihar is at a critical cusp where the next 4 or 5 years are going to be absolutely critical. Bihar remains that bedrock around which the industry 4.0 revolution is pivoted around for the whole country. So it's not just from a very derogatory framing that the opposition tried doing, that Bihar is only producing laborers. It's also producing, as I said, those fundamental foundations around which the whole nation has to build upon. And I think this requires a very imaginative leadership. I believe that some of the young ministers who have also been sworn in will be able to bring in more creative energy to the mix and will try and usher in new areas of innovation and development into the state. So an experience on one side and the set of new energy which has come into this current cabinet will be the right balance. That's the hope. It should not be that even after 5 years we still are discussing about issues where Bihar remains and is seen as a laggard state. It is seen as a state which can also lead on frontier areas for the country.
Absolutely. I want to quickly bring in Saket Mishra also on that note. Saket, as much as the Mahagathbandhan may have attacked Nitish, that it continues to be as Bimaru, which is why employment is also being promised. But the fact is that, yes, much has been done and there are miles to go for Nitish Kumar. And that also includes creating greater job opportunities, perhaps through greater industrial development, and stop the brain drain that Bihar is currently witnessing. Saket.
Namaskar. Firstly, I must say on behalf of all political parties, we are very jealous of your 56% viewership. So, I mean, we don't like to have that. I think there are 2 points that are evident even in today's oath taking. First is the coherence that the NDA brings to the table, which is around people and parties and also around policy. The second thing which I think becomes evident in having so many people attend from across the country is to bring about the fact that we are looking at Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas and becoming bigger than narrow sectarian and vested interests, which is perhaps what has held back Bihar in the past. And that should then drive, and I think we discussed this during the election results day also, that should then drive how Bihar actually moves forward in terms of creating employment. It isn't just about, I mean, first of all, I sort of take offense at anybody who says that a laborer is bad. I think there has to be dignity of labor. Gandhiji said that and everybody else should. But I think the issue has to be about coming together to come up with innovative ideas for Bihar that can actually create jobs and that can improve the productivity. I mean, Bihar has already had pretty solid growth over the last 3 to 5 years.
Right. Especially
Therefore,
in terms of infrastructure.
Exactly. And I mean, there was somebody arguing about how infrastructure doesn't matter. Guess what? If a person can get to hospital on time and survive, that gives that person confidence to take other risks, to start a small business, to start looking and sending their kids for education. 20 other things happen as a result of that. And I'm positive that that with this coherence of center and state comes together. My last point is just that if you also look at the number of chief ministers attending, there is another theme in this, which is of best practices being transferred within NDA CMs and NDA governments. And I think that's very important because ideas, when they shift, it allows good practices to actually come to some of the states that haven't had them in the past.
That's a very interesting point, which I will take forward with Payal as well. But Sujata, I want to quickly bring you in on the two key factors that have governed the victory for NDA this time around. The Mahila Yuva factor. What is your assessment of how they have influenced this cabinet representation?
So yes, so this is a vote of credibility plus stability. If you look at from the women's angle, they rejected the Jungle Raj promise. They rejected the entire promise of 30,000. Compare that 10,000 to a 30,000 promise of Tejaswi Yadav. So it was based on the credibility. It was based on continuation. It was based on the generational politics that Nitish Kumar style of politics has done over the years in Bihar. I think if political science needs to include a stream now in curriculums across the universities, it needs to include the generational politics policies of Nitish Kumar, which came for the so-called illiterate, multi-dimensionally struck Bihar, which produces labor, so-called for I don't know who sees this data that Bihar produces the labor. I think that Bihar produces the highest number of the IAS, IPS, and people who are across the sectors defining the rules of those sectors and ruling it, even in media for that matter. Okay. So coming back to the focus of the Mahila, I think it was based on the Nitish Kumar and the double engine Sarkar promise of delivery. It's just not the promise, it's also to the delivery to the last mile, which Modi model of governance is known for. So if you see, earlier people were predicting maybe JDU will be a bigger party, maybe BJP would not be able to do much. But this election, if you see, the Paltu Ram ki Sarkar, that completely has gone up because BJP has become a bigger party. Nitish ab majboori nahi hai, lekin Nitish ab zaruri zarur hai, and that is why he's taken the CM. So BJP doesn't look like that it wants to disturb the status quo, especially with the Bengal election, in Tamil Nadu election. So I think Nitish is going to be the CM. Nitish Kumar is going to carry the policies that he was known for, the women centric. But one thing I really want to say, Akansha, here is that only 11% of the representation out of 27 ministers taking oath, we only saw 3 women ministers, when 70% of the women turnout was the backbone of the NDA. It ensured that women came out in high number, not only defied the Jat politics, but also the caste politics, the religion politics, the husband ka politics, the traditional, family politics. All of that is divided by the so-called illiterate Bihari women who said, no, I will vote for my issues. I will vote for the government which can take care of my issues, which will give me cycle, which will give me uniforms, which will give me scholarships. So this is, I want to see more representation.
All right,
in
that's
Vidhan
an
in
interesting
assembly.
point. I want to
For the
quickly
youth,
bring Payal
just
on
30
that note,
seconds.
given
For
that
the youth,
Payal
Akansha,
covered
30
this
seconds.
election extensively from ground zero. Payal, what's your thought? Do you think that the Mahila representation has not been enough?
Well, women certainly voted in overwhelming numbers, but did they vote for women candidates? Did we have enough women candidates? The answer certainly is no. But you know, there are quite a few people who made it to the cabinet list as far as Nitish Kumar's government is concerned. You have the young and the experienced as
Only
well.
three, Payal.
It's a big opportunity
Only
as far
three.
as Shreyasi is concerned.
Only 3, Payal, 3.
No, there are more than 3. If I saw the list correctly, Shreyasi Singh,
No.
it's a big opportunity for her. Second time
Shreyasi Singh,
MLA coming
Raman
in from
Nishad,
Jamui, and you know representation
Singh.
has been there. But Nitish Kumar has stood for women's voice way beyond anybody's and everybody's expectation. You know, from the time that thinking about the Jungle Raj period,
Yes.
thinking about the time that he had to actually give in cycles to women,
And
that's been something which has been
also,
there
Sujata,
as well.
let's not forget, we're speaking at a time when the opposite side is really seeing an insult being hurled upon their own daughters
Yes.
of Bihar.
Yes.
So I think,
Yes.
you know, you're looking at the brighter side and a silver lining being provided by India over there. Going to request all of you to hold on to your thoughts. Let's also break down the caste dynamics that have played a very significant role over here. Why so? For Nitish Kumar, this is more than just forming a government. It's about managing allies, balancing caste equations, signaling future political plans. Let me bring you the 5 key factors that will shape the new team. Caste remains the cornerstone of Bihar politics. To maintain social balance, the cabinet is expected to reflect the state's caste demographics as it already is. According to this calculation, cabinet should have 11% upper castes, 14% Yadavs, 11% non-Yadav OBCs. Now, as far as Nitish cabinet is concerned, it has also reflected the caste demographics. The NDA still has only one Muslim MLA is what they are talking about as well. Not just population, balancing NDA's caste-wise MLAs has been another significant aspect of this. Let's also take that forward, in fact, with our guests to continue to stay with us. Rajat, I want to quickly bring you in on one aspect that's been debated about. Is Bihar now beyond the Mandal and Kamandal paradigm, or can it never do with the Mandal paradigm at all?
See, it's a very complex sociological question. At the essence of democracy, representation is what matters the most. Any caste, community, or a social group has to be seen as being effectively represented in the House of Representatives. Now, that is fundamental. Whether our politicians have grown up to a level where they can cut across caste and do the representational justice, I don't see that. And therefore, I don't see caste is going away. I still believe while caste will remain a factor, delivery, governance, all of those things are sine qua non for getting mandates like this. Therefore, it has to be a delicate balance of ensuring the representation aspect is met. And also on top of it, the politicians of today's day and age should understand that they cannot take the public for granted. Be it of any state that you pick. You've seen in Maharashtra, they gave one mandate in Lok Sabha, but a completely flipped mandate in the state assembly elections. Therefore, for every state, they will have to work hard. They'll have to ensure that they cannot play the caste politics. While representation is okay, you can't be saying that, okay, I'll be doing an MY formula or PDA formula. Those kind of formula, if you start looking at caste as a block, that is where I think the problem starts. And this is where the opposition has been thoroughly exposed. If you start doing MY dynamics and try and have one deputy CM just as a face to represent an EBC community, and you suddenly assume all the EBC as a pack will fall into your place, it doesn't work like that. It's not like you're stapling 2 or 3 set of documents together. It's not as easy. This is what the opposition needs to decide, needs to think about, have grassroots leaders and leaders who have worked for the community alongside balancing other factors.
Saket, I want to quickly bring you in. It's not like it's the end of development for Bihar. Let's not forget that the Deputy CM's convoy was also attacked when he was visiting his constituency to cast his vote in Lakhisarai. So that means that there is still discontent brewing on the ground level. When you talk about increasing manufacturing or restoring law and order, what are the key challenges in your point of view that await Bihar?
I think it eventually boils down whether it's caste or Kamandal or it's women's rights. Eventually, it's about an inequality that is persisting in society. Where does that inequality come from? It comes from the lack of opportunity to actually get out of one's poverty, to get out of a social inequality, what Payal was talking about earlier. It isn't just about how many ministers we've had. I think that's part of the political process, but the development process has to be very different always. It has to be about how many Dalits are able to move freely in the country and in the society. How many Dalits today see themselves as being part of the mainstream where they have access to jobs, and not just jobs through quota, but real opportunities. Can they start a business? Can they go forward and study the way other people used to do? So I think that process has to continue. And for Bihar, I say discontent is a good thing, because if we have discontent, it means that the powers that be are being challenged to do better. And therefore, we need to chart out a multifarious development process. It's not just employment. It is also about improving education. It is about changing things like how many licenses for guns you're giving, so that Jungle Raj is completely gone, and Bahubalis are ended. It is about ensuring that people are not treated unfairly in their village panchayats. It is about making sure that an elected village lady sarpanch is actually allowed to function. So it's a process, and I think discontent is a symptom, but it gives a challenge to all of us to actually do better and to actually think of innovative ideas.
Absolutely. Many thanks to you all for joining in and putting that into perspective for us. It's been a pleasure having you on the show. And with that, let's quickly shift focus over to the other good news that we have for you of the day. When Bihar announced its historic verdict, India also chose CNN News 18, your channel. When the Delhi blast shook the nation, India reposed its faith in us for the latest and accurate updates. CNN News 18 has remained way ahead of its competitors. This as it emerges viewers' top choice for English news. CNN News 18's Zaka Jacob brings you more.
This was an important week because the Bihar election results were coming out this week. Also, the Delhi blast happened to be on the same week, and it's a hugely important milestone for us here at CNN News 18. The fact that such two big news events have happened in the same week, and we have managed to increase both our channel share and also the number of people who are watching us, the amount of time that they are watching us. It's been incredible. It's been, once again, the viewers across India, the length and breadth of this country, reposing their faith in India's #1 news channel, CNN News 18. We've been #1 now for well over 3 years, well over 150, maybe close to 200 weeks. But this week was critically important because of those two events. One was a planned one, which was the Bihar election exit polls as well as the counting day results. But the other one was an unplanned one, which was the Delhi blast, which happened on Monday last. So both of those major news events, India has tuned in to CNN News 18. It's an extremely proud moment for all of us here at Team CNN News 18. And we want to thank all our viewers who have tuned in to this very, very important news week on India's #1 news channel, that is CNN News 18. I want to extend my thanks to all our viewers from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Gujarat all the way to Assam and the rest of the Northeast. They've all tuned in. They've increased not just the amount that they watch CNN News 18, but also the geographical spread that we have of CNN News 18. And I think this is an important milestone for us. It was an important election week. And I think this is what keeps all of us going. This is what is important to all of us, that when it comes to important news events, planned or unplanned, we had a planned event, which was an election. We had an unplanned event, which was unfortunately a terror attack. But when it comes to big news events that India cares about, that Indian viewers care about, they tune in to one news destination, which is CNN News 18. So once again, I want to thank all our viewers from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Dibrugarh all the way to Porbandar for tuning in to India's #1 English news channel, which is CNN News 18. You have reposed your faith, your trust in us. And I, as the editor of this channel, would want to thank all our viewers for reposing once again your faith when it comes to India's biggest news stories. There is only one place to tune into, and that is CNN News 18. So thank you, viewers, once again. Well, I think this week gone by is an illustration in itself. Like I said, one was a planned event, which was election results. We all knew that it was coming out on the 14th, and we were way ahead of all the other channels when it comes to the election numbers, simply because of the live result hub. We're the only English news channel, we're the only network, in fact, which has its own election call center, as it were. So all the 243 constituencies in Bihar, we had hundreds of reporters in each of those counting centers. They directly called our live result hub and reported what the results were even before the Election Commission could update on its website or on its other social media feeds. So that was a big advantage that we've had for the last 10 years, and it got exemplified in the Bihar election results. So that's a planned event for which a large majority of India tuned into CNN News 18. The other one, like I said, was a very, very unfortunate one which happened on Monday last, which was the Delhi terror blast that happened. It was the first time in over 10 years that there was a major terror attack in the national capital. The last time that happened was in 2011. And the fact that a majority of India, a large majority of India, tuned into CNN News 18 because we have the kind of ground coverage, the kind of presence of reporters, the kind of extensive scale that we have compared to any other news network in India. So people, our viewers, reposing their trust and faith in both planned and unplanned news events. I think it's a testimony to CNN News 18's brand of journalism, its brand of, just putting our credibility on the line, just putting our trust and faith that the viewers have in us on the line, and saying that if anything big happens in India, any nook or corner of India, CNN News 18 is the destination that you have to tune into, whether it is a planned event or an unplanned event. I think the week gone by is a testimony to the fact that CNN News 18 is the #1 and most trusted choice when it comes to viewers across the length and breadth of India. And we want to thank our viewers once again. I, as a representative of more than 300-400 people who work in the newsroom, many of whom are, glorious warriors whose faces you don't see, whose names you don't know, but I want to be the representative of all of them and thank every one of our viewers for tuning in and reposing your faith and trust in India's #1 news channel. And that's been once again reinforced in this week gone by, which has been a very, very heavy news week. And these are the kind of news weeks that all of us as journalists live and die for. This is what we are trained for, this is what we believe in, and this is what we have achieved in this week gone by. And I want to thank once again all our viewers across the length and breadth of this country for reposing their trust and faith in India's #1 news channel, CNN News 18.
This is the mega exit poll. Overall numbers, 140 to 150 seats for the NDA.
BJP, JDU and the RJD are all pulling their weight.
What a phenomenal victory. Congress has some very, very critical, almost existential questions that it needs to answer. There's a blast that's been reported near the station. This is a terror attack. That's what intel sources tell CNN News 18 via Manoj Kumar Gupta.
Viewers, as you know, this was a high-intensity blast.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
All right, of course, on CNN News 18, we are tracking Anmol Bishnoi's return. He is the wanted gangster who will arrive at the IGI airport. He's expected to arrive at around 10 a.m. and from there, as we were speaking to Anima earlier as well, expected to straight away be taken to court. We are tracking his return. We're tracking all sorts of movements that are going to be happening, transfers and interrogations that are to follow as well. For more on this, we have Anshul live with us. Anshul, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, this is what we are hearing right now, that he's been removed from the United States. He's expected to arrive at IGI in about 45 minutes from now. What can you tell us?
Well, yes, Anmol Bishnoi, along with other illegal immigrants in the United States, have been deported from the United States, and it is expected that the flight will land over here in India at approximately 10 a.m. Then the immigration processes will happen, and by 11 a.m. it is expected that the NIA will actually go ahead and formally arrest him. Post that, he will be taken to a hospital where the initial medical checkup or the medical legal certificate would be made, and then eventually he will be produced in front of the Patiala House Court, where the NIA will seek further custody of Anmol Bishnoi, because remember, there are several cases that are being investigated against Anmol Bishnoi. One of the cases that is being investigated is by the NIA of the larger terror nexus that had come up, and how these gangsters who were operating from across the border were actually involved in carrying out several criminal activities out here, specifically in North India and also in parts of Mumbai. But there is definitely a competition between agencies at this point in time, because all of these agencies want to go ahead and interrogate Anmol Bishnoi, be it the Punjab police, be it the Delhi police, be it the Rajasthan police, or for that matter Mumbai police as well, whereas central agencies such as the NIA are all waiting hands on to just get access to Anmol Bishnoi, because he is one of the key links that needs to be interrogated before any sort of a complete investigation could happen. He has been involved in ordering the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. He has been involved in demanding ransom from various businessmen out here in the national capital. He has also been involved in the killing of Baba Siddiqui and the shooting that happened outside the residence of Salman Khan as well. So definitely there are several cases that are being investigated by multiple agencies, and as soon as Anmol Bishnoi will land over here, definitely there is going to be this race amongst agencies to get his custody and to interrogate him further. But definitely as good luck that he is being deported from the United States and he is being handed over back to India. Definitely a lot of investigations are going to be done, and definitely a lot of cases are going to be solved once Anmol Bishnoi lands over here in the national capital within the next few minutes.
Right. Arunima, Anshul has mentioned a few pertinent points here. Of course, we're going to talk about the interstate transfers and interrogations as well, but we are going to see a focus on specific cases, of course, Baba Siddiqui, Sidhu Moosewala, Salman Khan firing as well. However, there, of course, will be a concerted effort to map out this entire network and its finances as well.
So there is a gangsters FIR that NIA was probing, in which Anmol Bishnoi, Lawrence Bishnoi, all their other associates have been named. So the entire gangster terror network in Punjab has been investigated by the National Investigation Agency. The charge sheet has been filed in this case, which dates back to 2022. And Anmol Bishnoi's custody, once taken by NIA, will focus on this particular FIR, this particular investigation itself. If you go by the other big man who was brought into NIA's custody from the United States, accused of terrorism, accused of a high-profile case like 2611, Tawahur Rana. So in that case also, Mumbai police wanted to question Tawahur Rana, and it was given a chance to question Tawahur Rana while he was still broadly in NIA's custody. So a similar pattern could be followed here as well. Well, NIA keeps the broad custody of Anmol Bishnoi, traveling with him from one part of the country to the other. One doesn't really know how it will work out security-wise, because these are high-profile, high-target gangsters. There are intra-gang rivalries at work as well. Goldie Brar is a player in Punjab, along with the Bishnois, who originally their support base is Rajasthan. So one will have to really see how the considerations are kept in mind. But the security agencies are definitely upbeat that Anmol Bishnoi's custody for NIA will unravel who are the other players in this. Already NIA has managed to carry out searches across Delhi NCR, Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Rajasthan, Gujarat, to hunt out everyone who's supporting the Bishnois, supporting the Goldie Brar gang, essentially supporting this gangster terror network. But getting Anmol Bishnoi into custody will unravel whatever loose ends are still there as far as investigation goes.
All right. Arunima and Anshul, thank you so much for joining us for all this information. Right now, we're of course going to be tracking all the developments closely.
This is News 18 Network. The entertainment world inspires us. But only one entertainer will be celebrated as an invincible icon. The nominees for the entertainment category are Lakshman Utekar, Rashmika Mandana, Mohanlal, Arjit Singh, Jaideep Ahlawat. Who will be crowned as the Entertainer of the Year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year.
Alright, so CNN News 18 remains the #1 channel. Thank you for reposing your faith in us, whether it is to do with the Bihar election results or a deeply tragic incident like the Delhi car blast case. You have chosen your channel, CNN News 18, that continues to remain #1. Thank you so much for reposing your faith in us. All right, getting in breaking inputs. The Supreme Court has ruled constitutional courts cannot fix the deadlines for the president or for the governor to act on bills. It says that they must adopt dialogue. The Supreme Court has also noted that timelines cannot be imposed on the president or governors to decide on the pending bills. However, they will take a decision in reasonable time. Governors cannot sit on the bill endlessly. If so, limited judicial review can kick in. Let's quickly go across to Ananya Bhatnagar, who will in fact be putting that into perspective for us. Ananya, there's also the talk about deemed assent. What does that mean, and why has there been this unanimous opinion over the role of the governor and the president when it comes to bills?
Well, all of this stems from, in fact, a presidential reference that was sent by the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, under Article 143(1) of, in fact, the Constitution of India, which gives the special powers to the President to actually give out, in fact, and seek legal opinion from the Chief Justice of India on questions of law. 14 questions of law were actually set out by the President of India for the Supreme Court to actually decide on, which included and which concerned the powers of the governors and the President and whether a timeline can be fixed. It all stems back to the Tamil Nadu government versus governor judgment, wherein a timeline was set for the president and the governor as far as deciding and giving their assent on the bill is concerned. However, the top court in its advisory jurisdiction today has very categorically stated, and it is a constitution bench of the Supreme Court which is in its advisory jurisdiction, has gone on to say very clearly that the courts cannot fix a deadline or a timeline for the governors or the president to act on the assent of bills. Not only that, it has also limited its scope of the special powers that it has under Article 142 of the Constitution of India to do complete justice. It very clearly says that it cannot override the powers of the governor or the president itself. Apart from that, what is also very crucial to note is, while saying that these timelines cannot be set out, but the Supreme Court has stated that if at all there is a prolonged delay by the governors in exercising the three options, which are under Article 200 and 201, which are: 1, to give an assent to the bill; second is to withhold the powers, withhold that particular bill and send it to the President of India; and third one is that to send it back to, in fact, the Legislative Assembly by giving its own comments is something that needs to be exercised. And if at all there is a prolonged delay, there is a limited intervention that the courts can do by directing, in fact, the governor to act on these particular bills. However, the Supreme Court has very and clearly and explicitly clarified that it cannot set timelines for the governor or the President of India, because these are different constitutional organs, and it would in fact infringe upon the separation of powers doctrine of the Constitution of India.
Ananya, there's also been a unanimous opinion on the concept of deemed assent, which the Supreme Court has now opined is it's a concept that's alien to the Constitution. Could you shed more light on that?
Well, absolutely. It has stated that deemed assent is something that is in fact alien to the Constitution. There has to be certain act that needs to be done by the governor as far as bills are concerned. And one more important thing which the Supreme Court has reiterated is that the bill can only come under a judicial review after it becomes an act. So very clearly and amply that this scope remains to be very, very small, very, very short when it comes to a bill not being given assent by the governor or the president is concerned. Though, if at all there is a prolonged delay by the governors or by the governor, then the governor can be directed by the courts to actually interfere and to actually give out their opinion or to give assent to the bill, or in fact send it back to in fact the Legislative Assembly. So very clearly the Supreme Court putting its hands away from, in fact, this whole governor versus government tussle. Though one thing is for clarity and for the clarity for viewers as well, this is not, in fact, the judicial discretion of the Supreme Court. It is an advisory jurisdiction under which this judgment of the Constitution bench has been passed. However, there have been ample judgments of the Supreme Court in the past which say that even an opinion given in the advisory jurisdiction of the Supreme Court actually supersedes, various judgments. So, if at all the government wants, now it can actually come up and challenge this particular judgment of April 8, 2025, wherein there were timelines set for the governor and, in fact, the President of India to decide on the bills with regards to Tamil Nadu. And that is something, that could happen in the next few weeks. So we'll have to wait and watch if the government decides to file a review application, a review petition in order and in consonance with the advisory jurisdiction that has come.
To give our viewers a quick recap, Ananya, also take our viewers through what Article 143 actually states when it comes to presidential reference, because remember, that is what President Draupadi Murmu had also referred to when she posed those questions to the Supreme Court.
Well, absolutely. Any question being posed by the President of India to the Supreme Court of India, in fact, to the Chief Justice of India for that matter, is under Article 143(1) of the Constitution of India, which is with regards to the special powers vested with the President of India in order to send and to seek clarity on the questions of law from the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court, usually creates a Constitution bench to actually decide on this particular matter, whether it's the 2G matter wherein it was last sought, or today, if we talk about these 14 questions of law that President Murmu had actually pointed out to the topmost of the country with regards to the timelines being set for, in fact, the governors and the presidents in the Tamil Nadu judgment. Very clearly, the Supreme Court has clarified that it is not necessary for the President of India to actually, seek the 143 jurisdiction in every bill that comes to it, but it can do it if at all it feels imperative in nature.
All right. Many thanks to you, Ananya, for bringing us all those latest inputs. Much clarity there now on the April 8th judgment. Remember, that was the judgment that became the bone of contention. And that's all I have for you in this broadcast. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for watching the #1 news channel, CNN News 18. And thank you for reposing your faith in us.
India's young athletes inspire, but only one rising star can stand invincible. And the nominations for the Indian of the Year 2025 Rising Sports Star are Suruchi Bhogat, Kush Maini, Vaibhav Suryavanshi, Pooja Singh, Divya Deshmukh. Who will be the Rising Sports Star of the Year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18.
All right, of course, on CNN News 18, we are tracking Anmol Bishnoi's return. He is the wanted gangster who will arrive at the IGI airport. He's expected to arrive at around 10 a.m. and from there, as we were speaking to Anima earlier as well, expected to straight away be taken to court. We are tracking his return. We're tracking all sorts of movements that are going to be happening, transfers and interrogations that are to follow as well. For more on this, we have Anshul live with us. Anshul, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, this is what we are hearing right now, that he's been removed from the United States. He's expected to arrive at IGI at around in about 45 minutes from now. What can you tell us?
Well, yes, Anmol Bishnoi, along with other illegal immigrants in the United States, have been deported from the United States, and it is expected that the flight will land over here in India at approximately 10 a.m. Then the immigration processes will happen, and by 11 a.m. it is expected that the NIA will actually go ahead and formally arrest him. Post that, he will be taken to a hospital where the initial medical checkup or the medical legal certificate would be made, and then eventually he will be produced in front of the Patiala House Court, where the NIA will seek further custody of Anmol Bishnoi, because remember, there are several cases that are being investigated against Anmol Bishnoi. One of the cases that is being investigated is by the NIA of the larger terror nexus that had that had come up, and how these gangsters who were operating from across the border were actually involved in carrying out several criminal activities out here, specifically in North India and also in parts of Mumbai. But there is definitely a competition between agencies at this point in time, because all of these agencies want to go ahead and interrogate Anmol Bishnoi, be it the Punjab police, be it the Delhi police, be it the Rajasthan police, or for that matter Mumbai police as well, whereas central agencies such as the NIA are all waiting hands on to just get access to Anmol Bishnoi, because he is one of the key links that needs to be interrogated before any sort of a complete investigation could happen. He has been involved in ordering the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. He has been involved in demanding ransom from various businessmen out here in the national capital. He has also been involved in the killing of Baba Siddiqui and the shooting that happened outside the residence of Salman Khan as well. So definitely there are several cases that are being investigated by multiple agencies, and as soon as Anmol Bishnoi will land over here, definitely there is going to be this race amongst agencies to get his custody and to interrogate him further. But definitely as good luck that he is being deported from the United States and he is being handed over back to India. Definitely a lot of investigations are going to be done, and definitely a lot of cases are going to be solved once Anmol Bishnoi lands over here in the national capital within the next few minutes.
Right. Arunima, Anshu has mentioned a few pertinent points here. Of course, we're going to talk about the interstate transfers and interrogations as well, but we are going to see a focus on specific cases, of course, Baba Siddiqui, Sidhu Moosewala, Salman Khan firing as well. However, there, of course, will be a concerted effort to map out this entire network and its finances as well.
So there is a gangsters FIR that NIA was probing, in which Anmol Bishnoi, Lawrence Bishnoi, all their other associates have been named. So the entire gangster terror network in Punjab has been investigated by the National Investigation Agency.
From performance to top honors, only one champion emerges as the true invincible icon. And the nominations for the Indian of the Year 2025 in sports are D. Gukesh, Shubman Gill, Avinash Sable, Smriti Mandhana, Manpreet Singh. Who will be the sportsperson of the year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year.
Thanks a lot for reposing your faith on CNN News 18, your number one choice through the Bihar election week. When it comes to elections or even the biggest developments across the country, CNN News 18 is miles ahead of the competition. We thank our viewers and our entire team.
नीतीश कुमार सत्यनिष्ठा से भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा।
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us here on CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta. Let's begin this edition with a quick check of the headlines we're tracking. Amid NDA's big show of strength and Prime Minister's presence, Nitish Kumar takes oath as the Chief Minister of Bihar for a 10th time. Ministers also take oath. CNN News 18 shatters viewership records by dominating election week coverage. We thank our viewers for their trust. CNN News 18 exclusive news break. Congress ends India alliance to contest Bengal, Tamil Nadu and UP elections solo. Supreme Court rules constitutional courts cannot fix deadlines for the president or governors to act on bills, says must adopt a dialogue. As Karnataka government marks 2.5 years, DK Shivkumar hints at stepping down as state Congress chief after 6 years, vows to stay on the front line. Karnataka government rolls out a new IT policy, perks of up to 50,000 per employee for IT firms to accelerate growth in emerging tech clusters. New revelations regarding Al-Falah University. Terrorist Mirza Shadab Beg, who carried out Ahmedabad and Gorakhpur serial blasts, had studied at the same varsity. Delhi teen dies by suicide by jumping in front of the metro, alleges harassment by teacher in the suicide note. First up, in a massive fallout of the Bihar drubbing, top Congress sources have revealed that the party is planning to exit the INDIA bloc soon. Senior leaders say even the Gandhis agree that the alliance is effectively over and that state-level seat sharing will happen only where absolutely necessary. Sources further added that the Congress is preparing to contest independently in all upcoming elections as much as possible. Officially, though, the party has denied these claims. Congress General Secretary K.C. Venugopal called the report baseless, reaffirming that the party remains committed to the INDIA and is actively working to strengthen it. But partners have different opinions. Leaders from the Samajwadi Party, the Aam Aadmi Party are lambasting the Congress over the recent poll rout and have clearly said they are unwilling to be Congress's partners anymore.
Completely baseless story. Where is this type of news is coming? Completely baseless. India Alliance, Congress is completely for India Alliance. We are going to strengthen it.
There is anti-incumbency on the ground. I can speak for Gujarat because I see it. I do go quite a bit and interact with Aam Janta. So they feel that it's better to have somebody strong on top than anybody else. Congress party is not being able to show themselves as a strong alternative. People want a strong alternative, but when you speak to them, they're like, पर फिर इससे अच्छा तो मोदी है क्योंकि सारी पार्टी ऐसी है.
जहां हमारी सीटें अच्छी हैं, जहां हमारे अच्छे उम्मीदवार हैं, जहां हमको चुन के आने की उम्मीद है, वहां हम इलेक्शन लड़ाएंगे और हम किसी से अलायंस नहीं करने वाले, क्योंकि हमने जब भी अलायंस किया हमको धोखा हुआ है. हमें कभी भी क्लियर जो है अलायंस नहीं मिला. अभी अगर हम जो अलायंस करते हैं उसमें मेन कांग्रेस पार्टी होती है. कांग्रेस पार्टी ने हमेशा लास्ट जब फॉर्म भरने का टाइम आता है उसके पहले हमारे से अलायंस तोड़ देती है. तो हम वोटों का बंटवारा नहीं चाहते हैं. हम चाहते हैं कि सारे सेकुलर लोग साथ लड़ें ताकि वोटों का बंटवारा ना हो.
छुट्टी पे नहीं जाना चाहिए कैंपेनिंग के बीच में, और मुझे लगता है कि हमने ये स्टैंड बहुत बार पहले भी क्लियर कर दिया है कि हम इंडिया गठबंधन का हिस्सा नहीं है, हम कांग्रेस के साथ नहीं हैं, हम एक मजबूत विपक्ष है. मुझे लगता है कि इसमें बिहार चुनाव में सबसे ज़्यादा आत्मचिंतन करने की ज़रूरत कांग्रेस को है, और इस बार वो ये ना बताएं कि उनके 6 MIM के 5 से बेहतर क्यों थे.
Sir, top sources have revealed to our editor in Delhi, Pallavi, that Congress has decided to put an end to the INDI bloc, and they will explore alliances with respect to states and not really have a Mahagathbandhan of sorts going forward after the Bihar poll results. And they've also communicated the same with some of the alliance partners. How does the DMK view this development?
See, now the parliament elections is slated for 2029 only. So when a parliament election comes, there should be a strong alliance throughout the country, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, in all the states, because we are opposing BJP. In the states, there are mainly in many of the states, the conflict is between the Congress and the regional party. BJP is also there in some states like Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and all. But the states where the ruling regional parties are ruling, the issue is different.
So, interesting take coming in from the DMK there, that in any case this alliance is really for the national elections, the Lok Sabha elections, which are only slated for 2029 now. So it doesn't really matter. But when it comes to Lok Sabha elections, a national alliance should exist. Let me go across to my colleague Pallavi Ghosh, who's also joining us. Pallavi, what's the main reasoning behind the Congress's thinking, even though on camera, officially they're denying that there's any such thing, but we've learned from very reliable sources in the Congress party that they don't believe that the India bloc is functioning or needs to function anymore with them.
But as to a denial first, Shivani, I don't think the Congress party would want to accept the blame of breaking up of the India bloc. I mean, the bloc is virtually almost, the story is over because they haven't had a fully structured meeting in a long time. Normally, when the bloc was formed in 2023, they used to have a meeting almost once in 2 months. That has not happened. The last kind of a meeting which took place was at Mr. Kharge's room inside the parliament, and that too on the SIR issue. But before any big elections, those meetings have completely stopped. Now, what is it that the Congress party, or rather the Gandhis, are angling at? They know the writing on the wall. They know that there are no takers for the Congress party as one leading the bloc, and second, even as a major constituent of the India bloc, because at the end of the day, your leadership should also come in from a report card. In terms of report card, the Congress party has come up with a nil when it comes to Maharashtra, Haryana and now Bihar. In Bihar, while the RJD is more muted and very mellow in its response, but sooner or later, I'm sure they're going to start speaking out and they are going to be objecting. Also, within the Congress, the Rahul Gandhi's belief that the Congress would always compromise its own interests if it indulges in coalition politics, and this is where he's very different from his mother Sonia Gandhi. He feels, and he's always felt and told his close coterie, that it is only going to eat up into the identity of the Congress. We will not be able to do what we want to do. So what has happened is that, for example, in Bihar, you saw manifesto had only Tejaswi. You also had him being projected as a CM face. No one from the Congress even projected as a deputy CM. Now, there are two slogans which Rahul Gandhi feels can work and click for the Congress party. That is one, of course, the caste census, and second is the SIR issue. He feels that these two issues are strong enough which can lead to yet another revival of the Congress, and that revival is only possible if you go on your own, if you embark on your own journey. But at this point of time, not too officially a big bang break will be announced, but you're going to see this on the ground, the distancing of the Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party from the constituents, and likewise of the constituents from the Congress as well.
Yes, and some parties have already made that very clear. They feel that alliances don't help them either. Others are lambasting the Congress for the fact that route after route, there is no really internal thinking or changes. They keep trying to either project performances as moral victories or blame everybody else. But Pallavi, I want to understand from you, the winter session is coming up. How will this play out there? Because there the strength of the collective opposition matters in terms of numbers. Will Congress find itself isolated?
Well, for example, on the Hindi language issue, we saw only the DMK fighting it out against the BJP. No one else from the India bloc. And what was even more surprising, Shivani, was that the Congress party is an ally of the DMK in Tamil Nadu. That issue also matters. But you did not see any senior leadership from the Congress coming and taking part in those protests at the Makar Dwar. So that distancing has already begun. You're right, in the monsoon session, we saw camaraderie within the India bloc on the SIR issue. Now, that issue is going to be taken up once again. And this is going to be important for the TMC because the big election is next year. Another important thing I will be watching out for is that a big rally which has been announced by the Congress party, suo moto, from the Rashtriya Maidan in the first week of December. Will anyone else from the India bloc share stage with the Congress party and Rahul Gandhi? That's going to be another barometer.
Yes, absolutely. Pallavi, we'll keep coming back to you for more. Let's listen into some more reactions coming in on the possibilities for the India bloc. Up in next.
बिहार विधानसभा के चुनाव में समाजवादी पार्टी को इंडिया गठबंधन ने एक भी सीट नहीं दी और उसके बाद समाजवादी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी ने बिहार में 26 बड़ी रैलियों को संबोधित किया। इंडिया गठबंधन के जो और 24 दल हैं उन सब लोगों ने इस बात की सराहना करी समाजवादी पार्टी ने कैसे त्याग करने का काम किया और 13 विधानसभा ऐसी थी जहां आरजेडी के खिलाफ कांग्रेस पार्टी चुनाव लड़ रही थी और इस कारण से गठबंधन की हवा खराब हुई और बिहार में उसका नुकसान सहना पड़ा। तो इंडिया गठबंधन की अगुवाई वो व्यक्ति करे जो त्याग की भावना रखता हो।
जब इंडिया गठबंधन बना उससे पहले अगर याद हो तो आदरणीय अखिलेश यादव जी ने कश्मीर से लेकर कन्याकुमारी तक राज्यों की यात्रा की थी और विपक्ष के बड़े नेताओं से, पूर्व मुख्यमंत्रियों से लगातार मुलाकात की थी विभिन्न राज्यों में जाके, और उसके बाद ही इंडिया गठबंधन बना था। समान विचारधारा वाले दल वो एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे आया था। तो सवाल इस बात का है कि आज जब ज़रूरत है एकता की जो इंडिया गठबंधन है वो बड़ी मजबूती से चले, जहां भी जिन राज्यों में चुनाव हो रहा है विपक्ष के नेता भी उसमें सहयोग करे, तो वो त्याग अगर किसी में नज़र आता है तो आदरणीय अखिलेश यादव जी में नजर। सवाल किसी को रिप्लेस करने का नहीं है, सवाल इस बात का है कि आदरणीय अखिलेश यादव जी में वो कुव्वत है, वो जिस तरह से वो कैलिबर है कि वो नज़र आते हैं कि विपक्ष के चेहरे के तौर पे। और पूरे देश में अगर किसी ने भाजपा को हरा के दिखाया है, बताया है कि भाजपा को कैसे हराया जा सकता है, तो वो आदरणीय अखिलेश यादव जी हैं।
इंडिया गठबंधन हमेशा सामूहिकता में भरोसा रखता है और हमारे सारे दलों के नेता इस गठबंधन को लीड कर रहे हैं, चाहे वो अखिलेश यादव जी हों, राहुल गांधी जी हों, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे साहब हों, स्टालिन साहब हों, तेजस्वी यादव जी हों, हेमंत सोरेन जी हों या उद्धव ठाकरे जी हों। हमारे यहाँ सामूहिकता में विश्वास रखा जाता है। गठबंधन का नेतृत्व एनडीए का तो सिर्फ और सिर्फ भारतीय जनता पार्टी करते, नरेंद्र मोदी करते और अमित शाह करते हैं, इसके अलावा कोई तीसरा नहीं करता। ये सवाल तो उनसे पूछा जाना चाहिए कि कौन आपके गठबंधन का नेता है।
We have consulted the party high command in Delhi before taking the decision, and we are told by senior leader that as and when the situation arises, you take that kind of decision. We had a detailed discussion on the block levels, and we came to the same conclusion that for this corporation election, we should go solo, and we should make our core base stronger, our vote base stronger, our karyakartas, our party leaders should be accommodated. So we have taken that call. Today we met Honorable Shapath ji and we told him that we want to discuss these issues with you. So he very gracefully said that in coming week he will call a meeting of his party leaders, Rakhi Jadhav and everybody, and we'll sit and we'll discuss this.
Another controversy brewing in the national capital now. BJP has hit out at the Congress after it chose to seat Jagdish Tytler as a prominent guest at an event honouring Michelle Bachelet with the Indira Gandhi Peace Prize. The BJP has added that this is the same man, Tytler, whose involvement in the 1984 Sikh riots has been established beyond doubt through testimonies, commissions and decades of pursuit by victims. So once again, they're raising objection at the Gandhi family, quote-unquote, patronizing their leadership of Jagdish Tytler. He's always been tried to be rehabilitated is the charge that is coming in from the BJP as well. Let's listen into what they're saying.
Congress party hates Sikhs, and it is evident in the manner in which the 1984 genocide was conducted at the behest of the Congress. And now it is still being done when they promote and patronize Jagdish Tytler, the person who has been accused of Sikh massacre. Courts have framed charges against him. High Court has allowed trial against him. This Jagdish Tytler has been given front row seat in the Indira Peace Award program by Congress party. Imagine how these people are patronized, how they are protected. Such elements are constantly patronized by Congress's first family because it was at their behest that the Sikh 1984 genocide took place.
My colleague Pallavi is also joining us with more on this. Pallavi, once again, questions going out to the Congress party. What is the compulsion that the party feels to keep having to rehabilitate somebody like Jagdish Tytler?
Shivani, I wish I could answer your question because it's not the first time that the Congress has got itself into a bind as far as Jagdish Tytler's presence at public events are concerned. I remember around a year back when there was that memorial service which was being held for Rajiv Gandhi. Again, you saw Jagdish Tytler seated in the front row at the Veer Bhumi. In fact, at many AICC events inside the Congress headquarters, inauguration of the new building on Kotla Road, whether it's been the Congress Foundation Day, Jagdish Tytler has always been present. indictment? Well, his clarification is that I have not been convicted. There's no proof found against me. But there has been allegations of clinching evidence against Jagdish Titler. The Sikh community is something which the Congress party has always tried to reach out to. One of the main reasons why Dr. Manmohan Singh was also chosen as the Prime Minister in 2004. Punjab elections are going to come 2 years later. These are going to be things which are going to be thrown up by the BJP, and that's exactly what the BJP is talking about. For a party which claims to believe in non-violence, why is it this party emboldening and projecting and allowing someone to be present, that too on Indira Gandhi Peace Award ceremony which took place in the national capital yesterday in the presence of Sonia Gandhi?
Yes, in fact, I was going to ask you exactly this. How ironic is the fact that Jagdish Titler is there for a ceremony of a peace prize?
Yes, and it's Indira Gandhi Peace Foundation. The 1984 Sikh riots broke out after the assassination of Indira Gandhi. And yesterday, if you listen to a speech of Sonia Gandhi, she kept on talking about the turbulent times present and why someone with a Congress ideology or someone with a peace ideology is important to fight against the kind of fascist mentality of the BJP. That's what she was talking about. The need for peace, not just in India, but in the world. And right in the second row was seated Jagdish Titler. He's seated next to some of the most senior influential leaders of the Congress party. And that's also a point which is being put out by the BJP.
Let me just show you the image that has been tweeted out by Shahzad Poonawala of the BJP making allegations against the Congress party of patronizing Jagdish Titler. This is the image that they have tweeted out. Jagdish Titler on the left there, sitting, what they allege is the front row. You have other Congress leaders surrounding him and behind him as well. And what Shahzad Poonawala says, Congress's idea of quote-unquote peace. They gave special first-row treatment to him at the Indira Gandhi Memorial Prize ceremony. Jagdish Titler has been constantly patronized by the Gandhis. He, of course, is going on to make the claim, Pallavi, that this is because whatever happened in 1984 happened at the behest of the Gandhis at that time. So that is why the Gandhis can never really let go of somebody like Jagdish Titler. They constantly patronize him, and he continues to be in the good books of the Gandhis.
I mean, he's an influential leader, was actually, and despite the Nanavati Commission gave a clean sheet to Kamal Nath at that point of time, look at the person Jagdish Titler is sitting next to. It's not a coincidence. I think the seating arrangement was very well thought out. He's sitting next to Kanishk Singh, who actually sits in Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's office as well. And Kanishk is also someone who's extremely influential. That again is a point being raised by the BJP that Jagdish Titler is being indulged by the Congress. They want him to be there. So, you know, no one can, it was actually an invited kind of an event which took place yesterday. So every invitation was given out. So it's clearly that Mr. Titler was present there at the invitation of the party.
Pallavi, I just want to understand from you, because you cover the party so closely, is everybody in the party comfortable with the kind of positioning that Jagdish Titler continues to enjoy?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you know, Shivani, people who are leaders of the Congress from Punjab especially would be very, very uncomfortable. I mean, you know, there was always this demand and question raised. But I think one of the main reasons why Sonia Gandhi also chose Dr. Manmohan Singh was to placate the Sikh community. He apologized, and Rahul Gandhi also had once gone to a golden temple and he apologized for the 1984 Sikh riots. They thought that there was a closure on it. But every time a picture of a Jagdish Titler comes out, that closure doesn't really take place. I mean, I know Punjab elections are far away, but I'm sure the BJP, the Aam Aadmi Party, the Akali Dal will once again raise a question that you don't seem to be walking the talk, and that is going to be something which is going to be extremely awkward for many of the Congress leaders from Punjab during the Punjab elections.
Yes, we'll leave it at that, Pallavi. Thanks a lot for joining us. Now, a shocking development has emerged in the investigation of the 2008 Ahmedabad blast, with reports suggesting that one of the accused terrorists had studied at the very Al-Falah University, which is at the center of this white-collar doctor module now. Shadab Beg, an alleged member of the Indian Mujahideen and accused in the attacks in both Ahmedabad and Gorakhpur, was reportedly connected to the university. According to previous investigations by law enforcement, Beg completed his BTech from Al-Falah in 2007. The development comes even as Al-Falah University continues to be under scrutiny over the link to Delhi blast probe. So remember, many doctors who have been employed by this university have come under the scanner. The main module of the various doctors all have a connection to the Al-Falah University. It is separately now facing investigations of money laundering by its owners. The owner has also been remanded into ED custody. But what continues to surprise many and shock many is the fact that in this entire university, nobody seemed to know, at least that's what they allege, what was going on, despite the fact that an entire module was working from this university, and many doctors were so radicalized and working amongst others, even teaching students, and nobody seemed to know what was going on. My colleague Arunima is now joining us. Arunima, explain for our viewers this link that has emerged to previous blasts.
Is emerging that Al-Falah University, in its alumni, in its students, have had not done proper background check. At least one name has emerged from an old interrogation report of Indian Mujahideen terrorist Mirza Shadab Beg. He has been absconding for almost 18 years now. His name came up in the Indian Mujahideen module, connected to the Ahmedabad blast, connected to the Gorakhpur blast, connected to the series of blasts that happened in Delhi as well. Now this interrogation report by Delhi Police Special Cell, interrogation of the other Indian Mujahideen module members led them to prepare a dossier of sort on who Mirza Shadab Beg is, and that dossier is now available for our scrutiny. It shows that Mirza Shadab Beg was from Azamgarh in Uttar Pradesh. He had actually not managed to pass his class 9th exam, and yet somehow he got into the BTech degree at the Al-Falah University, and while the Indian Mujahideen was plotting and the conspiracy was on, he was still a student of Al-Falah University. Now this begs two questions. One, we all know that usually students who compete in BTech and successfully enroll for their degree are relatively doing well academically. This student who could not even pass his class 9th school exam, how did he manage to get into Al-Falah for a BTech degree? That's question number one. Second, is that pattern continuing? Because even now, Dr. Shahina, who did not attend her classes in Kanpur, she was subsequently dismissed from there, but yet no background check was done and she managed to secure a faculty position at Al-Falah. A second doctor from Jammu and Kashmir who was flagged off, not less than LG Manoj Sinha, for his terror antecedents, he too managed to get into Al-Falah faculty. So is there a pattern, or are they deliberately not checking the credentials of either the students or the faculty? Al-Falah has a lot to answer.
Absolutely. Thank you, Arunima, for breaking down those details for us. Moving on, when Bihar announced its historic verdict, India chose CNN News 18. When Delhi blast shook the nation, India reposed its faith in us for the latest and accurate updates. CNN News 18 remains way ahead of its competitors as it emerges top for the viewer's choice for English news. CNN News 18's Zaka Jacob has more.
This was an important week because the Bihar election results were coming out this week. Also, the Delhi blasts happened to be on the same week, and it's a hugely important milestone for us here at CNN News 18. The fact that such two big news events have happened in the same week, and we have managed to increase both our channel share and also the number of people who are watching us, the amount of time that they are watching us. It's been incredible. It's been, once again, the viewers across India, the length and breadth of this country, reposing their faith in India's #1 news channel, CNN News 18. We've been #1 now for well over 3 years, well over 150, maybe close to 200 weeks. But this week was critically important because of those two events. One was a planned one, which was the Bihar election exit polls as well as the counting day results. But the other one was an unplanned one, which was the Delhi blast, which happened on Monday last. So both of those major news events, India has tuned in to CNN News 18. It's an extremely proud moment for all of us here at Team CNN News 18. And we want to thank all our viewers who have tuned in to this very, very important news week on India's #1 news channel, that is CNN News 18. I want to extend my thanks to all our viewers from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Gujarat all the way to Assam and the rest of the Northeast. They've all tuned in. They've increased not just the amount that they watch CNN News 18, but also the geographical spread that we have of CNN News 18. And I think this is an important milestone for us. It was an important election week. And I think this is what keeps all of us going. This is what is important to all of us, that when it comes to important news events, planned or unplanned, we had a planned event, which was an election. We had an unplanned event, which was unfortunately a terror attack. But when it comes to big news events that India cares about, that Indian viewers care about, they tune in to one news destination, which is CNN News 18. So once again, I want to thank all our viewers from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Dibrugarh all the way to Porbandar for tuning in to India's #1 English news channel, which is CNN News 18. You have reposed your faith, your trust in us. And I, as the editor of this channel, would want to thank all our viewers for reposing once again your faith when it comes to India's biggest news stories. There is only one place to tune into, and that is CNN News 18. So thank you, viewers, once again. Well, I think this week gone by is an illustration in itself. Like I said, one was a planned event, which was election results. We all knew that it was coming out on the 14th, and we were way ahead of all the other channels when it comes to the election numbers, simply because of the live result hub. We're the only English news channel, we're the only network, in fact, which has its own election call center, as it were. So all the 243 constituencies in Bihar, we had hundreds of reporters in each of those counting centers. They directly called our live result hub and reported what the results were even before the Election Commission could update on its website or on its other social media feeds. So that was a big advantage that we've had for the last 10 years, and it got exemplified in the Bihar election results. So that's a planned event for which a large majority of India tuned into CNN News 18. The other one, like I said, was a very, very unfortunate one which happened on Monday last, which was the Delhi terror blast that happened. It was the first time in over 10 years that there was a major terror attack in the national capital. The last time that happened was in 2011. And the fact that a majority of India, a large majority of India, tuned into CNN News 18 because we have the kind of ground coverage, the kind of presence of reporters, the kind of extensive scale that we have compared to any other news network in India. So people, our viewers, reposing their trust and faith in both planned and unplanned news events. I think it's a testimony to CNN News 18's brand of journalism, its brand of, just putting our credibility on the line, just putting our trust and faith that the viewers have in us on the line, and saying that if anything big happens in India, any nook or corner of India, CNN News 18 is the destination that you have to tune into, whether it is a planned event or an unplanned event. I think the week gone by is a testimony to the fact that CNN News 18 is the #1 and most trusted choice when it comes to viewers across the length and breadth of India. And we want to thank our viewers once again. I, as a representative of more than 300-400 people who work in the newsroom, many of whom are, glorious warriors whose faces you don't see, whose names you don't know, but I want to be the representative of all of them and thank every one of our viewers for tuning in and reposing your faith and trust in India's #1 news channel. And that's been once again reinforced in this week gone by, which has been a very, very heavy news week. And these are the kind of news weeks that all of us as journalists live and die for. This is what we are trained for, this is what we believe in, and this is what we have achieved in this week gone by. And I want to thank once again all our viewers across the length and breadth of this country for reposing their trust and faith in India's #1 news channel, CNN News 18.
This is the mega exit poll. Overall numbers, 140 to 150 seats for the NDA.
BJP, JDU and the RJD are all pulling their weight.
What a phenomenal victory.
Congress has some very, very critical, almost existential questions that it needs to answer.
There's a blast that's been reported near the station. This is a terror attack. That's what intel sources tell CNN News 18 via Manoj Kumar Gupta.
Viewers, as you know, this was a high-intensity blast.
bend the rules and inspire the next generation. But only one youth icon can stand invincible. And the nominations for the youth icon are Ananya Pandey, Rishabh Sharma, Ishan Khattar, Zakir Khan, Lieutenant Commander Rupa A and Lieutenant Commander Dilna K. Who will be the youth icon of the year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
All right, of course, on CNN News 18, we are tracking Anmol Bishnoi's return. He is the wanted gangster who will arrive at the IGI airport. He's expected to arrive at around 10 a.m. and from there, as we were speaking to Arnima earlier as well, expected to straight away be taken to court. We are tracking his return. We're tracking all sorts of movements that are going to be happening, transfers and interrogations that are to follow as well. For more on this, we have Anshul live with us. Anshul, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, this is what we are hearing right now, that he's been removed from the United States. He's expected to arrive at IGI at around in about 45 minutes from now. What can you tell us?
Well, yes, Anmol Bishnoi, along with other illegal immigrants in the United States, have been deported from the United States, and it is expected that the flight will land over here in India at approximately 10 a.m. Then the immigration processes will happen, and by 11 a.m. it is expected that the NIA will actually go ahead and formally arrest him. Post that, he will be taken to a hospital where the initial medical checkup or the medical legal certificate would be made, and then eventually he will be produced in front of the Patiala House Court, where the NIA will seek further custody of Anmol Bishnoi, because remember, there are several cases that are being investigated against Anmol Bishnoi. One of the cases that is being investigated is by the NIA of the larger terror nexus that had come up, and how these gangsters who were operating from across the border were actually involved in carrying out several criminal activities out here, specifically in North India and also in parts of Mumbai. But there is definitely a competition between agencies at this point in time, because all of these agencies want to go ahead and interrogate Anmol Bishnoi, be it the Punjab police, be it the Delhi police, be it the Rajasthan police, or for that matter Mumbai police as well, whereas central agencies such as the NIA are all waiting hands on to just get access to Anmol Bishnoi, because he is one of the key links that needs to be interrogated before any sort of a complete investigation could happen. He has been involved in ordering the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. He has been involved in demanding ransom from various businessmen out here in the national capital. He has also been involved in the killing of Baba Siddiqui and the shooting that happened outside the residence of Salman Khan as well. So definitely there are several cases that are being investigated by multiple agencies, and as soon as Anmol Bishnoi will land over here, definitely there is going to be this race amongst agencies to get his custody and to interrogate him further. But definitely as good luck that he is being deported from the United States and he is being handed over back to India. Definitely a lot of investigations are going to be done, and definitely a lot of cases are going to be solved once Anmol Bishnoi lands over here in the national capital within the next few minutes.
Right. Arnima, Anshul has mentioned a few pertinent points here. Of course, we're going to talk about the interstate transfers and interrogations as well, but we are going to see a focus on specific cases, of course, Baba Siddiqui, Sidhu Moosewala, Salman Khan firing as well. However, there, of course, will be a concerted effort to map out this entire network and its finances as well.
So there is a gangsters FIR that NIA was probing, in which Anmol Bishnoi, Lawrence Bishnoi, all their other associates have been named. So the entire gangster terror network in Punjab has been investigated by the National Investigation Agency. The charge sheet has been filed in this case, which dates back to 2022. And Anmol Bishnoi's custody, once taken by NIA, will focus on this particular FIR, this particular investigation itself. If you go by the other big man who was brought into NIA's custody from the United States, accused of terrorism, accused of a high-profile case like 2611, Tawahur Rana. So in that case also, Mumbai police wanted to question Tawahur Rana, and it was given a chance to question Tawahur Rana while he was still broadly in NIA's custody. So a similar pattern could be followed here as well. Well, NIA keeps the broad custody of Anmol Bishnoi traveling with him from one part of the country to the other, one doesn't really know how it will work out security wise, because these are high profile, high target gangsters. There are intra-gang rivalries at work as well. Goldie Brar is a player in Punjab, along with the Bishnois, who originally their support base is Rajasthan. So one will have to really see how the considerations are kept in mind. But the security agencies are definitely upbeat that Anmol Bishnoi's custody for NIA will unravel who are the other players in this. Already NIA has managed to carry out searches across Delhi NCR, Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Rajasthan, Gujarat, to hunt out everyone who's supporting the Bishnois, supporting the Goldie Brar gang, essentially supporting this gangster terror network. But getting Anmol Bishnoi into custody will unravel whatever loose ends are still there as far as investigation goes.
All right. Arnima and Anshul, thank you so much for joining us for all this information. Right now, we're of course going to be tracking all the developments closely.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
All right, of course, on CNN News 18, we are tracking Anmol Bishnoi's return. He is the wanted gangster who will arrive at the IGI airport. He's expected to arrive at around 10 a.m. and from there, as we were speaking to Arnima earlier as well, expected to straight away be taken to court. We are tracking his return. We're tracking all sorts of movements that are going to be happening, transfers and interrogations that are to follow as well. For more on this, we have Anshul live with us. Anshul, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, this is what we are hearing right now, that he's been removed from the United States. He's expected to arrive at IGI at around in about 45 minutes from now. What can you tell us?
Well, yes, Anmol Bishnoi, along with other illegal immigrants in the United States, have been deported from the United States, and it is expected that the flight will land over here in India at approximately 10 a.m. Then the immigration processes will happen, and by 11 a.m. it is expected that the NIA will actually go ahead and formally arrest him. Post that, he will be taken to a hospital where the initial medical checkup or the medical legal certificate would be made, and then eventually he will be produced in front of the Patiala.
They fight for a greener tomorrow. And now, one is about to be crowned invincible. And the nominations for the Indian of the Year 2025 Climate Warriors are Garvita Gulhati, Aditya Mukherjee, Morning Star Khongtho, Vidyut Mohan, Vinay Manchala. Who will be the Climate Warrior of the Year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year.
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. A big thanks to all of you for making CNN News 18 your number one choice through the Bihar election week. I'm Shivani Gupta. Let's take a quick check of the top stories we're tracking from the south of India. On the 2.5-year anniversary of the Karnataka government, Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar has now signalled that he cannot continue as Karnataka Pradesh Congress chief forever, noting he has held the post for nearly 6 years and others must get an opportunity. But his remarks have triggered fresh speculation within the Congress amidst ongoing frustration over the lack of a leadership change. The BJP has seized on this, accusing the Congress of internal power struggles, prioritizing factional battles over governance issues such as potholes and infrastructure.
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇರಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಆ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಭಾರತ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಸದ್ಯದಲ್ಲೇ ಅವರ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ತಕ್ಷಣ. ಈ ಸದ್ಯದಲ್ಲೇ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಚೇರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ 100 ಕಚೇರಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಈಗ ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಈಗ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು MLAಗೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಮಂತ್ರಿ ತಗೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನನಗೆ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಯಿಂದ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾಳೆ ನಾನು ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕೆಲವರು ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೆಲವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಮಾತ್ರ ಬೇಕು. ಈ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಚೇರಿ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕೆಲವರು ಮರ್ತು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತದೆ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನೆಲ್ಲ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡೋದು, ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಯವರೇ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅವ್ರ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಚೇರಿನ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಯವರೇ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಇರ್ತೀನೋ ಇಲ್ಲೋ ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ವಿಚಾರ, ಬಟ್ 100 ಕಚೇರಿ ಯಾರು ನನ್ನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಪರ್ಮನೆಂಟಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ನಾವು ಪರ್ಮನೆಂಟಾಗಿ ಇರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಟೆಲಿಂಗ್ ಯು, ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ 5.5 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಮಾರ್ಚ್ ಬಂತು ಅಂದರೆ 6 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಲೀಡರ್ಶಿಪ್ಪಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ, ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡಿ. ಐ ಬಿ ದೇರ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಫ್ರಂಟ್ ಲೈನ್, ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡಿ.
He says as a KPCC president he is definitely getting down and he is also will be seen in the forefront of the leadership in Congress, which clearly indicates that DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah are fighting for the CM's throne in the coming days. It is very clear and evident the groupism in Congress is definitely here to stay till something gets settled down very seriously. This just is a suffering for Kannadigas, and across Karnataka, development is suffering.
Let's go across to my colleague Rohini Swami also joining us. Rohini, is this just one of those chess moves by DK Shivakumar saying that he doesn't want to be Congress chief anymore so that he can pave the way for a chief minister change?
Well, the timing also looks to be similar, but if you look at it, there are two power tussles. One is for the chair of the chief ministership, another one is also for the chair of the Congress state chief as well. Now, DK Shivakumar also had said in this very speech that he said he would want only to be the deputy chief minister, and it was Mallikarjun Kharge, the ICC chief, and Rahul Gandhi who asked him to continue in this position as long as they would want him to be there. And that is what also he said, that I'm abiding congressman and I will be there as long as the Gandhi family and the AICC wants me to be here. But he talks about completing almost 6 years, 5.5 years. But we've seen that there is also this power tussle for who is going to be the KPCC chief, because we need to look at the various balances in terms of caste balances also. Will it be a Lingayat, will it be a Vokalega, or somebody from the Dalit community as well? But coming back, the timing, 2.5 years is when today the Siddaramaiah government completes the halfway mark. And this said just a day before that clearly indicates that there are a lot of feelers that are being sent out. Now, DK Shivakumar, we know that has made several attempts to try and convince the High Command that it's time for the handover of power to him, because he said, as a lot of people from the Congress insiders say, that there's this unwritten code that after 2.5 years that DK Shivakumar should be handed over power. But well, is this going to happen or not is something which everybody now says is in the High Command's the ball is in their court. Here also, in this particular comment that you heard, he said that his wish is to build around 100 Congress offices and that he will give a list of names to Delhi as to who is interested in doing this, because they have forgotten that the Congress party is a temple for the congressmen. So very clearly here, cracking the whip, sending out a message that he is the leader of the Congress for now, the face of the Congress as the Congress chief, also the person who is vying for the top post. And we'll see this power tussle happening. In all this, it's quite interesting to see how he's trying to work out and decode. One, trying to sidestep several other leaders. At the same time, also saying that, will he checkmate Siddaramaiah in this?
Yes, absolutely. Well, this is a never-ending battle. Well, let's wait and see if any conclusion comes to it. But let's also listen into what Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP has to say.
In Karnataka, INC does not mean Indian National Congress, it means I need confusion. And the confusion continues because it is a thirst for power, not seva of people. And this thirst of power, DK camp versus Siddaramaiah camp, constantly fighting with each other. Now, yet another salvo has been fired by DK Shivakumar, who says, I can't wait permanently, but I will be in the front line. This is a clear indication to Mr. Siddaramaiah ki Shivakumar aata hai, seat khali karo. But the problem is that they are only fighting for power and chair. They are not bothered about people. They are not bothered about potholes. They are not bothered about infrastructure. They are only interested in satta ki ladai.
Staying with Karnataka, in a bid to accelerate growth beyond Bengaluru, Karnataka government has announced an IT policy offering companies a one-time relocation incentive of up to 50,000 rupees per employee. This incentive applies to firms moving talent from Bengaluru to Mysuru, Mangaluru, Hubli Dharwad, Kalaburgi and Shivamogga, as well as those bringing employees from outside the state into these regions. State Minister Priyanka Kharge says this is an attempt to develop Tier 2 towns. Karnataka's IT policy 2025 to 2030 unveiled at Bengaluru Tech Summit positions the state as a deep tech innovation destination. It mentions Karnataka as India's largest R&D and product development hub, contributing 42% to India's IT exports, valued at over 3.2 lakh crore rupees and growing at a rapid 27%.
Karnataka incentivizing companies to move to Tier 2, Tier 3 towns. What's the push here, sir?
See, I wouldn't call it incentivizing or subsidizing. I would say we've got a very robust policy, agile policy to ensure that talent doesn't go where investments is, but investments goes where talent is. And we've been quite successful at that, considering our exports from Mysuru has been 6,500 crores. Our exports from the Hubli, Belgavi, Dharwad belt has been close to around 4,000 crores. Mangaluru has been 3,500 crores. We are getting centers of excellence across Kalaburgi, Hubli, Belgavi, Mysuru, Udupi, Manipal. So I think the local economic accelerator program that we are devising is quite robust in the sense that they will start creating employment locally, getting investments locally, and more importantly, start contributing to the state GDP locally.
So some of these schemes that we're talking about, or the kind of facilities that the government is giving, would it be only for a handful of companies who come in first? And what's the kind of outlay for this?
Policy is not meant for a handful, it's meant for the sector. So anybody investing in the sector or vertical will be entitled for that.
See, I think, the important thing is to see how do you connect these satellites. I mean, Bangalore is the mothership and will continue to be the hub for most of the innovations. But can you find different clusters, whether it's the Mysuru cluster, Mangaluru cluster, the Hubli cluster, can you find unique areas of innovation where you can connect them and build capabilities in those? And I think what we are doing through this Deep Tech Elevate. So one is we are doing Elevate now beyond Bengaluru, but even beyond Bengaluru, the Elevate program will be specifically for deep tech. And we are going to look at different specializations and different sectoral areas that we want these different clusters to focus on. Mysuru, for example, we think is going to build up as the semiconductor capital, right, for India. And so I think it's really about being able to identify areas of focus and being able to connect and create centers of excellence there and being able to make capital available. And we're also doing now a cluster seed fund for beyond Bengaluru specifically. This is part of LEAP, the program that we just launched. So it's about making capital available, both at the pre-seed level and seed level through Elevate and the cluster seed fund. It's about common infrastructure through the COE that we're trying to build and the connects with different institutions in Bangalore. A combination of all of this, we think will make this beyond Bengaluru deep tech a reality.
So how do you see this vis-a-vis what's happening in Andhra Pradesh? The government over there has been aggressive in wooing investment. The numbers might tell a different story at the moment.
No, I think it's good for other states to be aspirational. It will probably take them 10 years to get where Karnataka is. But I think they should work. I mean, they should work towards, I think they need a minimum of a decade.
Afrin Hussain is joining me with more on this. Afrin, in the past, the ministers concerned, including Priyanka Kharge, have said that Bengaluru is already bursting at its seams. It has already grown, far too much and cannot really accommodate too much more. Is this an attempt to then diversify some of the development in Karnataka?
Well, absolutely, Shivani. This is a very significant effort on part of the Karnataka government, to decentralize, the booming technology sector, which is in Bengaluru. Now, as part of Beyond Bengaluru, the state government aims to accelerate growth in emerging tech clusters that have been identified as Mangaluru, Kalaburgi, Dharwad, Shimoga. Now, the Karnataka government is, giving perks of up to 50,000 per employee for IT firms if they relocate to other parts of the state, which like I said have been identified as Mysuru, Mangaluru, Hubli. All of these are emerging cities. This is a very strategic push on part of the Karnataka government to align with the vision articulated with the state's IT minister Priyank Kharge, who stressed that there should be an all-round development in Karnataka, not only in Bengaluru, and it's also one of the key things where investment is drawn to the talent pool and not the other way around. So this is a very strategic and a very significant step in order to make Karnataka and other cities, tier 2 cities, develop in the state.
All right. Afrin, just stay with me. Another big story that is coming in from Karnataka. A shocking crime that has come to light. A gang posing as RBI officials robbed approximately 7 crore rupees from a CMS cash van near Bengaluru's South End Circle. They seized the van at gunpoint and shifted the cash to an Innova car with a fake plate and escaped. Police suspects insider involvement. They've launched a citywide manhunt. First up, listen to what the Karnataka Home Minister has to say.
ಸ್ವಾಮದಿಂದ ದರೋಡೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ದರೋಡೆ ಈಗ ನಮಗೆ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಾವೆ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಶೀಘ್ರವಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಹಿಡಿತೇವೆ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದಿತ್ತು ಯಾರು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣಕರ್ತರು ಏನು ಅವರು ಹಣ ತಗೊಂಬಂದು ATMಗಳಿಗೆ ಹಾಕುವಂಥದ್ದು ಆ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಹೆಂಗಿತ್ತು ಯಾವ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಇದ್ದಾರೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ನಾವು ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ಮತ್ತಷ್ಟು ಲೀಡ್ಸ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಲು ಅವರು ಬಂದಿರೋ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಲು ಇವ್ರ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ನಿಂದ ಹಣ ತಗೊಂಡು ಆ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸೊ ಹಿಡಿತೇವೆ ಬಿಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ ಅವ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಏನು ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಹಿತಿಗಳು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಹಿಡಿದಾಕ್ತೀವಿ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದವರ ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆ ಹಿಡಿದಾಕ್ತೀವಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಏನ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿಡಿದಾಕ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೇನ್ರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಿಗ್ತಾರ ನಿಮಗೆ ನೋಡಿ ಕೆಲವು ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನ ನಾನು ಈಗ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ರೇಸ್ ಮಾಡೋವರೆಗೂ ನಾವು ಕೆಲವನ್ನ
Afrin continues to be with us. Afrin, any updates that you're getting as far as how close is the police to cracking this case?
Well, Shivani, in an exclusive information, according to sources, 2 individuals have been detained near Chittur, that is in Andhra Pradesh. Based on preliminary details, we get to know that these are residents of Kalyanagar in Banaswadi in Bengaluru. Now, the 2 of them have reportedly been detained along with the Innova car in which the cash was looted. Now, the accused, both of them were seen moving along the Chittur, Tirupati surrounding areas, and that's when the 2 of them have been detained. From what we know, this is a gang of 7 to 8 people who have looted around 7 crores and 11 lakh in Bengaluru yesterday. And today we get exclusive information that 2 of them have been detained near Chittur.
Thank you, Afrin, for joining us. Moving on to Tamil Nadu, where the showdown over SIR is continuing. Now, the AIADMK has staged a protest against the ruling DMK, alleging that irregularities are taking place in the state. Take a look.
The AIADMK today staged protests in Chennai against the DMK government over allegations that the DMK party workers are committing irregularities in connection with the special intensive revision of the electoral rolls. The AIADMK today staged protests in Egmore. This is the Rajaratnam Stadium, near the Rajaratnam Stadium, where thousands of ADMK cadre gathered. They said that there are irregularities allegedly by the DMK workers as far as the SIR is concerned. The AIADMK time and again maintains that SIR will ensure that only eligible voters have the right to vote and the bogus voters will be removed, and that is why the DMK is scared. They are scared of losing. They are scared that the bogus votes that will help them win may not happen this time. That's the allegation put forth by the AIADMK. The DMK meanwhile is taking all the legal routes possible to fight the case, and here the AIADMK is staging protests against the DMK government, alleging that there are irregularities by reportedly the DMK worker in connection with the SIR. This protest in Chennai was spearheaded by Vijay Kumar, a senior leader of the AIADMK. They raised slogans against the DMK government and adds that SIR is only going to help eligible voters the right to vote.
Moving on, Telangana governor has granted permission to Anti-Corruption Bureau to prosecute BRS working president KTR in a Formula E race case. The ACB has registered a case against KTR and others in December last year. ACB has already questioned KTR 4 times and has later written to the governor seeking permission to prosecute him. Let's also go across to my colleague Aneri, who's joining us with more on this. Aneri, what are the first reactions, if any, coming in from the BRS?
Shivani, what we are seeing is that now it's a big development where we see that in the connection with the Formula E race case, governor has given nod to prosecute BRS working president KTR, and this comes after just days after Revanth Reddy has been talking about that the BJP at the center has not been allowing them to probe in the Kaleshwaram project, nor the governor has been giving nod to them to prosecute KTR, and now we see that KTR governor has given a go-ahead to prosecute ACB, to prosecute BRS working president. Remember, earlier also KTR has been questioned several times by the ACB, and also this is in connection with the Formula E race case where Congress party has been alleging that there was near about 55 crores of scam which was done back then during the BRS regime, and KTR is one of the persons who was responsible for that, and that is the reason why now we are seeing that further investigation will be taken up into this matter. However, the BRS leaders have been saying that we will continue to fight out against the Congress party because this is nothing but a vendetta politics which is being done by the Congress government.
For the benefit of our viewers, Aneri, could you just take us through exactly what are the allegations against KTR and others?
Well, what we see is that the Formula E race case, which was organized at a grand scale here in Hyderabad back then during the BRS regime, and KTR was the municipal minister at that time when they were in power, and KTR had these are the allegations which have been leveled that KTR had given nod to to hold this Formula E race case, and that too when there was model code of conduct in place, and the funds were directly transferred is what the other allegations which have been leveled, and now the ACB has earlier questioned many of the officers matter.
All right, Aneri, thanks a lot for joining us. Time for a very short break, but stay with CNN News 18. News and update continue in just a bit.
Their achievement earned global accolades. But who among these stalwarts will emerge invincible? And the nominations for the Indian of the Year 2025 Global Indian are Payal Kapadia, Leena Nair, Manish Malhotra, Hanuman Kind, Vijay Kumar. Who will be the Global Indian of the Year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year.
Let's take a quick check of some of the top stories we're tracking at this hour. Amid NDA's big show of strength and Prime Minister's presence, Nitish Kumar takes oath as the Chief Minister of Bihar for a record 10th time. Ministers also take oath. CNN News 18 shatters viewership records by dominating election week coverage. We thank our viewers for their trust in us. CNN News 18 exclusive news break. Congress ends India alliance to contest Bengal, Tamil Nadu and UP elections alone. Supreme Court rules constitutional courts cannot fix a deadline for president or governors to act on bills, but says that they must adopt dialogue. As Karnataka government marks 2.5 years, DK Shiv Kumar hints at stepping down as state Congress chief after 6 years, vows to stay on the front line. Karnataka government rolls out new IT policy, perks of up to Rs 50,000 per employee for firms to accelerate growth in emerging tech clusters. New revelations regarding Al-Falah University. Terrorist Mirza Shadab Beg, who carried out the Ahmedabad and Gorakhpur serial blast, had studied at the same varsity. And a Delhi teen dies by suicide by jumping in front of the metro, alleges harassment by a teacher in the suicide note. Delivering its advisory opinion on the presidential reference, the Supreme Court has rejected the idea of a deemed assent, holding that automatically treating a bill as approved after a certain period of time is contrary to the Constitution's design and undermines legislative checks and balances. The Supreme Court ruled that governors cannot withhold state bills indefinitely, but also made it clear that the judiciary cannot prescribe fixed timelines for granting assent, saying doing so would violate the doctrine of separation of powers.
So if any bill is passed by the cabinet, which means it has legitimacy from the people of Tamil Nadu, 8.4 crore people who have elected the government, in this case DMK government. Governor is nothing but an appointee. So how can an appointee who has no legitimacy from the people sit on a bill indefinitely? What does indefinitely mean? Indefinitely means if you are sitting on a bill for 2 years, which means that a bill which people want, and if a governor sits on it for 2 years, which means the people are not able to get the basic services. Which goes contrary to the concept of democracy, where what people want is supreme. So we legislate for the people. So when a governor says no, I will not forward this, and sits on it indefinitely, which means that it is travesty to democracy, and that is why it's a welcome move.
All right, so this is the news that we are getting. Delivering its advisory opinion on the presidential reference, the Supreme Court has now rejected the idea of deemed assent, holding that automatically treating a bill as approved after a certain period, it is contrary to the Constitution's design and in fact goes on to undermine the legislative checks and balances. The Supreme Court has ruled that governors cannot in fact withhold state bills indefinitely, but also made it rather clear that the judiciary cannot prescribe fixed timelines for granting assent either, saying doing so would also violate the doctrine of separation of the respective powers. Court can intervene only in prolonged delays with limited memorandum on that, and the governor has 3 choices: assent, withhold or send it to the president. So these are some of the options that remain at the governor's disposal. Bills are not open to judicial review either until they become law. Constitutional scheme does not allow inaction, and these were some of the key takeaways that we are getting. This appears to be a big win for the centre. No encroachment between organs should happen, and checks and balances are sacrosanct and non-negotiable. Ananya, for more on this, we're coming across to our reporter Ananya, who is getting us more details on this. For our viewers, quickly explain what really the key takeaways of this is.
Well, absolutely. In fact, it's a very, very crucial verdict that is coming from, in fact, a 5-judges bench of the Supreme Court, headed by, in fact, the Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai himself, also comprising the next CJI, Justice Suryakant, Justice P.S. Narasimha and Justice A.S. Chandorkar, very clearly going on to point out that the timelines cannot be fixed for the governors or the president. All of the organs of the constitution are interdependent in nature but cannot override each other, is what in fact the topmost court of the country has gone on to say. In fact, it is also very categorically stated that the 142 powers of the Supreme Court, which are explicit powers of the Supreme Court to do complete justice, cannot override the powers of the governor or in fact the president itself. It also goes on to say very clearly that judicial review can only be carried out after a bill becomes an act, and if at all there is a prolonged delay by in fact the governors in actually giving out an assent or withholding the bill or acting on a particular bill that has been sent to it, then there is a limited scope of intervention that the courts can actually do by, directing the governors to actually give out certain kind, though timelines for the same cannot be fixed by the courts is what in fact the top of the country has
All right, for more on this, Ananya, thank you so much. Do stay on with us. We'll discuss this further as well. For more on this, we're also now being joined by Purnima Murli. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's go back to what happened in April as well. This was a two-judge bench that put out this verdict in April 2025. It primarily addressed the governor case and had prescribed specific, although these were not binding timelines. Now, from the key takeaways that we are hearing today, what can you tell us?
Well, the DMK maintains that they will have to wait for the order copy to go through the order copy and then react. But one point that the DMK highlights is that Supreme Court has said that the governor should not sit on bills indefinitely. That is something that the DMK says is a welcome move. When asked about SC saying that no deadlines can be given to the governor and president, they say that yes, it is not what they had expected, but they will have to wait for the order copy to react, but continues to reiterate the point that they have been making, that the governor should either give his consent or should return the bill to the assembly within a time period and not sit on it for years and years. That's the statement that DMK and the legal team of the DMK continue to maintain, but they are waiting for the order copy. They will read the order copy and then give a detailed explanation is what all of them we spoke to said.
Right now, Ananya, let me come back to you as well. Right now, from what we do understand or what we are given to understand right now is that the governor has three options, and these are assent, withhold or send it to the president. Of course, there's this fourth option as well, is to return this bill. We are hearing that they have mentioned very clearly that there can be no fixed timelines. However, they must respond within a reasonable timeline. Now, what does that even mean? All right, Purnima, let me come to you on the same question as well. We are being told that they need to respond to it in a reasonable time frame. Now, how would you enforce that?
Well, that is what the DMK says, that even though the time frame cannot be given to governor and president is what the Supreme Court had said. They say that they will first wait for the order copy, but they say that Supreme Court saying that the governor cannot sit on bills indefinitely is also a welcome move, clearly saying that the governor should make his decision within a particular time frame, which could be 3 months, but not sit on it for 1 or 2 years, which is what Governor R.N. Ravi is doing. So they continue to reiterate that statement made by the Supreme Court bench today. So we'll have to now wait and see how they respond to this, or what will be the DMK's course of action. At the moment, they are waiting to read the order copy, but they say that a timeline should be given to the governor to decide on the bills and not take years and years to give his nod or to return the bill back to the state assembly. That shouldn't take years, is what the DMK continues to reiterate.
Right, absolutely. Of course, we are yet to see how this would be implemented or enforced in practical terms on ground. Now, that's something that remains to be seen as well. They are waiting for the order copy. But what is the response generally? What's the consensus with regards to this bill as well? And Ananya, let me just come to you on that. We were just discussing the timelines here. It has been mentioned that timelines cannot be fixed. However, they must respond within a reasonable time, and they are given three options. That's assent, withhold, or to send it to the president as well. Now, these are some of the options that do remain, but if in practical terms, how will this be implemented?
This is in fact the Article 201 and 200 of the Constitution of India, which gives three options to the governor in order to act on a particular bill. A, that he can actually give an assent to the bill and then send it back to the legislature, and it then turns into an act. Secondly, is to not give an assent and send it back to the Legislative Assembly with, in fact, its comments on what it felt wrong as far as that bill is concerned, or what should be changed in that particular bill. Third is that it withholds the bill and send it.
And pardon me, we are also now being joined by Kawai Satyan, AIA DMK. Thank you so much for joining us on CNN News 18. I want to first understand what your response to this is.
Supreme Court has reiterated what is there, the norms, which has been followed since independence. There is nothing new that has come out. Governor can't withhold the bills. He can send it back for a clarification to the same Council of Ministers of the elected representatives. If it is being passed in, he doesn't even know. This is what the Supreme Court has reiterated. And the question here that what everybody cheered about, particularly the DMK, is Supreme Court has to fix a timeline for governors, which they refused. So this is what it is there since independence. The roles of governors, the responsibilities of governors has no change. Has seen no change since then. Even the Supreme Court 5-bench observations reiterates the same.
Right.
The status quo continues.
Right. Satyan, thank you so much for joining us with your response to this as well. All right, now in other news that we're getting right now, TVK sources have informed that the party had submitted a petition to police seeking permission to campaign on the 4th of December. This is the latest that we're getting right now. TVK sources have they've sought permission for a rally to be held on the 4th of December. For more on this also, we have Purnima live with us. Purnima, thank you so much. Tell us more.
Well, remember, after the Karur tragedy where 41 people were killed, so far the TVK has said that they have stopped their rallies temporarily, considering that the SOPs should be formulated. Only after that, the court had said that the state government should first formulate SOPs. Only after that will rallies be allowed. So while the deadline for formulating SOPs and submitting it before the court ends today, TVK hopes that the SOPs will be formulated and permissions will be given to political parties to start campaigns. So they have, in fact, representatives from the party had met the Salem police officers and submitted a petition seeking to campaign at Salem district on the 4th of December. In terms of whether it could be a public meeting or a rally, we'll have to wait for that, because it all depends on what the court has to say, whether the court will give a go-ahead for the rallies to kickstart in Tamil Nadu. Tomorrow is when there will be clarity on that. So they want to meet the people, they want to start their campaign. Whether it's going to be a public meeting or a rally, that will be clear in the next 1 or 2 days. But TVK is now trying to resume their campaign and meet the people, because we just have 6 months left for the Tamil Nadu polls.
And absolutely, in light of what happened in Karur, of course, when we speak of SOPs, are there any bolstering of measures that have been put in place to avoid such a repeat of what happened there?
Well, some of the suggestions given by parties while formulating the SOPs include proper food and water. Drinking water should be arranged for the people. Leaders should not make people wait for more than 2 to 3 hours, because in case of Karur, the DMK, Tamil Nadu government and district administration in Karur maintained that Vijay had come 6 hours later, which led to a stampede-like situation. So leaders should not make people wait for more than 3 hours. That's something that's mentioned. And also, these are some of the suggestions that were made. TVK was not part of this all-party meeting, so they also then had taken the legal route. They were also saying that they should be included in these meetings to suggest to have their own suggestions. So TVK had also made a few suggestions while drafting the SOP. So all eyes on the court and what the court has to say, because that alone will make it clear whether TVK will get permission for the December 4th campaign that they have planned. And this is going to be the first time that Vijay will be meeting the people after the Karur stampede.
Right, all right, Purnima, thank you so much for bringing us the latest on this. We'll, of course, continue to track all developments on that as well. Let's shift our focus for now. Dr. Muzammil, a Kashmiri doctor and faculty member at Al Falah University, played a central role in the newly exposed white-collar terror module, which is linked to the November 10th Red Fort car blast in New Delhi. CNN News 18 has now learned that Dr. Muzammil and his associates, among them Dr. Omar and Dr. Musaffar, stockpiled large quantities of explosives and weapons in rented premises in Haryana, using their medical schedules as a cover for all of these activities. Foreign handlers identified only as Mansoor, Hashim and Ukasha allegedly guided him and his network on the logistics, the procurement processes and concealment of explosive materials. Sources have told CNN News 18 this is the latest that we are getting right now. They had help from foreign handlers who have been as of now identified as Mansoor, Hashim and Ukasha, who have allegedly been guiding them, had been guiding them on the logistics and procurement processes as well as concealment of explosive materials as well. So this is what we are learning right now. They've been using their medical schedules as a cover for all of these activities that were going on. For more on this, we have with us Anand Narasimhan. Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, every time we talk about Al-Falah University, the more details, the more the layers are peeled back, it's only spelling more and more trouble. It just goes to show the rot that had been festering for so long and how deeply entrenched this entire module was. And perhaps we still don't have an idea of how far the expanse of this web had spread.
Good afternoon, Haim, and to our viewers. Yes, and this is indeed concerning because what it's showing is a new kind of radicalization and a module that is emerging, a pattern that is emerging, that he was using these doctors were actually using medical schedules as a cover, and they were trying to amass a huge quantity of explosives which they were trying to hide at various hubs in remote locations in rural areas in parts of Haryana. In fact, foreign handlers, like you were mentioning, like Mansoor, Hashim and this Dr. Ukasa actually guided them on procurement, concealment and movement of the material. So that is the level of instructions that were being passed on how to handle certain material, because they had certain accelerants added to it like TATP. So that means TATP itself is a highly unstable compound, and when it is added to say something like an ammonium nitrate, it becomes quite explosive and self-explosive. It can detonate on its own. So they had to move it at in very controlled environments, and they were getting instruction on how to do it, and even on storage. And also top sources telling Manoj Kumar Gupta that the investigation into Muzammil Shakil reveals this new template where educated, socially credible professionals were being transformed into ideological assets by foreign handlers. Now this is dangerous because these kind of individuals can hide in plain sight. They can go about their showcase themselves as going about their routine work, but they can plan, execute in highly diabolical manner and over a period of time. And they themselves are financially able to try and even fund some of these efforts on their own, and they can hide in plain sight. Now, Dr. Muzammil began this entire module on his own. That's what we are given to understand. And after sensing from Dr. Umar that his decisions were, operational decisions were a little reckless, Muzammil started trying to plot things or do things on his own and trying to keep things from Umar and distance, saying that Umar could be a high-risk entity who could expose this entire module. Also, he disagreed with Umar's push for a faster execution. Dr. Muzammil was somebody who wanted to bide his time, take his effort, plan it to the T and execute it to perfection, rather than Umar, like someone like Umar, who was perhaps in a little bit of a haste and trigger happy, if one may say. Muzammil also insisted that any strike must be planned only after establishing a secure long-term network. So Muzammil was in for the long game. He was not there for short-term gains and short-term immediate impact. He wanted to create a particular network that was so vast and so ensconced that it could not be uprooted, and when they would strike with precision at multiple points, leaving perhaps the agencies and also people at large, civilians, clueless about what was hitting them and what was happening. And according to Muzammil, he believed that they carried legitimacy, mobility and ability to hide quietly inside institutions without arousing or attracting suspicion. And these are all, these people like Dr. Ukasa, Hashim, Kamran, they are all intellectual recruits. And they all believed and they had impressed upon Muzammil that intellectual recruits are the future of jihad. So you see how the entire terror mechanism itself and the terror machinery itself is evolving with the changing times. And they were using telegram channels such as the Farzadani Darul Uloom Deoband and the Kafila-e-Gurba. And these telegram channels had become his ideological lifeline. Through these telegram channels, he was made to believe that a network of doctors, engineers and postgraduate students can create a long-term, undetectable support system for jihad operations. So you would have white-collared OGWs, facilitators who would hide in plain sight and help execute diabolical terror attacks across Bharat. That's what they were trying to create as a network. He also used his seniority to influence interns, NEET aspirants and junior doctors. His legitimacy as a doctor made his words authoritative, trustworthy, and this made him, gave him the freedom to say anything radical that was accepted. And he could say that because large educated and qualified and as a faculty, and he was saying this to these students, they could come under the impression and he could try and increase this network. So we see how Muzammil was operating, very calculated, very in the know and understanding of what he was doing, and very, very rational in his radical approach.
Absolutely. The more we learn about this, the more we learn about the true nature and sophistication of this entire web and nexus that had been planned. However, clearly not sophisticated enough to have eluded the Indian agencies. Yet there's a lot that remains to be uncovered and a lot to be learnt about how India can further evolve its counter-terrorism measures going forward as well. Thank you so much for that, Anand. Now moving on, a 16-year-old boy from a top private school in Delhi has died by suicide jumping in front of a moving metro train. The deceased's father says his son faced months and months of mental harassment from school teachers who humiliated him for being mischievous and threatened with expulsion when the family tried to change schools. 2 days prior to his death, he fell during dramatics class. He was accused of doing it on purpose, of faking it, and a teacher told him, "Don't do this drama of crying. It does not matter to me." In his suicide note, he names the teachers as well, apologizes to his parents, his brother, urges strict action against those named so no other child has to suffer the same torture and humiliation. All right, for more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for staying on with us. Really disturbing news that we're getting. A 16-year-old boy who was pushed to jump before a moving metro train due to months of harassment. This is what it came to. This is how much he was pushed. I mean, talk about a teenage boy who's already facing the angst of adolescence. Add to that the harassment that he faces from his school teachers who should really be guiding him. And the note that we found, it gives us the names and all the details about what he was really going through as well.
Well, absolutely. In fact, that emotional suicide note that has been penned down by the 16-year boy shows how deeply he was hurt, how deeply he was being harassed by his school teachers. And you know, schools generally are places where people are shaped, and if at all children are facing such kind of a harassment, what kind of a mental toll had he taken that, you know, he took that drastic decision at that particular age of just 16 years of age, when he was already, as you were rightly pointing out, dealing out with adolescent age. And that is exactly how it's such an emotional note that he had penned down, not mentioning about the kind of teachers that they were harassing them. In fact, also saying that no other student of that particular school shall take such a step, but these teachers should be somebody who against whom action should be taken. In fact, penning also a note with regards to his brother, saying that, you know, he had fought with him, he had abused him, and he says sorry. In fact, in a teary message to his mother, he goes on to say that, you know, he's broken their heart a lot of time, but this would be the last time. So this is the kind of impact that, you know, children could have actually had if at all they're not given proper upbringing in the school, and that's exactly what leads them to take such a drastic step.
Now, one would really think a child really spends a very significant amount of time in school with their teachers, with their peers. If they cannot go up to their teachers, if they can't get that sort of support from their peers, their teachers, where does a child go? Whom do they speak to? Whom do they confide in? These are some big questions that need to be answered. What sort of measures need to be brought in place to perhaps avoid a repeat of such an incident?
Well, absolutely. In fact, children usually spend 8 to 9 hours of their daily, at least Monday to Friday in their schools. The teachers are, considered as their second mother. And if at all, they are somebody who are harassing those students, who are not listening about their problems and
not taking care of these children, then definitely there is something wrong that is happening. Though there have been several mental health guidelines as far as children are concerned. There has to be a counselor in a particular school who should be guiding these students. But what happened in this particular school is something that only inquiries can actually reveal. But very clearly, it's a very, very unfortunate incident that has taken place in the national capital, and a young boy losing his life because of harassment by teachers. The real question that still remains to be answered is that what pushed him so hard that he had to take such a drastic step at this this young age.
Absolutely, it is devastating to hear of this news. And let's just also listen in to the father of the victim.
हम तो नॉर्मल थे, पिछले 8-10 महीने से उसकी शिकायत थी कि मेरे टीचर छोटी छोटी चीज़ों के लिए डांटती है। मुझे भी कंप्लेंट करी थी, ये बेटा शरारती है, पीछे चुटकुले सुनाता है, जोक्स करता है। तो मैंने टीचर को बोला था, मैडम छोटा बच्चा है, अगर ये शरारत नहीं करेगा तो कौन करेगा। तो टीचर ने उसके बाद भी उसको टॉर्चर करना जारी रखा था। उसके बाद हमने बेटे को बोला था कि अभी 10th के 10 दिन बचे हैं, हम स्कूल चेंज कर लेंगे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं आएगी। उसने मान भी लिया था। लेकिन 3 दिन पहले उसके साथ जो युक्ति महाजन मैडम ने बोला था, वो पेरेंट्स को बोला कि हम टीसी देंगे तेरा और स्कूल से निकाल देंगे। 2:45 बजे मुझे फ़ोन आया किसी अनजान से कि आपका बेटा मेट्रो स्टेशन से गिरा है। मेरे बेटे ने जो सुसाइड नोट लिखा है उसमें युक्ति महाजन, प्रिंसिपल अपराजिता पाल, मनु कालरा और जूली वर्गीस के नाम लिखे हैं। इन्होंने इसको पूरा साल टॉर्चर किया है। लेकिन मेरी आखिरी इच्छा है कि मेरी तरह और किसी बच्चे के साथ ऐसा अन्याय ना हो और मेरी तरह और कोई बच्चा ऐसा ना करे। इसलिए इन टीचरों के साथ न्याय हो और इनको कड़ी से कड़ी शिक्षा हो जाए।
And Anna, let me come back to you on that. A couple of things that I want to mention here. He's spoken of how the child was being harassed and called out repeatedly for being mischievous. He's a 16-year-old boy. He's a child at the end of the day. Secondly, we're also learning of how the parents too decided that they would perhaps change his school, perhaps send him to a different one. They were threatened when it came to that as well. How does that even happen? Let's talk of the legal angle here. What are we looking at? What happens going forward?
Well, absolutely, there would be cases of, a 306 abetment of suicide that would be registered. And that is something, that should actually take place, because this suicide note that has been penned by this particular student, who unfortunately is not with us anymore, is something that completely give out chilling details as to how he was harassed at the school. And the father also saying that, when they wanted to change the school of their child, they were also being harassed. So absolutely strict criminal action should also come in. In fact, an inquiry should be set up by the Ministry of Education as well, as far as these children, the school is concerned, as to why it was harassing this particular student. And it's a very bizarre excuse to say that he's a mischievous child. What do you expect more from a 16-year-old? They are still developing themselves. They are still in that adolescent age, and that age actually gives you a lot of adrenaline rush, and a lot of hormonal changes also take place. So what more do you expect from a child to not be mischievous? It's like taking away their childhood from them, and that's exactly why there should be a stricter inquiry that needs to take place. The Ministry of Education could come in. Criminal investigation definitely would actually go into it, because it is a case of suicide that has happened, that too at a metro station. But the real question that we were still asking is that, how more of a push that was, what kind of a push made that boy take that drastic step at this very, very young age.
Right, Ananya, I also want to understand, we've heard the statements by the victim's father, we've read that note as well. These are the charges against them. What sort of investigations are we looking at going forward in this particular case? Because we were also earlier seeing protests by other parents of students who are in the same school as well. So what sort of action can we see here in the days to come?
First of all, there would be a criminal action that needs to be taken, because the police would be carrying out its investigation as far as the suicide is concerned. Then the Ministry of Education can also, and the CBSE can also come into the picture, because these are the nodal agencies which actually guide up schools, which are there to keep a check on the schools, and they should be taking some kind of, in fact, an action as far as the school is concerned, and there has to be a proper inquiry that needs to be ordered to know as to why were these teachers acting this way, because calling a 16-year-old mischievous is something that seems to be very, very bizarre, because these are children who needs to be shaped, and teachers have that responsibility on themselves to actually shape the children in a good way, to make them a good human being. And absolutely, a teacher is the one who's like a second mother and or father, and they shape up a child. A good teacher can make anybody, like you and I also have been treated by teachers, but definitely it was a very, very irresponsible act, it seems to be, on ground. Though what is the real picture, that we'll get to know only when we get a version from the teachers, and also from a deeper criminal investigation that goes into the picture as far as this case goes.
All right, for more on this, we are also now being joined by the father of the 16-year-old boy who died by suicide. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on CNN News 18. ये बहुत ही डिफ़िकल्ट टाइम है आपके लिए, बट थैंक यू सो मच कि आप हमसे बात कर रहे हैं. आप हमें बता सकते हैं इस इंसिडेंट से पहले क्या चल रहा था स्कूल में? आपकी उनसे कुछ बात हुई थी?
मैम, पिछले 3-4 महीने से इसको, या 6 महीने से इसको बहुत दिक्कत चल रही थी स्कूल से. मुझे इसने 3 महीना पहले बताया भी था, तो मैं स्कूल में गया भी था. नेक्स्ट मीटिंग में ये बोला था कि ये शरारत करता है, चुटकुले सुनाता है बच्चों को, और मतलब कॉमेडी करता है. तो मैंने इनको बोला था कि बच्चा है तो शरारत करेगा ही, और हम इसीलिए स्कूल में भेजते हैं कि वो एक्टिव बने, क्योंकि बच्चा पेरेंट्स के पास होता कितना है. हम जैसे बिजनेस करते हैं, रात को 8 बजे आते हैं, तो 2-3 घंटा हमारे पास होता है, बाकी तो पूरा दिन स्कूल के पास ही होता है. लेकिन उसके बाद भी उन्होंने कंटिन्यू रखा. 4 दिन पहले उसको टीचर ने बोला कि हम आपको टीसी देंगे, पेरेंट्स को बुला के. अब मैम 10th क्लास का बच्चा है, प्री बोर्ड के एग्जाम चालू होने वाले 8-10 दिन में. मैंने बच्चे को ये भी समझा दिया कि बेटा अभी ये साल निकाल दे, हफ्ता 10 दिन, उसके बाद हम स्कूल चेंज कर लेंगे. लेकिन उसके बाद भी कल जो इंसिडेंट हुआ, और ये सारे मैडम के सामने हुआ, युक्ति महाजन जी हो या वो परेरा हो, जो भी मैडम थी, प्रिंसिपल मैडम थी, तो उन्होंने भी कुछ नहीं बोला. तो इसका पैर फिसला प्रैक्टिस के टाइम, तो बोलती है जानबूझ के तू कर रहा है, ड्रामा कर रहा है, ओवर एक्टिंग कर रहा है. ये रोने लगा, बोलता मैम ऐसा कुछ नहीं, मैं गलती से फिसला. बोलता ये छोड़, ये मेरे को इससे कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता, तू रो ले या कुछ भी कर ले. और आज प्रोटेस्ट जो चल रहा था, उसके बाद कुछ बच्चों ने अपनी बाइट दिया है, उसमें ये तक बोला है कि उसने उसी दिन, एक बच्चे ने बोला है कि इसने बोला था कि मैम इतना परेशान करो मैं सुसाइड करूंगा. इतना बोलने के बाद भी बच्चों का फर्ज, टीचर का फर्ज बनता था कि अपने पेरेंट्स को बुलाए और ये बोलेंगे कि बच्चे पे थोड़ा ध्यान रखो, ये इस तरह से वो बातें कर रहा है, और हमारे हाथ में बच्चे को हवाले देना चाहिए था. अच्छा, मेरा ड्राइवर सुबह लेने के लिए जाता है, छोड़ने के लिए जाता है, तो इन्होंने ड्राइवर को अंदर तक बुलाने का ये नहीं समझा. और आज मेरे हाथ में बच्चा नहीं है, और 24 घंटे के बाद कल मेरे पास फादर का फोन आता है कि हम आपको क्या मदद कर सकते हैं, हम आपके साथ हैं. मैंने एक ही मांगा कि मुझे मेरा बेटा वापस दे दो. लेकिन मुझे पता है मेरा बेटा वापस नहीं आ सकता. लेकिन मेरे बेटे ने जो सुसाइड नोट लिखी है, शायद आपने पढ़ी होगी या मुझे नहीं पता, उसने अपने बच्चों के लिए, बाकी बच्चों के लिए, पेरेंट्स के लिए न्याय मांगा है कि मैं ये मजबूरी से कर रहा हूँ, मेरे पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं था, इतना मुझे टॉर्चर किया गया था, और मेरी आखिरी ख्वाहिश यही है कि मुझे ये बच्चों को न्याय मिले और ये टीचर्स को कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले. और हम सारे पेरेंट्स इसलिए आज प्रोटेस्ट भी कर रहे हैं, और आज बच्चे भी उसमें शामिल हो गए कि बच्चों ने भी माना कि हाँ वाकई ये शौर्य बहुत अच्छा बच्चा था, और इसमें कोई मेंटल प्रॉब्लम नहीं था, और इसको उकसाया गया है और बहुत टॉर्चर किया गया है. इसने जो सुसाइड नोट लिखी है, 10th क्लास का बच्चा जो लिखता है कि मेरे जो बॉडी के पार्ट, किसी ऑर्गन्स किसी के काम आएंगे तो उसको डोनेट कर लेना. पापा मम्मी, मैं आपका अच्छा बच्चा नहीं बन पाया, मैं माफी चाहता हूँ. भाई, मैंने तेरे को बड़ा भाई होने के बाद रिस्पेक्ट नहीं दिया, कुछ उल्टा बोलता हो तो मैं भी तेरी माफी चाहता हूँ. इतना सब कुछ लिखा है उसने, इतना मैच्योर बच्चा है. और नीचे पेरेंट्स के लिए लिखा है कि अलग से पेरेंट ही पढ़े और कोई ना पढ़े, इतना मतलब बच्चा मैच्योर है वो. हम भी यही चाहते हैं आपके माध्यम से कि देश में जितने भी बच्चों के ऊपर जिस तरह से टीचर हरेस करती है और बच्चे मजबूर है, आज हम स्कूल के 20 मार्क्स के लिए लाचार हो गए थे कि 20 मार्क्स स्कूल के हमें मिल जाए, इसमें कोई काट छाट ना करे, इसलिए हमने कुछ बोला नहीं. लेकिन आज बच्चा हमारे अंदर नहीं रहा, हमारे बीच में नहीं रहा. ये कुछ भी करेंगे, माफी मांगेंगे, कुछ भी करेंगे, तो ये बच्चा हमें वापस नहीं दे सकते. लेकिन हम, जो बच्चे की इच्छा है कि जो सबको न्याय मिले और किसी के साथ गलत ना हो, ये हम पूरी करना चाहते हैं. और उसमें हम सारे
जी।
देशवासी आपका भी सहयोग चाहते हैं।
जी बिल्कुल, आप बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं कि अगर उसने ये स्कूल में अपनी टीचर के सामने बोला भी है कि अगर आप मुझे इतना परेशान करेंगे तो मैं सुसाइड कर लूँगा, तुरंत उसी वक्त उनको आपसे या किसी से बात करनी चाहिए थी इस बारे में, ये चीज़ फ्लैग करी जानी चाहिए थी। अब इसके बाद जो भी हुआ है, मैं मान सकती हूँ कि बहुत ही मुश्किल घड़ी है आपके लिए, इसीलिए थैंक यू सो मच कि आप हमसे बात भी कर रहे हैं। बट मैं जानना चाहती हूँ, क्या स्कूल से किसी तरह की आपकी बातचीत हुई है, कोई कांटेक्ट हुआ है उनके साथ? जो ये टीचर्स जो उसने मेंशन की हैं, क्या उनके अगेंस्ट किसी तरह की इंक्वायरी या कुछ हुई है? आगे आप क्या एक्शन चाहेंगे?
कल हमने सुबह एफआईआर रजिस्टर कराई है और एफआईआर में इस पर्टिकुलर स्कूल और 4 टीचर्स के नाम डाले हैं, लेकिन अभी तक सिर्फ पुलिस कह रही कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रही है। वो भी जब आप लोग मीडिया ने ये मामला उछाला तब की बात है। पुलिस की तरफ से परसों 2:45 बजे इंसिडेंट हुआ है, तब तक कुछ भी नहीं आया था, लेकिन कल सुबह जब एफआईआर रजिस्टर हुई है और मीडिया में आ गई तो कल शाम को 4 बजे मेरे पास फादर का फोन आया और वो यही कह रहे थे कि आपके साथ बहुत गलत हुआ और हम आपको जो भी चाहेंगे हम आपके साथ हैं, आपको जो चाहिए मदद हम करने के लिए तैयार है। मुझे पता नहीं कि किस तरह की वो मदद अभी मुझे बेटे के लिए करना चाहते हैं और अभी रजिस्टर केस हो गई है, पुलिस इस मामले की छानबीन करेगी और जो गुनहगार है उनको से कड़ी सजा की जाए। और आज हमें ये पता चला है कि बच्चों को ये बोला था कि कोई भी रूमर नहीं फैलाएगा,
जी।
पहली चीज। और जो टीचर के नाम लिए थे वो टीचर आज शायद स्कूल में नहीं थी, जो बच्चों ने हमें बताया गया। अगर बच्चे टीचर गलत नहीं तो टीचर आई क्यों नहीं थी आज, और इन्होंने स्कूल ने कांटेक्ट क्यों नहीं किया?
जी बिल्कुल सर, वंस
मतलब
अगेन
और कितने बच्चों की मौत ये देखना चाहते हैं?
जी सर, वंस अगेन थैंक यू सो मच हमसे बात करने के लिए। हम ऑफ कोर्स इस सारी डेवलपमेंट्स यहाँ पे ट्रैक करते रहेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच सर। All right, as I mentioned, we will continue to track all developments on that front and give you all the information as and when it comes in. With that, we're going to slip into a short break. Don't go anywhere though. News and updates will continue on the other side on CNN News 18.
This is the mega exit poll. Overall numbers 140 to 150 seats for the NDA.
BJP, JDU and the RJD are all pulling their weight.
What a phenomenal victory. Congress has some very, very critical, almost existential questions that it needs to answer. There's a blast that's been reported near the station. This is a terror attack. That's what intel sources tell CNN News 18 via Manoj Kumar Gupta.
Viewers, as you know, this was a high-intensity blast.
They spark conversations, shape opinions. But who will stand invincible? And the nominations for the Indian of the Year 2025 influencer are Raj Shamani, Kamya Jani, Khan Sir, Parul Gulati, Revant Himmat Singh. Who will be the influencer of the year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
All right, of course, on CNN News 18, we are tracking Anmol Bishnoi's return. He is the wanted gangster who will arrive at the IGI airport. He's expected to arrive at around 10 a.m. and from there, as we were speaking to Anuma earlier as well, expected to straight away be taken to court. We are tracking his return. We're tracking all sorts of movements that are going to be happening, transfers and interrogations that are to follow as well. For more on this, we have Anshul live with us. Anshul, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, this is what we are hearing right now, that he's been removed from the United States. He's expected to arrive at IGI at around in about 45 minutes from now. What can you tell us?
Well, yes, Anmol Bishnoi, along with other illegal immigrants in the United States, have been deported from the United States, and it is expected that the flight will land over here in India at approximately 10 a.m. Then the immigration processes will happen, and by 11 a.m., it is expected that the NIA will actually go ahead and formally arrest him. Post that, he will be taken to a hospital where the initial medical checkup or the medical legal certificate would be made, and then eventually he will be produced in front of the Patiala House Court, where the NIA will seek further custody of Anmol Bishnoi, because remember, there are several cases that are being investigated against Anmol Bishnoi. One of the cases that is being investigated is by the NIA of the larger terror nexus that had come up, and how these gangsters who were operating from across the border were actually involved in carrying out several criminal activities out here, specifically in North India and also in parts of Mumbai. But there is definitely a competition between agencies at this point in time, because all of these agencies want to go ahead and interrogate Anmol Bishnoi, be it the Punjab police, be it the Delhi police, be it the Rajasthan police, or for that matter Mumbai police as well, whereas central agencies such as the NIA are all waiting hands-on to just get access to Anmol Bishnoi, because he is one of the key links that needs to be interrogated before any sort of a complete investigation could happen. He has been involved in ordering the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. He has been involved in demanding ransom from various businessmen out here in the national capital. He has also been involved in the killing of Baba Siddiqui and the shooting that happened outside the residence of Salman Khan as well. So definitely there are several cases that are being investigated by multiple agencies, and as soon as Anmol Bishnoi will land over here, definitely there is going to be this race amongst agencies to get his custody and to interrogate him further. But definitely as good luck that he is being deported from the United States and he is being handed over back to India. Definitely a lot of investigations are going to be done, and definitely a lot of cases are going to be solved once Anmol Bishnoi lands over here in the national capital within the next few minutes.
Right. Arunima, Anshu has mentioned a few pertinent points here. Of course, we're going to talk about the interstate transfers and interrogations as well, but we are going to see a focus on specific cases, of course, Baba Siddiqui, Sidhu Moosewala, Salman Khan firing as well. However, there, of course, will be a concerted effort to map out this entire network and its finances as well.
So there is a gangsters FIR that NIA was probing, in which Anmol Bishnoi, Lawrence Bishnoi, all their other associates have been named. So the entire gangster terror network in Punjab has been investigated by the National Investigation Agency. The charge sheet has been filed in this case, which dates back to 2022. And Anmol Bishnoi's custody, once taken by NIA, will focus on this particular FIR, this particular investigation itself. If you go by the other big man who was brought into NIA's custody from the United States, accused of terrorism, accused of a high-profile case like 2611, Tawahur Rana. So in that case also, Mumbai police wanted to question Tawahur Rana, and it was given a chance to question Tawahur Rana while he was still broadly in NIA's custody. So a similar pattern could be followed here as well. Well, NIA keeps the broad custody of Anmol Bishnoi, traveling with him from one part of the country to the other. One doesn't really know how it will work out security-wise, because these are high-profile, high-target gangsters. There are intra-gang rivalries at work as well. Goldie Brar is a player in Punjab, along with the Bishnois, who originally their support base is Rajasthan. So one will have to really see how the considerations are kept in mind. But the security agencies are definitely upbeat that Anmol Bishnoi's custody for NIA will unravel who are the other players in this. Already NIA has managed to carry out searches across Delhi NCR, Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Rajasthan, Gujarat, to hunt out everyone who's supporting the Bishnois, supporting the Goldie Brar gang, essentially supporting this gangster terror network. But getting Anmol Bishnoi into custody will unravel whatever loose ends are still there as far as investigation goes.
All right. Arunima and Anshul, thank you so much for joining us for all this information. Right now, we're of course going to be tracking all the developments closely.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
All right, of course, on CNN News 18, we are tracking Anmol Bishnoi's return. He is the wanted gangster who will arrive at the IGI airport. He's expected to arrive at around 10 a.m. and from there, as we were speaking to Arunima earlier as well, expected to straight away be taken to court we are tracking his return. We're tracking all sorts of movements that are going to be happening, transfers and interrogations that are to follow as well. For more on this, we have Anshul live with us. Anshul, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, this is what we are hearing right now, that he's been removed from the United States. He's expected to arrive at IGI in about 4
The entertainment world inspires us, but only one entertainer will be celebrated as an invincible icon. The nominees for the entertainment category are Lakshman Utekar, Rashmika Mandana, Mohanlal, Arijit Singh, Jaideep Ahlawat. Who will be crowned as the Entertainer of the Year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Entertainment 360, your one-stop hotspot for all the drama and the gossip, the controversies, each scandal and the latest releases, what's hit, what's not, and everything in between. We'll be taking you through all of that, but first the roundup of all the top stories. Veteran actor Dharmendra was discharged from the hospital earlier this month, is now doing fine. An insider revealed the actor is also doing better than before. Sonam Kapoor announced her second pregnancy with elegant Instagram photos channeling Princess Diana's style, while husband Anand Ahuja celebrated the reveal with affectionate, playful comments. Often called Bollywood's first family, the Kapoors share personal stories over a hearty meal in their new Netflix show, Dining with the Kapoors. Fans quickly noticed Alia Bhatt's absence, prompting questions. Creators Anmal Jain, revealed that she couldn't join due to prior shoot commitments. Shah Rukh Khan and Salman Khan set the internet storming by dancing to Oh Oh Jane Jana at a Delhi wedding, with fans calling it an iconic peak brotherhood moment. Ram Charan's wife Upasana Konidela defended her advice on egg freezing, saying choosing when to marry or have kids is her right, not a privilege, sparking a wider debate. And let's talk about the very same debate. Actor Ram Charan's wife and vice chairperson of CSR at Apollo Hospitals, Upasana Konidela, stoked a massive row after she spoke about women's health and financial independence, discussing topics such as egg freezing and marriage. Upasana posted a video from the session at IIT on her social media, in which she says the biggest insurance for women is to save your eggs, because then you can choose when to get married, when you want to have kids on your own terms. But the statement seems not to have gone down well with many for various reasons. Doctors have slammed Upasana, saying that the egg freezing process is costly and cannot be undertaken by most women. Upasana later clarified, saying egg freezing gives women control over marriage and children. We have Grahan joining us. Grahan, first let us talk about the comment that has itself stoked the controversy, the backlash and the reaction, the response of Upasana. In fact, she has posted a series of pictures, the questions that she has asked. Why don't you take us through that first?
Absolutely. She seems to be engaging here, Kaveri, and she's taking on the backlash, and she's saying that she is rather happy to start a conversation, a constructive one, and that is when she's posted this second tweet of hers on her timeline with these two images, and she makes this comparison, and these are the questions that she has put forth in the first slide, which reads, is it wrong for a woman to marry for love instead of giving into societal pressures? And then she in fact goes on to say that in fact, she has done that. She has married for love, and she married at the age of, and there it is, I married for love and companionship at 27, she says. a choice I made on my own terms. At 29, I decided to freeze my eggs for personal and health reason, something that I've always spoken about. Remember, there was a mention that was also made about her association with Apollo, and that was also part of the criticism and the backlash that Upasana is receiving, and she is in a sense also trying to endorse egg freezing, which is a rather costly affair, and she is not really aware of the socio-economic realities of very many of the women in India, because if we just talk about egg freezing, it goes up to a tune of 5 lakh rupees. Embryo transfer would require a sum of more than 5 to 12 lakh rupees, and that is the kind of amount that one is talking about over here. And if at all you bank it, that requires another cost that one must incur. So she seems to be oblivious to this socio-economic reality, is the criticism that she's heavily facing, and the fact that she, one of the critics has been the Zoho founder, Sridhar Vembu. He exactly is making this very point, and she seems to be taking on those detractors with this next set of tweets that she has just posted on her timeline. She further goes on to say that throughout her journey, she has given equal importance to building career, nurturing marriage, because a happy, stable environment matters deeply when raising a family. And she also then says that marriage and career for her are not competing priorities. They're equally meaningful parts of a fulfilled life. So there, Upasana really is engaging with every sort of criticism, but she wants that criticism directed in a certain way, and that's why she has put her side of the story, that she has endorsed for women to freeze their eggs so that they can concentrate on their career. But this is exactly what she meant by that. However, the backlash, Kaveri, is not stopping. And that is the reason why there are very many voices that have come out either in support or in criticism of Upasana.
Reha, Upasana has clearly started a wider debate where women are carrying and taking the charge of their body, life and career. In fact, it is a matter of discussion as to who can freeze their eggs. It is effective or not cost effective in the Indian scenario. So that's the point of discussion. But right now, we're going to shift focus. S.S. Rajamouli has landed in a massive controversy after a complaint was filed against film for his offensive remarks against Lord Hanuman during the Varanasi teaser event in Hyderabad on Saturday. The director's comments upset Rashtriya Vanar Sena organization and Gaurakshak Sangh, who are claiming that his comments have hurt religious sentiments. But what exactly happened? Watch this video as we give you all the details.
Ace director S.S. Rajamouli has once again made headlines. This time not for his filmmaking brilliance, but for a remark that has stirred a heated debate online. The Bahubali and RRR director set off a storm at the Globetrotter event in Hyderabad on Saturday, wherein he unveiled the official title and first look of his next mega film, Varanasi, starring Mahesh Babu, Priyanka Chopra and Prithviraj Sukumaran. What was supposed to be a grand reveal took an unexpected turn when the event faced repeated technical glitches while the teaser played. The delay left Rajamouli visibly emotional, and what he said next triggered sharp reactions from certain groups. Reportedly, once everything settled down, Rajamouli started his speech with, "I don't have much faith in gods. This is an emotional moment for me. I don't believe in God. My dad came and said, Lord Hanuman will take care of things for me. After the glitch happened, I raised my voice at him, saying, is this how he leads me? My wife is a big admirer of Hanuman. She treats the god like her friend and talks to him. I expressed my anger at her too, saying, is this how he does things? The statement, especially his frustration directed at Lord Hanuman, did not sit well with certain groups. Soon after the event, the Rashtriya Vanar Sena organization criticized Rajamouli, claiming that his remarks had hurt Hindu sentiments.
Well, and in some exclusive, Delhi Crime 3 is streaming on Netflix, and in exclusive chat with CNN News 18 Social, Samrat Chaudhary spoke to the makers and the actors of the film. Shefali talks about how Delhi Crime gave her the courage to fight and hard negotiate for what she deserves, and how the love and respect finally translated to work offers as leads and parallel leads.
Hello everyone, welcome to News 18. I am in conversation with team Delhi Crime 3. Hello, hope all's well.
Hi.
Good?
Yes.
Hi.
She's Titash, by the way.
Yes, I am Titash. Hi. Yeah. So tell me, I'll start with you, the captain of the ship. Of course, see, I know a lot of research goes into, what you're portraying. But tell me, how did you as a filmmaker, you're born and brought up in America, right? In the US. How do you get so close to the, the socio-political, the cultural texture of Delhi so well?
I have superpowers.
I'm sure you do.
I just have to, I've wondered myself, and I just come to the conclusion I'm a VSP.
You're just
and
it.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Alright, of course, on CNN News 18, we are tracking Anmol Bishnoi's return. He is the wanted gangster who will arrive at the IGI airport. He's expected to arrive at around 10 a.m. and from there, as we were speaking to Anima earlier as well, expected to straight away be taken to court. We are tracking his return. We're tracking all sorts of movements that are going to be happening, transfers and interrogations that are to follow as well. For more on this, we have Anshul live with us. Anshul, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, this is what we are hearing right now, that he's been removed from the United States. He's expected to arrive at IGI.
Was very much a part of the first season. Did that happen?
Yeah, we've discussed certain more about how to proceed with technical parts of the show. But Richie and I were parallel filmmakers for a very long time before he even did season 1 of Delhi Crime. We were both making films in India and abroad, and sort of trying to find our way between cultures and what is our language and who do we want to tell stories about, and so we had a long relationship. But when Richie got to this stage, when I took over, he also wanted to make sure he didn't put too much of an imprint on, or let us figure it out ourselves. He's very wise in that way to give us space to work as well.
Well, that's all the time we have in this edition of Entertainment 360. But before I go, I'll leave you with a candid interview of George Clooney, Laura Dern and Adam Sandler open up about their new film, J. Kelly, a story set in Europe that follows a movie star on a journey of self-reflection and fame. Clooney reveals why his life feels fairly normal despite the superstardom and shares the advice he gives young actors about taking control of their careers. Take a look and bye-bye.
Yes, yes and no. You have to be a little on when you and I are doing an interview. Maybe it's a little different than I would be when I'm sitting at home watching, the Bengals lose another football game. So yeah, there is a little bit of a difference. But look, I'm of an age where it's less performative, because I'm sort of, I don't have to prove anything anymore, and I don't sort of need to succeed in some way. So it does back off a little as you get older. You know what I mean? I do that. I ride a train to Paris all the time. There's moments where you go, okay, I'll absorb this. And there are times where you go, well, that's going to be too much of a hassle. And sometimes it's because it could be it can infringe on other people's experience, right? You don't want to show up and sort of ruin an event for somebody else. But I live believe it or not, a fairly normal life. I get to drive the kids to school in a van and play sports, and I have a fairly normal life considering, what I do for a living.
Right here for me. George, they got it. George, on the right! George, up top, George, to the right!
Well, I don't really give much advice. I always just think that I talk to young actors a lot about spreading out and doing other things, because as you get older, you should write or direct or produce. You should be, if you want to stay in the business, what you don't want to be is my age and have to worry about what some casting director thinks about how you're aging, right? You want to have some control in your career. So I talk to them about that, but that's the only advice I give because, they're going to be smarter than I am at their age,
This is the mega exit poll. Overall numbers 140 to 150 seats for the NDA.
BJP, JDU and the RJD are all pulling their weight.
What a phenomenal victory. Congress has some very, very critical, almost existential questions that it needs to answer. There's a blast that's been reported near the station. This is a terror attack. That's what intel sources tell CNN News 18 via Manoj Kumar Gupta.
Viewers, as you know, this was a high-intensity blast.
India's young athletes inspire, but only one rising star can stand invincible. And the nominations for the Indian of the Year 2025 Rising Sports Star are Silchi Phogat, Kush Maini, Vaibhav Suryavanshi, Pooja Singh, Divya Deshmukh. Who will be the Rising Sports Star of the Year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year.
Hello and welcome, and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. We must announce that we are number one all through the Bihar Assembly election coverage, and that's something that we'd like to share for our viewers. It is a feat, an achievement that we have been managing every week, every month, and that is something that we'd like to share with all of you here on CNN News 18. It is you, the loyal viewers of CNN News 18, is managing this and making this possible time and time again for us here on the network. We begin with the headlines now. Amid NDA's big show of strength and PM's presence, Nitish Kumar takes oath as the Chief Minister of Bihar for the 10th time. Ministers also take oath. CNN News 18 shatters viewership records by dominating election week coverage. We thank our viewers for their trust in us. CNN News 18 exclusive news break. Congress ends India alliance to contest Bengal, Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh elections solo. Supreme Court rules constitutional courts can't fix deadlines for president or governors to act on bills, says must adopt dialogue. Supreme Court views excerpts of Delhi riots accused Sharjeel Imam's speech, which were reportedly provocative. Appearing for Delhi police, the ASG maintained that the speeches indicate the protest had violent intent. As Karnataka government marks 2.5 years, DK Shivakumar hints at stepping down as the state Congress chief after 6 years, vows to stay on the front line. Karnataka government rolls out new IT policy, perks of up to 50,000 rupees per employee for IT firms to accelerate growth in emerging tech clusters. New revelations regarding Al-Falah University terrorist Mirza Shadab Beg, who carried out the Ahmedabad and Gorakhpur serial blasts, had studied at the same varsity. Delhi teen dies by suicide by jumping in front of the metro. Alleges harassment by teacher in the suicide note. And we're getting some breaking news at the top of the broadcast. In the Delhi riots case, the Supreme Court today has viewed the excerpts of an Sharjeel Imam speech, which reportedly has been rather provocative. Appearing for the Delhi police, the ASG has gone on to maintain that the speeches indicate that this protest that in fact was carried out under the aegis of Sharjeel Imam was not peaceful but had an intent of creating violence. Delhi police has also now brought in the Red Fort blast reference amid the Delhi riots hearing. The Delhi police has also said that intellectuals who've got degrees with state support have used state fundings to become doctors but use it for nefarious acts. The police has also said to the Supreme Court that Sharjeel Imam and associates have wanted a regime change. Delhi police has also said that ASG SV Raju has referred to Sharjeel's speech, and here's where he talks about Babri Masjid. He was trying to provoke the Muslim community. And then he further goes on to say that when intellectuals become terrorists, they are more harmful than ground level terrorists. This is the version that police has given to the apex court of the country, and excerpts of that speech by Sharjeel Imam that has been deemed rather provocative has also been put out before the apex court. My colleague Ananya Bhatnagar with all of those details. Ananya?
Well, absolutely a fiery hearing before, in fact, the topmost court of the country, a bench headed by Justice Arvind Kumar and NV Anjaria, hearing, in fact, the bail applications of Umar Khalid, Sharjeel Imam and various other accused in the FIR 59, which is with regards to the larger conspiracy in the Delhi riots case. The additional Solicitor General appearing for, in fact, the Delhi police, Mr. SV Raju, has categorically pointed out that intellectuals, when they become terrorists, they are much more nefarious and they are much more dangerous. And these are people who from state support became doctors because both Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid were pursuing their PhDs, and they, in fact, it was also a jibe somewhere or the other at the Red Fort blast case, because there also these people were actually doctors, and that's why, you know, the police going on to very clearly say that when intellectuals become terrorists, then it's a much more dangerous act that comes into the play, and that's exactly what happened in the Delhi riots case as well. He also goes on to say that, you know, these people, every time the bail hearing of this particular case comes up, the social media and the New York Times comes into the picture. They come on because they always want an international angle to it, and that's exactly why all of this was planned when Donald Trump was actually visiting India, and it was a clear attempt to create violent protests in the national capital, and that is clear from Sharjeel Imam's speeches and the kind of evidence that has been given out by, in fact, the Delhi police. In fact, the Delhi police have clearly gone on to say before in an affidavit and now before the court as well that it was nothing more than a regime change operation that was being carried out by all of these people, and these are nefarious people who, you know, don the cloak of, in fact, intellectuals like doctors and engineers, is what, in fact, the Delhi police has gone on to tell the topmost court of the country.
Is it helping their argument, this comparison that has been made by the Delhi police while referring to the Delhi riots case, bringing up the Delhi blast case that has happened on the 10th of November? What was the observation that came in from the apex court when that comparison was made?
Well, you know, it was in fact a jibe that was taken indirectly, though there was no particular reference made to the Red Fort blast case, but it was an indirect reference that was made. It was a jibe that was made as far as the Delhi blast is concerned, though there has been not much observation at this stage coming in from the topmost of the country. The hearing would continue tomorrow as well. In this particular case, the Delhi police would conclude its arguments by tomorrow, and that is something, you know, that makes it very, very clear, because the last leg of this hearing would be very, very crucial, because what would the Delhi police say in conclusion? Because the last time the Solicitor General had argued the conclusions before, in fact, the Delhi High Court, it was in fact that he had highlighted how, you know, catapults were being used, and these were big catapults that were used to actually throw these Molotov cocktail bombs on the people there in fact, and from in fact the roof of Tahir Hussain. You know, I personally, Graha, have seen those cocktail bombs. I was somebody who had reported Delhi riots when they had happened, and it was in fact a sight that one should never ever witness, because there were Molotov cocktail bombs, there were acid that was there, on the roof of Tahir Hussein's residence, and that is something that showed as to what kind of a plan it was. And definitely at this particular juncture, the Delhi police arguing that it was a regime change operation. The investigation has been carried out in such a manner that the first charge sheet itself, the main charge sheet in this particular case, is almost around 2,000 pages, and then 4 to 5 more supplementary charge sheets have been filed by the Delhi police in this case. A lot of documentary evidence, a lot of electronic evidence, and definitely ocular and oral evidence also there with the Delhi police. But how much of it does it help in their argument to actually deny these bail applications is something that we'll have to wait and watch for.
But even as we have to wait and watch for that to come out of the apex court, what is it really looking like, Ananya, for Sharjeel Imam and his case and this entire Delhi riots case? You have been at the forefront covering each and every aspect of this very case. You have, I believe, also been privy to the speeches that were made at that time and after which the Delhi riots had also happened. The suggestion that was made in the court today to the final outcome of once the case is completely heard until tomorrow, what happens?
You know, this case has travelled from the trial court, and not once but also multiple times from the trial court to the High Court and then to the Supreme Court. And again, you know, the matter was sent back to the High Court as far as the bails are concerned. And all the time, if we talk about the trial court of the High Court, there have been clear observations. And in fact, the last judgment in Taslim Ahmed versus Union of India, which is in fact with regards to one of the accused in the Delhi riots case, the High Court had very categorically held that the delay in this particular trial, which is being claimed for a bail application in this particular in these particular cases, is something that was caused by the accused person themselves, and they were trying to deliberately delay the trial in this particular case by either not appearing before the court when they were asked to, or by filing frivolous application. And that is a detailed judgment by Justice Subramaniam Prasad of the Delhi High Court, which completely gives a clear weapon to the Delhi police to show that, you know, somewhere or the other, that these are the people who wanted to delay the trial in order to secure a bail in this particular case. And that is the reason why the trial in this case is not taking place. And all the arguments and the kind of submissions that have been made by the Delhi police, it seems to be a very, very strong case as far as you know, denying these bails are concerned. But still, it is the Supreme Court who has to decide all of this. We can't preempt any kind of a verdict that could come out from the topmost court of the country. But definitely the submissions that have been leveled and put forth by the Delhi police is something that hold a lot of evidentiary value. Not only the submissions, but also a lot of evidence, whether it's technical, whether it's electronic or ocular evidence. The Delhi police has in fact a lot of bullets in its arsenal as far as the Delhi riots case is concerned.
Right, do stay on with us, Ananya. We also have RP Singh of the Bharatiya Janata Party, who is now joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Singh, the observations that have come out of the court today, what do you make of these arguments, particularly by the Delhi police, when they say that it is these established, educated individuals who have become more of a threat to society, and this is a direct reference to what has happened in the Delhi blast case near the Red Fort that happened on the 10th of November. So while that entire bail hearing for Sharjeel Imam is happening, this reference has been brought up. What do you make of this argument before the court?
Well, I still remember his saying that let's cut off the chicken neck and the rest will be taken care of the Pakistan and Bangladesh. The ideology which is there is not the poverty, the ideology which is looming over the mindset of the youngsters, and they are being pushed into this by the imams and by the Maulvis. That's what has been come out. But Delhi police and the court has rightly observed that it's not the poor or the downtrodden or because of some region of the poverty that people are doing this. This is just because of the what they have been pushed into and what they have been groomed into.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Singh. Ananya, if you can hear me, considering this case is also going to go on until tomorrow, we are yet waiting for that final argument to be registered before the apex court, and then verdict comes out as far as whether or not Sharjeel Imam, Umar Khalid, these people get bail in the Delhi riots case. Controversial speeches that have been associated to each one of them. One of the references that just was being made by the BJP spokesperson, Mr. Singh. The outcome and the aftermath, if we were to in fact take a look at it, how would you sum it up and the way the court is proceeding with this particular case?
You know, I'll not frame it myself, but I'll say what the High Court had said while denying these bails, because the High Court had given out a detailed judgment, and in fact not one but two judgments. One I just referred to in Taslim Ahmed versus Union of India. The second one is with regards to Umar Khalid, Sharjeel Imam, wherein the role that was assigned to Umar Khalid, the role that was assigned to Sharjeel Imam, it was clear, and High Court has very categorically held that these speeches were very, very provocative in nature, though the merits of this case are something that should not be dealt on at this particular stage, because it is in fact a stage of bail and not trial. But definitely the primitive evidence, the prima facie view, completely goes on to suggest that there was something wrong at play, and that's exactly why these bails could not be given by the Delhi High Court. The High Court refused, and this is not once but twice that the High Court has refused.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you there,
applications.
Ananya. We are getting an exclusive news break. We have to cut to that. This is a CNN News 18 mega exclusive, as we are now in the preview of exclusive details on Dr. Muzammil's interrogations. Dr. Muzammil and his group, including Dr. Umar Nabi, they were all collecting large quantities of explosives and weapons in rented premises in the state of Haryana, we are told. He was also using the medical schedules as cover. Foreign handlers like Mansoor, Hashim and Dr. Ukasha guided them on the procurement, concealment and also the movement of this material. And as per top sources in the investigation department, we're also learning that new template of radicalization in India has been unearthed with this latest attack very close to the Red Fort. My colleague Anand Narsimhan is joining us live from the CNN News 18 newsroom. Anand, the exclusive news break. We are privy now to the interrogation details of Dr. Muzammil.
Good afternoon, Grahan, and to our viewers. There is a continuum, or there is a thread that binds perhaps the Sharjeel Imam case and also the Al-Falah module or the 1011 blast case of intellectuals being weaponized and being far more deadly. If the cops and if the courts have observed that intellectuals as terrorists do far more harm in the Sharjeel Imam case, in this case, these white-collar terrorists and this module which wanted to train professionals and individuals and weaponize them and radicalize them. That was the intent of this module. That is led by a Dr. Muzaffar and also Muzammil, who are perhaps the most potent in this entire group. Muzaffar currently is somewhere in Afghanistan, in the Waziristan region, we are given to understand. Muzaffar is Dr. Adil's elder brother. Muzammil is the other one, along with Dr. Umar, who were collecting large quantities of explosives and weapons in rented premises in Haryana, and they were trying to store it. It was Umar Nabi who was a little more of the, because he was on the edge and he had psychiatrical issues or psychological issues also, he was the one who wanted to move faster. He was the one who wanted immediate action, whereas Muzammil was willing to play the long game. He wanted to establish a network of well-educated, well-placed, highly radicalized individuals across Bharat and then strike simultaneously. He had been planning and working on this since 2010. So it's been about 15 years that he has been planning this. He was using his offices as a senior doctor, his profession as a doctor and as faculty member to even identify students who could be radicalized, weaponized and create a group and chain. And he was asking them to further indoctrinate and ready white-collared professionals or professionals, educated individuals who are perceived as intellectuals to continue to radicalize them and also keep them ready to act when the time comes. And he was using his position because he was a senior, because he was highly qualified and he came from a position of authority. There were students who were impressionable and who would even succumb to this radicalization and this entire line or this very, very virulent ideology that he was actually peddling. Now, the investigation into Muzammil Shakil also then reveals this new template of radicalization and the evolution of these foreign handlers and these Islamists who want Bharatiya society to be radicalized, especially among the Muslim community, who are moving up. They are moving away from the blue-collared, the unemployed, economically backward individuals to highly educated, self-employed perhaps, or even otherwise professionals, individuals who are also financially stable, but ideologically thoroughly radicalized, and that was the new pattern where intellectual radicals, intellectual terrorists, white-collar terrorists, however we call them, would be the one who would perhaps go ahead and orchestrate mass mayhem across the length and breadth of the country. And Muzammil was an important vital cog in this. Muzammil very specifically said that he specifically targeted educated Muslims. And he's also gone ahead, and according to him, he believed that they carried legitimacy, mobility, and the ability to hide quietly inside institutions without attracting suspicion. And there are handlers like Hashim, Kamran, Dr. Ukasha, Muzaffar, who actually told these two, Muzammil and Umar Nabi, that the intellectual recruits are the future of jihad. Now look at this. Imagine that cops are saying the same thing about Sharjeel Imam, and it's the same module and the same thought continuum that was manifest in the 10-11 blast 5-6 years later after Sharjeel Imam's arrest. So there is a thought continuum, there is a plan, there is a plot afoot among impressionable young Muslims across the length and breadth of the country. And we are not saying that everybody is going to fall and succumb to this virulent ideology, but even if it is a handful, imagine the damage and death and destruction that they can cause, and overall the damage to society, the social fabric, the general feeling of mistrust that will be fueled, and more importantly, the larger cause of the nation, the progress of the nation, the Viksit Bharat dream, at a time when the whole world is looking to Bharat. Can we afford this kind of internal strife and issue that can destroy the social fabric of our country? So look how the foreign agents, foreign entities, these radical Islamists are plotting the decay, the destruction, and the hurt of Bharat from within. Within the Muslim society itself. This is exactly what we have got from the investigation details of Dr. Muzammil.
Right, absolutely. And Anand, we had also put out certain videos of, in fact, Dr. Umar Nabi, the suicide bomber, the Fidain attacker very close to the Red Fort, and it was ascertained that he was trying that his co-conspirators, fellow members of the module, can in fact be one with this radical idea of Fidain attacks. Now, one part of this detail that has emerged from the interrogation of Dr. Muzammil was that he started distancing himself from Umar. You just mentioned that he had some amount of psychological issue. He wanted to act fast, and that's why he was one with the idea of that Fidain attack. But this important aspect is also coming to fore from the interrogation.
Yes, it is. Telegram channels such as the Farzadani Darul Uloom Deoband and the Kafila Gurba and other Telegram channels had become the ideological lifeline for these individuals. They were getting indoctrinated and radicalized, and then they were pushing the same radical vitriol on platforms, again encrypted platforms, groups, where they were pushing this towards other impressionable students. Look at what Dr. Shaheen was going to do in Lucknow, or Adil was going to do in Saharanpur. They were going to create other hubs and radicalized locals from there. Umar Nabi, there is a girl from Imphal whose name he changed and references, trying to convert her, soft convert her, and then radicalize her, indoctrinate her, and her statement has come. They were all doing this. It was like a model where one indoctrinates 3, those 3 indoctrinate 9, those 9 indoctrinate 27, and those 27 indoctrinate further, and it becomes a huge network across the country. And the threat is that this is the new radicalization module where social platforms, hybrid platforms methods are being used to radicalize young professionals, individuals who can hide in plain sight and go on to further radicalize. And imagine if it's a huge number of people who are socially radicalized, what they can turn to do when they are called to action. And that's why people like Muzammil were far more dangerous to society than hire by night terrorists who would come there, shoot, do, and then either perish or get arrested. These are people who will hide in plain sight in society and continue to radicalize generations, and they are far more dangerous to Bharat.
Right, absolutely, Anand. Thank you so much for that perspective and that detail that has emerged from the interrogation of Dr. Muzammil, one of the key conspirators behind the Delhi Red Fort blast. Let's now get a breaking piece of information that we have for our viewers. We are now learning that the State Investigation Agency is carrying out raids in Jammu. These raids are happening at the head office of a newspaper, Kashmir Times, in Jammu's Residency Road area. Kashmir Times was reportedly raided for propagating content detrimental to the sovereignty of India, and security sources have also revealed that, in fact, AK rounds, AK cartridges, pistol rounds and 3 grenade liver have been recovered during the raids at Kashmir Times office in Jammu. My colleague Sameer Bhatt and Tejinder Singh are joining us on the broadcast. Tejinder, how is it that arms and ammunition are being, seen at an office of Kashmir Times, a journalist and a newspaper there in Jammu, and this is what is happening, that grenade and livers, pistol rounds are being recovered, cartridges are being recovered from this place?
Indeed, Graha, it's really shocking that a newspaper which is believed to be one of the oldest newspaper in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, established in 1950s, these type of recoveries have been made. What the sources are telling us that during the raids by the SIA in the Kashmir Times head office here in Jammu, AK rounds, cartridges of AK rifle, pistol rounds, and 3 grenade livers were recovered during the raids. These raids were conducted by the SIA unit of Jammu. This is what the sources within the SIA have told us. The sources say that SIA had registered a case and FIR against Kashmir Times was lodged because the newspaper had indulged in writing articles which posed a threat to public law and order. Several articles...
but this is a huge development, Tejinder, that it's a media house and there are arms and ammunition that are being recovered from a media house. In fact, our colleague Sameer Bhatt is joining us live from outside the Kashmir Times office in Jammu, from where these raids have emerged and they are being conducted. Sameer, just take us through exactly what is happening here and the kind of recoveries that have been made so far.
देखिए, मैं इस वक्त कश्मीर टाइम्स के ऑफिस के बाहर ही हूं और अगर मेरे कैमरामैन आपको दिखाएंगे, ये विजुअल्स में आप देख सकते हैं, पुलिसकर्मी आपको दिखेंगे, लेकिन अंदर जो है एसआई की टीम जो है सुबह से ही लगातार रेड कर रही है। एसआई की जो टीम्स हैं हर जगह, जो कश्मीर टाइम्स का जो ऑफिस है यहाँ रेजेंसी रोड पर, वहाँ इस ऑफिस के हर एक कोने में वहाँ पे जितना भी डॉक्यूमेंट्स है उनको खंगाल रही है और जितना भी वहाँ पे सर्चेज हैं, जांच हो रही है, वो सुबह से लगातार चल रही है। और जो सुबह अगर हम देखें तो सुबह सवेरे से ही, अर्ली मॉर्निंग से ही ये रेड चल रही है, अंदर जांच पड़ताल चल रही है, जिसमें कई लैपटॉप जो हैं, कंप्यूटर हैं, लैपटॉप्स हैं, उनको रिकवर किया गया सुबह से। और उसके बाद कहा जा रहा है कि जो कुछ एम्युनिशन भी रिकवर किया गया है। ऑफिशियली अभी इंतजार रहेगा, एसआई ऑफिशियली कोई जो ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट देगा, लेकिन फिलहाल एसआई इस कश्मीर टाइम्स ऑफिस में जो आप तस्वीरों में देख रहे हैं, यहाँ पे रेड अभी भी चल रही है। एसआई की टीम जो है, एसआई के ऑफिसर्स हैं,
propagating content that is detrimental to the sovereignty of India, that's a charge against Kashmir Times, and that's why these raids are being conducted. And what is even more bizarre is that ammunition has been found inside this media house. We will keep an eye on this story, but right now we go into a very short break.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
All right, of course, on CNN News 18, we are tracking Anmol Bishnoi's return. He is the wanted gangster who will arrive at the IGI airport. He's expected to arrive at around 10 a.m. and from there, as we were speaking to Anima earlier as well, expected to straight away be taken to court. We are tracking his return. We're tracking all sorts of movements that are going to be happening, transfers and interrogations that are to follow as well. For more on this, we have Anshul live with us. Anshul, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, this is what we are hearing right now, that he's been removed from the United States. He's expected to arrive at IGI at around in about 45 minutes from now. What can you tell us?
Well, yes, Anmol Bishnoi, along with other illegal immigrants in the United States, have been deported from the United States, and it is expected that the flight will land over here in India at approximately 10 a.m. Then the immigration processes will happen, and by 11 a.m. it is expected that the NIA will actually go ahead and formally arrest him. Post that, he will be taken to a hospital where the initial medical checkup or the medical legal certificate would be made, and then eventually he will be produced in front of the Patiala House Court, where the NIA will seek further custody of Anmol Bishnoi, because remember, there are several cases that are being investigated against Anmol Bishnoi. One of the cases that is being investigated is by the NIA of the larger terror nexus that had that had come up, and how these gangsters who were operating from across the border were actually involved in carrying out several criminal activities out here, specifically in North India and also in parts of Mumbai. But there is definitely a competition between agencies at this point in time, because all of these agencies want to go ahead and interrogate Anmol Bishnoi, be it the Punjab police, be it the Delhi police, be it the Rajasthan police, or for that matter Mumbai police as well, whereas central agencies such as the NIA are all waiting hands-on to just get access to Anmol Bishnoi, because he is one of the key links that needs to be interrogated before any sort of a complete investigation could happen. He has been involved in ordering the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. He has been involved in demanding ransom from various businessmen out here in the national capital. He has also been involved in the killing of Baba Siddiqui and the shooting that happened outside the residence of Salman Khan as well. So definitely there are several cases that are being investigated by multiple agencies, and as soon as Anmol Bishnoi will land over here, definitely there is going to be this race amongst agencies to get his custody and to interrogate him further. But definitely as good luck that he is being deported from the United States and he is being handed over back to India. Definitely a lot of investigations are going to be done, and definitely a lot of cases are going to be solved once Anmol Bishnoi lands over here in the national capital within the next few minutes.
Right. Arunima, Anshul has mentioned a few pertinent points here. Of course, we're going to talk about the interstate transfers and interrogations as well, but we are going to see a focus on specific cases, of course, Baba Siddiqui, Sidhu Moosewala, Salman Khan firing as well. However, there, of course, will be a concerted effort to map out this entire network and its finances as well.
So there is a gangsters FIR that NIA was probing, in which Anmol Bishnoi, Lawrence Bishnoi, all their other associates have been named. So the entire gangster terror network in Punjab has been investigated by the National Investigation Agency. The charge sheet has been filed in this case, which dates back to 2022. And Anmol Bishnoi's custody, once taken by NIA, will focus on this particular FIR, this particular investigation itself. If you go by the other big man who was brought into NIA's custody from the United States, accused of terrorism, accused of a high-profile case like 2611, Tawahur Rana. So in that case also, Mumbai police wanted to question Tawahur Rana, and it was given a chance to question Tawahur Rana while he was still broadly in NIA's custody. So a similar pattern could be followed here as well. Well, NIA keeps the broad custody of Anmol Bishnoi. Traveling with him from one part of the country to the other, one doesn't really know how it will work out security-wise, because these are high-profile, high-target gangsters. There are intra-gang rivalries at work as well. Goldie Brar is a player in Punjab, along with the Bishnois, who originally their support base is Rajasthan. So one will have to really see how the considerations are kept in mind. But the security agencies are definitely upbeat that Anmol Bishnoi's custody for NIA will unravel who are the other players in this. Already NIA has managed to carry out searches across Delhi NCR, Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Rajasthan, Gujarat, to hunt out everyone who's supporting the Bishnois, supporting the Goldie Brar gang, essentially supporting this gangster terror network. But getting Anmol Bishnoi into custody will unravel whatever loose ends are still there as far as investigation goes.
All right. Arunima and Anshul, thank you so much for joining us for all this information. Right now, we're of course going to be tracking all the developments closely.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
All right, of course, on CNN News 18, we are tracking Anmol Bishnoi's return. He is the wanted gangster who will arrive at the IGI airport. He's expected to arrive at around 10 a.m. and from there, as we were speaking to Arunima earlier as well, expected to straight away be taken to court. We are tracking his return. We're tracking all sorts of movements that are going to be happening, transfers and interrogations that are to follow as well. For more on this, we have Anshul live with us. Anshul, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, this is what we are hearing right now, that he's been removed from the United States. He's expected to arrive at IGI in about 45 minutes from now. What can you tell us?
Well, yes, Anmol Bishnoi, along with other illegal immigrants in the United States, have been deported from the United States, and it is expected that the flight will land over here in India at approximately 10 a.m. Then the immigration processes will happen, and by 11 a.m., it is expected that the NIA will actually go ahead and formally arrest him. Post that, he will be taken to a hospital where the initial medical checkup or the medical legal certificate would be made, and then eventually he will be produced in front of the Patiala House Court, where the NIA will seek further custody of Anmol Bishnoi, because remember, there are several cases that are being investigated against Anmol Bishnoi. One of the cases that is being investigated is by the NIA of the larger terror nexus that had come up, and how these gangsters who were operating from across the border were actually involved in carrying out several criminal activities out here, specifically in North India and also in parts of Mumbai. But there is definitely a competition between agencies at this point in time, because all of these agencies want to go ahead and interrogate Anmol Bishnoi, be it the Punjab police, be it the Delhi police, be it the Rajasthan police, or for that matter Mumbai police as well, whereas central agencies such as the NIA are all waiting hands on to just get access to Anmol Bishnoi, because he is one of the key links that needs to be interrogated before any sort of a complete investigation could happen. He has been involved in ordering the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. He has been involved in demanding ransom from various businessmen out here in the national capital. He has also been involved in the killing of Baba Siddiqui and the shooting that happened outside the residence of Salman Khan.
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Grahan, and we're now getting some exclusive news break there, as we're learning that the Enforcement Directorate has now filed a fresh charge sheet against Robert Vadra in the Black Money Act case. Vadra has been named as an accused for the first time in this case, and this is what we are picking up. This is a fresh charge sheet that has been filed against Robert Vadra in the Black Money case, and he now stands as named as an accused in this very case. My colleague Ananya with more details. Ananya?
And this is a case wherein not only Robert Vadra, Sanjay Bhandari is already an accused, and now Robert Vadra too has been named as an accused in this fresh charge sheet that's been filed by the Enforcement Directorate in the Black Money Act case. And this is in fact a case that had been there for a long. There have been already 7 to 8 accused in this particular case, and now Robert Vadra too coming into the picture and being named as an accused in this particular case. So it's a big statement by coming in from the enforcement agency, naming Robert Vadra as an accused in this particular case. Very clearly, at this juncture, how much of the charge is filed before, in fact, the Delhi court, and this juncture, the court would be considering in a few days the charge sheet, and would then be issuing some of the fines to the charge sheet is correct in nature.
Great, absolutely. And the kind of repercussions now that one can expect against Robert Vadra after he's been named as an accused for the first time in this case, Ananya, if we go on to further discuss that.
Well, since he has been named as an accused in this particular case, definitely he'll now have to file a bail before the court. And since he has not been arrested in this particular case, it does not deem appropriate that the agency might arrest him now, because this charge sheet has been filed without arresting Robert Vadra. So definitely his statements have been under the picture. Section 50 statements would be something that would have been that have been recorded by the enforcement agency. And at this juncture, Robert Vadra was named as an accused in this particular case. So very clearly, at this point, it's a big trouble mounting for, in fact, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's husband. So we have to wait and watch it for how things pan out, whether the court actually goes on to issue some to Robert Vadra as far as this charge sheet is concerned.
Right, absolutely. A money laundering case that dates back for many years now, like you're mentioning, Ananya, and it has the key arms dealer Sanjay Bhandari at the very forefront. Sanjay Bhandari is no longer in the country. He's fled from the scene since 2016, I believe, now in UK. So how much, when it is about repercussions and when we're talking about that, will it have on India's case to get him extradited back to the country as well, now that Robert Vadra's mention has been made in this case as an accused, and he of course is associated and he's linked to this entire money laundering with this arms dealer?
Well, absolutely, but Sanjay Bhandari is somebody who has already been named as an accused in this particular case. In the first or second charge sheet itself, but the extradition was in fact halted by, in fact, the High Court there. And in fact, the Indian government's appeal was also dismissed. However, this now comes as a fresh ground for the investigation agencies as far as things are concerned. So we'll have to wait as to how things pan out and whether another effort is made to extradite Sanjay Bhandari back to India after these fresh charge sheets have been filed by the Enforcement Directorate before the Delhi Rouse Avenue Court.
Right, absolutely. Ananya, thank you so much for all of those details. We are getting another update for our viewers. We are learning that the National Investigation Agency has now arrested 4 more prime accused in the Red Fort blast case that happened on the 10th of November. And this now takes the total arrests so far that have been made by the NIA to 6. 4 more arrests that have been made by the NIA, crucial arrests that continue to be reported about. Ananya continues to be with us and has more details on this story as well. Ananya? Right, Arunima is also joining us on the broadcast. Arunima, NIA making a fresh arrest, taking that total tally to 6 now. Who are we talking about here? The 4 new arrests that have been made by the National Investigation Agency.
Yes, so these 4 are doctors who have studied at Al Falha University or who were professors there. They were already in the custody of Jammu and Kashmir police. These are Dr. Muzammil Shakil Ganai of Pulwama, Dr. Adil Ahmad Radar of Anantnag, Dr. Shaheen Saeed of Lucknow, and Mufti Irfan Ahmad Wage of Shopian. Mufti Irfan is the Maulavi whose phone actually unraveled this entire module. It was the raid on his premises by Jammu and Kashmir police that led to Dr. Adil, and subsequent questioning of Dr. Adil led them to Dr. Muzammil and also gave them input about Dr. Umar in Red Fort. So the other 4 members of this module who were in custody of the Jammu and Kashmir police, this morning after a production warrant from the Patiala House Court, NIA travelled to Jammu and Kashmir and took custody of the 4. They are now being brought back to Delhi at the NIA headquarters. There's a very high likelihood that they will be interrogated separately. There's also a possibility that they'll be confronted with the other suspects who are already in custody because confrontation often reveals if somebody is lying or not revealing the full picture. Confrontation with each other gives the interrogators the larger picture and helps them understand how this conspiracy was planned.
Right, absolutely, Arunima. Thank you so much for that. In fact, interrogation details from the interrogation of Dr. Muzammil has already started to trickle in, and we were the first to break that news for you, where we are learning that the arms, explosives were transported to very many of these rented accommodations in the state of Haryana. So we will see more and more details emerge on similar lines, and we'll keep our viewers abreast with all of that. But right now, we're shifting our focus. Let's now talk about Upasana, actor Ram Charan's wife and also the vice chairperson of CSR at Apollo Hospitals. Upasana Konidela has stoked a massive row after she spoke about women's health and also financial independence. She was discussing topics such as egg freezing and marriage. Upasana later posted a video from that session at IIT Hyderabad, which she was a part of, on her social media page, in which she says, and I'm quoting, "The biggest insurance for women is to save your eggs, because then you can choose when to get married, when you want to have kids on your own terms." But that statement now seems to not have gone down well with very many for various reasons. Doctors have slammed Upasana, saying that egg freezing process is a costly exercise and it cannot be undertaken by most women. Zoho co-founder Sridhar Vembu has also countered Upasana's claims, advising youngsters to marry and produce children in their 20s. Upasana Konidela, remember, later has also gone on to clarify and say that egg freezing gives women control over marriage and also children.
Insurance for women is to save your eggs, because then you can choose when to get married, when you want to have kids, on your own terms when you are financially independent. Today, I stand on my own feet. I earn a living for myself. I'm proudly financially independent. This security made me strong and confident to make bold decisions in my life. Do things that work the best for you. Before you reach your 30s, have your goals ready, have your career path set, and know how much you're going to earn at every different point in your life. Earn wealth-wise, health-wise, and relationship-wise. If you're clear about your vision, goal, and role in life, you become unstoppable. The biggest insurance for women is to save your eggs, because then you can choose when to get married, when you want to have kids, on your own terms when you are financially independent. Today, I stand on my own feet. I earn a living for myself. I'm proudly financially independent.
His security made me strong and confident to make bold decisions in my life. Do things that work the best for you. Before you reach your 30s, have your goals ready, have your career path set, and know how much you're going to earn at every different point in your life. Earn wealth-wise, health-wise, and relationship-wise. If you're clear about your vision, goal, and role in life, you become unstoppable. The biggest insurance.
Now, Upasana has gone on to say that she is happy to start a conversation, and definitely she has started a conversation and also a lot of controversy with the statements that she's made. To carry forward that very conversation, we have two very special guests who are joining me on the broadcast. Susie Ben Shah, who's an advocate, is with us, and also Isha Jaiswal, a content creator, is joining us on the broadcast. Ms. Shah, coming to you first, when Upasana, Ramcharan's wife, goes on to claim that a woman's biggest insurance is that she goes on to freeze her eggs, what are your views on this statement?
I think good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for having me on your show. This statement has definitely stirred a debate, but debate for a very few. You see, the lady, I believe her name is Upasana, comes from a very privileged background, has the financial stability and the ability to promote and propagate the concept of egg freezing. But that is for a privileged few. No, it does not apply to most of the Indian women. And therefore, I think the concept is not only, it's not well developed, and is an option, it's not an option available to all. If you want to choose your career stability, I do believe that there is no conflict for having a timely motherhood and having your career. It is the options that you have to choose, and the options are available to most of the women. It is up to them whether to choose them or not. Having said that, I would also say that the word insurance, I think it's a very, very wrongly used word, because insurance gives you guarantee. In egg freezing, thereafter proceeding with IVF procedure, there is no 100% guarantee of you being a mother. So therefore, to call it a insurance is misguiding, and certainly egg freezing is no silver bullet. There are financial implications. It affects the health of a woman. There is also the hormonal imbalance which is created because of this IVF treatment. So I think it requires awareness, debate, and it is indeed for a very privileged few women.
Absolutely. So, Isha, do you agree? It cannot be all unicorns and rainbow, as Upasana goes on to put it. And Ms. Shah is making that point that it's not a silver bullet. There are pros and cons with this entire egg freezing argument as well. In fact, health care advocates, even doctors, have gone on record to say that it's not 100% proof that you eventually are going to bear a child if you, in fact, go ahead, freeze your eggs for later. And then comes the cost. Do you think that Upasana is either completely oblivious to that socio-economic reality of very many of the Indian women, that they cannot bear that extensive 5 to 12 lakh rupee cost of not just freezing the eggs, but also the embryo transplant that comes along with it?
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me on the show, first of all. So, first of all, Upasana, the thing which Upasana has said is something very sensitive. This differs from woman to woman. What she has said is definitely fitting in the background from which she is. She has come from a very high profile society, and the cost and the technology which is involved in this entire process of freezing eggs is something which she has been like, she has grown with that because she comes from a pharma giant company. So what I think that what she has said is completely not going with the women, the society from which I come from. 90% of the Indian women actually can't bear this much of cost because it takes lakhs of rupees. Plus there's again a mental, very mental stress when it comes to freezing eggs, first of all. I think that what she has said that if the female society of us freeze the eggs. I think that gives them a ladder to success. But I think on a different front, I think I gave birth to a baby girl 2 months back, and from my pregnancy journey of 9 months to 2 months postpartum, I never felt that I have given up my career or there's some hindrance I've been facing in the entire journey. Correct. I regularly created content. I was traveling. I was speaking at different seminars. So I didn't think that this is creating a hindrance. I think everything goes smoothly when you have a particular good support from your partner, from your parents, from family, and from the society. And I think women don't have to go through medical procedures just to get the success. I think if we go back to 30 to 40 years back, many of the women in our society were not encouraged to work. But right now, I can see my mom, me going out and working, being financially independent. And I think the society in which we live in, 90% plus of the society, the Indian society is progressing, but we don't have to go through the medical procedure and freeze our eggs.
I really want to understand further, Isha. And first of all, congratulations, you are a new mother. She has come up with a retort. She's also followed up that tweet of hers, and she is wanting to engage in the criticism that is coming her way by making a comparison, and she's put out 2 slides saying that this is what was encouraged for women, but this is what I have done. And then she goes on to claim that, you know, I married at 27, I froze my egg for completely health reasons at the age of 29. And if she says that is marrying late, and that is her idea of marrying late, like I'm an example. I got married when I was 32. So to each their own, like Isha you said, and like Ms. Shah you mentioned. So to each and everybody comes from that certain threshold and what their idea of having a career at what time, having a baby at what time, and eventually, and before that, of course, marriage at whatever time, whichever way, or have a way, maybe without marriage. I mean, it totally depends on a woman. If she's talking about the autonomy and a choice that a woman needs to come with, that's totally each her own, and that is something that we must be discussing. Why talk about freezing eggs only in particular?
Correct. So I think that freezing is not the entire thing. If that the thing that I want to have kids later in my life, or if I don't want to have kids at all, or I want to have kids at the age of 23, 24, this completely depends from each female to female. I think no one is there to put that pressure ki nahi, you have to go and freeze your eggs and then only you can succeed. I think she gave her opinion because she came from that society. She is from the family of Apollo Hospital, so definitely she has seen that particular technology building up in her family, so she can definitely afford that. But I think the family which I come, and most of the Indian women come, this is something which is very expensive. So definitely
maybe it was commerce also.
Absolutely. Amisha, you know, she's also talking about females returning into the workforce, and she's talking about the female labor participation. But she's also seems to be rather oblivious to the data, because even though we boast of a very, very robust working environment here in the country, we still lag behind very many of our G20 peers when it is about female participation in the workforce. So we have bigger ladders to climb before we get to, let's say, a very, very elite concept of freezing eggs.
And also very privileged at that.
Yes.
See, it gives you kind of a feeling that, you know, elitist kind of a statement. And also I would not run away from saying, I would also give it a thought that maybe she's from that line where Apollo Hospital has the option of freezing eggs for women. Maybe she was promoting
so
that.
She was endorsing. Okay. That is also an argument she's chosen to take on, and she in fact laughs it out by that follow-up tweet that she has put out. But she's clearly getting that backlash, and people are they can't help but make that comparison, considering she associated with the health chain.
Otherwise, what was the reason? There was no reason whatsoever. There are so many debates, so many conversations where most of us, including all the 3 participating in this debate, have participated in freezing women's workforce participation. But we would never mention it because she has an excess. She knows that particular hospital maybe has this egg freezing facility, but maybe underutilized. So maybe she was making a point out there that it should be used by women. Well, it is an option. It is
Right,
an option
absolutely.
for women available to them, but it is certainly and absolutely not an insurance. It is a very misleading statement. And the women whom you propagate, they should be aware about the pros and cons. I don't think she's given any negative side of this story, and therefore it should be treated as such, and it should be there out there, an option available. But I don't know how many of us will be using it.
Absolutely. Check with your healthcare providers, know the pros and cons, and
Absolutely.
see if you have the funds to support such a decision if you do decide to make it. But Ms. Shah and Isha Jaiswal, thank you so much for joining us on the
Thank you so
broadcast.
very much for having us.
And let's now talk about one major criticism that has come in from for Upasana, that is by the Zoho co-founder Sridhar Vembu. Now, in October 2025, CNN News 18 spoke to Zoho's co-founder Mr. Vembu about childcare for working parents and early marriage. This is what he had to say back then.
I'm here in your campus. It's a buzzing campus and lots of young people. I see a lot of young women working here. And interestingly, when I was coming at the reception, I saw this elderly lady taking care of almost a newborn child. And it felt nice to see that somebody could, the reception had made space for them. How would you describe Zoho Corp's campus and its culture, the company's culture?
So we are here, we look at ourselves as an extended family. That's how I'll describe it. That's why you saw the kids. We do take care of the child care because it's working parents, both father and mother. They can work more at peace if they know that their child is in a safe place. I want to add this. Today we have a demographic bust everywhere, particularly in the south, but all over India. So I encourage our own employees, get married, have children, and only if the company provides the environment can they even have it. So we try to go out of our way to help, by providing the facilities here.
That's great to hear. And that's completely separate to what sometimes corporate culture can be.
Yes.
Not just in India, but all around the world.
And we started with a celebration. We were celebrating all through this broadcast. Now, when Bihar announced its historic verdict, India chose us. And we are celebrating again with you, the loyal viewers of CNN News 18. When Delhi blast shook the nation, India reposed its faith in us for the latest and accurate updates. CNN News 18 remains way ahead of its competitors as it has emerged viewers' top choice for English news. CNN News 18's Zakir Jacob has more details.
This was an important week because the Bihar election results were coming out this week. Also, the Delhi blasts happened to be on the same week, and it's a hugely important milestone for us here at CNN News 18. The fact that such two big news events have happened in the same week, and we have managed to increase both our channel share and also the number of people who are watching us, the amount of time that they are watching us. It's been incredible. It's been, once again, the viewers across India, the length and breadth of this country, reposing their faith in India's #1 news channel, CNN News 18. We've been #1 now for well over 3 years, well over 150, maybe close to 200 weeks. But this week was critically important because of those two events. One was a planned one, which was the Bihar election exit polls as well as the counting day results. But the other one was an unplanned one, which was the Delhi blast, which happened on Monday last. So both of those major news events, India has tuned in to CNN News 18. It's an extremely proud moment for all of us here at Team CNN News 18. And we want to thank all our viewers who have tuned in to this very, very important news week on India's #1 news channel, that is CNN News 18. I want to extend my thanks to all our viewers from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Gujarat all the way to Assam and the rest of the Northeast. They've all tuned in. They've increased not just the amount that they watch CNN News 18, but also the geographical spread that we have of CNN News 18. And I think this is an important milestone for us. It was an important election week. And I think this is what keeps all of us going. This is what is important to all of us, that when it comes to important news events, planned or unplanned, we had a planned event, which was an election. We had an unplanned event, which was unfortunately a terror attack. But when it comes to big news events that India cares about, that Indian viewers care about, they tune in to one news destination, which is CNN News 18. So once again, I want to thank all our viewers from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Dibrugarh all the way to Porbandar for tuning in to India's #1 English news channel, which is CNN News 18. You have reposed your faith, your trust in us. And I, as the editor of this channel, would want to thank all our viewers for reposing once again your faith when it comes to India's biggest news stories. There is only one place to tune into, and that is CNN News 18. So thank you, viewers, once again. Well, I think this week gone by is an illustration in itself. Like I said, one was a planned event, which was election results. We all knew that it was coming out on the 14th, and we were way ahead of all the other channels when it comes to the election numbers, simply because of the live result hub. We're the only English news channel, we're the only network, in fact, which has its own election call center, as it were. So all the 243 constituencies in Bihar, we had hundreds of reporters in each of those counting centers. They directly called our live result hub and reported what the results were even before the Election Commission could update on its website or on its other social media feeds. So that was a big advantage that we've had for the last 10 years, and it got exemplified in the Bihar election results. So that's a planned event for which a large majority of India tuned into CNN News 18. The other one, like I said, was a very, very unfortunate one which happened on Monday last, which was the Delhi terror blast that happened. It was the first time in over 10 years that there was a major terror attack in the national capital. The last time that happened was in 2011. And the fact that a majority of India, a large majority of India, tuned into CNN News 18 because we have the kind of ground coverage, the kind of presence of reporters, the kind of extensive scale that we have compared to any other news network in India. So people, our viewers, reposing their trust and faith in both planned and unplanned news events. I think it's a testimony to CNN News 18's brand of journalism, its brand of, just putting our credibility on the line, just putting our trust and faith that the viewers have in us on the line, and saying that if anything big happens in India, any nook or corner of India, CNN News 18 is the destination that you have to tune into, whether it is a planned event or an unplanned event. I think the week gone by is a testimony to the fact that CNN News 18 is the #1 and most trusted choice when it comes to viewers across the length and breadth of India. And we want to thank our viewers once again. I, as a representative of more than 300-400 people who work in the newsroom, many of whom are, glorious warriors whose faces you don't see, whose names you don't know, but I want to be the representative of all of them and thank every one of our viewers for tuning in and reposing your faith and trust in India's #1 news channel. And that's been once again reinforced in this week gone by, which has been a very, very heavy news week. And these are the kind of news weeks that all of us as journalists live and die for. This is what we are trained for, this is what we believe in, and this is what we have achieved in this week gone by. And I want to thank once again all our viewers across the length and breadth of this country for reposing their trust and faith in India's #1 news channel, CNN News 18.
This is the mega exit poll. Overall numbers, 140 to 150 seats for the NDA.
BJP, JDU and the RJD are all pulling their weight.
What a phenomenal victory.
Congress has some very, very critical, almost existential questions that it needs to answer.
There's a blast that's been reported near the station. This is a terror attack. That's what intel sources tell CNN News 18 via Manoj Kumar Gupta.
Viewers, as you know, this was a high-intensity blast.
They spark conversations, shape opinions. But who will stand invincible? And the nominations for the Indian of the Year 2025 influencer are Raj Shamani, Kamya Jani, Khan Sir, Parul Gulati, Revant Himmat Singh Ka. Who will be the influencer of the year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year.
Thank you for tuning in to India's #1 English news channel, and thank you for reposing your faith in CNN News 18. I'm Akanksha Swaroop, and thank you for tuning in to CNN News 18. Let's bring you the headlines this hour. United NDA front takes oath in Bihar while opposition remains in disarray. Gandhis make a final call, say India bloc is over. Supreme Court rules the constitutional courts cannot fix deadlines for president or governors to act on bills, says they must adopt dialogue. The Supreme Court has viewed excerpts of Delhi riots accused Sharjeel Imam's speech, which was reportedly provocative, appearing for Delhi police. The ASG has maintained that the speeches indicate the protest had violent intent. New revelations regarding Al-Falah University terrorist Mirza Shadab Beg, who carried out the Ahmedabad and Gorakhpur serial blasts, had studied at the same varsity. Crackdown on terror continues. This as state investigating agency raids Kashmir Times office in Jammu, recovers cartridges for AK-47 and pistol. Delhi teenager dies by suicide by jumping in front of the metro, alleges harassment by teacher in the suicide note. Fresh Gen Z protests rock Nepal, curfew imposed in Bara district bordering Bihar. CNN News 18 shatters viewership records by dominating election week coverage. We thank our viewers for their trust in us. All right, getting in breaking inputs. This is a CNN News 18 exclusive on the India-Bangladesh NSA meeting that has taken place in the national capital. In fact, in inputs shared by Security Affairs Editor Manoj Gupta, what we are learning is that the Bangladesh NSA has invited his Indian counterpart, NSA Doval, and this has also been seen as a positive development. It's, remember, the first high-level meeting post Sheikh Hasina's verdict in Dhaka, and Doval and Rahim had this meeting. It's the first structured dialogue post the ICT verdict. Both sides have raised their concerns and several assurances. Let's also take you through the key takeaways of this first high-level meet post the Hasina verdict. The Bangladesh NSA has invited NSA Doval to Bangladesh. This has also been seen as a positive development by both sides. The meeting, remember, is the first formal dialogue post the verdict, first structured dialogue. India has raised its concerns of minority safety when it comes to Hindus, Christians, even Buddhists in Dhaka. India has also shared its desire for a timely election in Bangladesh. India wants timely elections in the country. It also stands firm on Sheikh Hasina, in fact, seeking refuge in the country. India says that it is well within its diplomatic ambit to give her refuge. At the same time, New Delhi, Dhaka have also discussed maritime patrols, which is also another key strategic, important and positive development. At the same time, intel sharing, terror financing, Rohingya extremism, these key issues were also discussed during this very significant meet that has happened between the NSAs of both the countries. Let's quickly go across to Major General A.K. Sivach, who's joining me on the phone line with more perspective on that news story. Major General Sivach, how do you see the structured dialogue? Should this be seen as a positive development, especially after the ICT verdict on Sheikh Hasina?
Absolutely correct. No doubt about it. What ICT is basically International Crisis Tribunal, which has given a verdict totally one-sided, and it has given a death penalty to especially Sheikh Hasina. Now, whatever the dialogue between two NSA, I think it's a positive step, because they also realize it that Sheikh Hasina is never going to be sent back to Bangladesh, because India is well within their right to keep it, because Article 6 of the extradition treaty gives that us power, that in case if there is a case where you feel that it is a political motivated case and she is unlikely to get justice, you can deny it.
But what is more important is the NSA of both countries are both agreeing to have a structured sort of dialogue. We have given our concerns, especially 4 which are mainly concerned. One is basically we say that the minorities must be protected in Bangladesh.
Right.
Second thing which we said that Rohingyas is the biggest problem which is coming.
True.
Radicalized Rohingyas are coming to India. They have been pushed by ISIS. So overall, I think it's a very good beginning. But what the NSA says and what Pakistan,
Major General Sivach, quickly on the Hasina verdict, India has maintained that it's well within the diplomatic ambit to have her seek refuge in the country. What are the options available at the moment before New Delhi?
As far as India is concerned, we have no choice but to keep her there with us. The point was that it would have been ideal had she gone to some other country in the beginning itself. But no one gave her asylum, and we always recognize a friend, and she has been a friend to India for last 15 years. So we are unlikely to send her back because she's not going to get justice there. Point is her life is in danger if you send it back in Bangladesh. What happened is that in spite of this, let's proceed further and let's start having a good relationship, because remember, Bangladesh is called an India law country. You find that of the food, water, petroleum, gas, even raw material for textile goes from India to Bangladesh.
Right.
So Bangladesh has to realize that if they maintain good relations with India, it suits both the countries, because their economy was doing well, and its economy was doing well because the textile industry was doing well, and it was totally dependent on India.
Absolutely.
I suppose Bangladesh will recognize, especially we want that election to be held in time. If February 2026 deadline given by Mohammad Yunus must be adhered to. My doubt is whether Mohammad Yunus will adhere or not. That's a big question mark. But
That
overall, I
indeed is.
suppose this Colombo security dialogue was a step in the right direction.
And
In
much
case we
needed.
have contact with each other, then you can resolve any complex problem.
Major General Sivach, it was a pleasure having you on the show. Many thanks to you for your insights. Shifting focus now, the political blame game has intensified in Bengal over the special intensive revision exercise. This escalation comes after a booth-level officer engaged by the Election Commission for the ongoing voter list revision in West Bengal died by suicide on Wednesday morning in Jaipalguri district. Her family now says she was unable to cope with the work pressure. The Mamata Banerjee government has alleged that deaths among officials are rising due to what they call the centre's SIR tyranny, claiming excessive pressure, unrealistic deadlines and an administrative burden that is putting field-level workers at serious risk. But the Bharatiya Janata Party has now hit back sharply. They accused Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee of indulging in vulture politics over the unfortunate deaths of BLOs. The party says the state government is attempting to shift blame and politicize a sensitive issue instead of ensuring better working conditions and safety for all of its staff. Listen in to the political blame game.
Demographic composition is concerned, they still hold 17.5% of our population in Bengal. So they should not be deprived on that pretext of their citizenship, etc., etc. Because over the decades, they have been casting their votes either in Panchayat or in Nagarpalika or all other areas also. So they should be entitled in the electoral roll. That is my submission and argument to the central government.
जनवरी दिसंबर 4 तारीख तक पश्चिम बंगाल में जितना भी डेथ होगा सब, और इसके लिए SIR के लिए पूरा देश में SIR हो रहा है, किसी को कुछ नहीं हुआ। यहाँ सब हार्ट अटैक आ रहा है, मर रहे हैं, तो यहाँ तो एकदम महामारी आ गया है SIR को सुनकर। अब सब बीमारी देखिए 4 तारीख के बाद ठीक। BSF पूरा जितना बांग्लादेश के साथ हमारा चेक पोस्ट है खुल देना चाहिए, ओपन कर देना चाहिए। वन वे ट्रैफिक बंगाल से बांग्लादेश जो जाएगा उसको छोड़ दो, उधर से आने के लिए मना है। यही मौका है, 10-20 लाख पॉपुलेशन बंगाल की कम हो जाएगी।
Staying with the story, getting in breaking inputs from Bengal. In fact, the West Bengal Chief Minister, what we are learning, has written to the CEC. Mamata Banerjee, in that letter, has expressed strong objections to the manner in which the special intensive revision of the electoral rolls is being conducted in the state. So what is Mamata Banerjee in fact saying? She stated that the process is not only unplanned, it's chaotic, it's coercive and has also created severe pressure on bloc level officers and even the citizens. Remember this, as the BJP is accusing the TMC government of resorting to diversionary tactics. Let's quickly go across to Kamalika, who will shed more light. Kamalika, if you can share the components of that letter with us.
Yes, it's a 3 pages long letter that Mamata Banerjee has written to the CEC, where she has stressed that she has stated that intervention is required. She has stated that this entire process should be on hold because this ongoing process has lot of lacunas. So there should be proper training, support, and thoroughly the Election Commission should reassess the methodology and the timeline, because if this path is not corrected without delay, then the consequences is for the system. It will fall on the system. The officials, the citizens will be irreversible. The intervention is not only necessary but imperative to protect the integrity of electoral process and our democratic framework. That is what she has written, and she has pointed out that how BLOs are pressurized according to Mamata Banerjee. What particularly unacceptable is, she writes, that is the response of the Election Commission at this juncture. Instead of offering support, extending timelines, or addressing systematic flaws, the Office of CEO of West Bengal has resorted to intimidation. So clearly Mamata is saying that the CEO office is intimidating these BLOs. Show cause notices are being issued without justification.
Okay.
So absolutely, Mamata Banerjee wants the SIR to hold. She's showing the reason that a lot of BLOs and other people are dying, and the number of deaths is 28. She yesterday tweeted, and today this is the letter which she sends to CC.
Many thanks to you, Kamalika, for bringing us all those latest inputs on that breaking news story. Let's also listen in to the political blame game that has now ensued between the TMC and the Bharatiya Janata Party.
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात है हमारी चीफ मिनिस्टर, वो तो हैबिचुएटेड लायर है, तो इसीलिए जब उन्होंने इस तरह की गलत इल्जाम देते हैं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ईसीआई को इन्वेस्टिगेट करना चाहिए उनके ही खिलाफ, क्योंकि हमारे देश में अभी 12 राज्यों में एसआईआर के काम चल रहा है। किसी भी राज्य में कोई ऐसी घटना की खबर नहीं है, लेकिन हमारे राज्य में हमारे चीफ मिनिस्टर बार बार ये कोशिश कर रहा है कि एसआईआर को कैसे टाला जाए। अब बिहार में एसआईआर हो गया, वोट भी हो गया, नया सरकार भी आने वाला है, और झूठ मूठ की इस तरह की आरोप करने वाला बात हमारे सीएम की बहुत पहले दिन की ये आदत है।
But the moot question remains, can the SIR exercise be blamed for this? For several days now, reports have circulated across Bengal that illegal infiltrators are trying to return to Bangladesh due to fear of the state infiltration review, or the SIR process. To verify the ground reality, News 18 travelled to the Hakimpur checkpost in the Bashirhat border area. Here's what we found.
Ever since the SIR process was introduced, speculation has been rife that undocumented migrants are attempting to leave Bengal voluntarily. At the Hakimpur Bashirhat checkpost, this claim appears to have some visible evidence. For the last 4 days, hundreds of people, mostly from Bangladesh, have been waiting here hoping to cross back.
We are standing in Hakimpur checkpost. This is the checkpost, and 1 kilometer from this is the actual Bangladesh border. And this is where all these people who now wants to go back to Bangladesh are sitting here. Some have come today, but most of them have come last 4 days. Most of them have come for a couple of days. Most of them have come 6 years, 4 years, 5 years back. Some have documents, some does not have documents, and that's why they are waiting. They want to go back. This type of picture definitely shows the why SIR was required.
Several individuals told us they do not have valid documents, and going back to Bangladesh feels safer. Most of them said they had come to Bengal during the COVID-19 lockdown or in the years immediately after that. Many worked in areas such as Salt Lake, Newtown, and Bakra.
আমাদের কাছে জিজ্ঞাসা করলাম বলে আমাদের নেই কিছু যদি নেই তাহলে থাকতে পারবেন না না থাকতে পারলে আর কি করবো চলে যাব ফেরে আমরা বস্তিতে ছিলাম তাই সেই এখন বাড়িওয়ালারা বলছে কি তোমরা গছ সাইডে চলে যাও এনআরসি হবে তোমাকে জীবন বাঁচাও তাই চলে এসেছি
আমি ইসলাম রাত্রেবেলা ছিলাম তো অতটা সঠিকভাবে বলতে পারবো না আমার বাড়ির পাশ থেকে একজন আসছিল তার মাধ্যমে এসেছিলাম আমাদের এখানে কোনো বৈধ কাগজপত্র না থাকার কারণে আমাদের এলাকায় আমরা যেখানে থাকতাম সেখান থেকে আমাদের বলেছে আমাদের বাড়িতে ফিরে যেতে
Among those waiting is Rokeya Begum from Satkira, who came to Bengal during lockdown. And within few years, not only does she possess a both voter card and Aadhaar, she is also receiving benefits of government schemes like Lakshmir Bhandar.
আর ভোটার আইডি কার্ড আছে হ্যাঁ ছিল কতদিন আগে তুমি এসছো এখানে লকডাউনের আগে কোথায় থাকতে এখানে আধার কার্ড ছিল দিদি হ্যাঁ আধার কার্ড ভোটার কার্ড ছিল ভোট দিয়েছো হ্যাঁ ভোটও দিয়েছো So this is Rokeya. She is saying that she has come from Shatkira before lockdown. She is claiming that she has voter card, she has Aadhaar card. She does not have name in 2002. Most importantly, she is also saying that she has Lakshmir Bhandar. So that, and she has also casted vote. This picture says it all, says everything about infiltration. That is the big question which can be raised from this place. This is Komalika Sengupta with Anshuman Roy reporting for CNN News 18 from Hakimpur Checkpost.
With that, shifting focus over to Kerala, getting in breaking inputs. In fact, former Travancore Devaswam Board President A. Padma Kumar has been arrested in the Sabrimala gold case is what we are learning. This is the big breaking input coming in. Remember, the SIT has made this arrest after 4 hours of interrogation. Serious charges now faced by Padma Kumar over there. But Neetu Regu Kumar is also joining us on this big breaking input coming in. Neetu, what are the charges and in how much time should we expect him to be presented before the Vigilance Court?
Now, this is the second Travancore Devasam Board, former Devasam Board president that has been arrested. The first being N. Vasu and now A. Padma Kumar. Now, in A. Padma Kumar's case, he's not just former Travancore Devasam Board president, but he's also a former legislator of the CPIM, a senior CPIM leader. So, a direct connection, if you could look at in terms like that, because he was a former legislator of the CPIM. Now, as in every case, they have about 24 hours to present Mr. A. Padma Kumar before the jurisdictional magistrate. That is what will be done in the evening. A. Padma Kumar's arrest has been recorded. Now, the charges against all of them include allowing this pilferage to happen, and how the earlier Sabrimala administrative officer and executive officer, when they were arrested, it was said that they mentioned it as copper plates instead of gold padded copper plates, and how the entire system helped this Unikrishnan Poti to conduct this pilferage. So A. Padma Kumar's tenure was also under, during that time also there were several issues that has been raised when the SIT started the investigation. So now it was told for quite some time that the SIT would be questioning A. Padma Kumar, and his arrest was inevitable. So now the second former Travancore Devasam Board president that has been arrested, that is A. Padma Kumar. But of the arrests that have been made so far, the CPIM will be finding it difficult to defend this, because he was a former legislator of the CPIM, and now both the Congress as well as the BJP will be raising this. But definitely the CPIM will still take the stand that whoever the culprits are, they will be brought to book. The CPIM
Absolutely.
even though he was
Padma
the
Kumar,
CPIM
in fact, served as the TDB president in 2019. Many thanks to you, Neetu Regukumar, for bringing us all those inputs. Indeed, a major setback for the LDF government in Kerala. Remember, he's also a CPM committee member. With that, we're slipping into a quick break. Stay tuned to CNN News 18 as we return with the latest.
Their achievement earned global accolades. But who among these stalwarts will emerge invincible? And the nominations for the Indian of the Year 2025 Global Indian are Payal Kapadia, Leena Nair, Manish Malhotra, Hanuman Kind, Vijay Kumar. Who will be the Global Indian of the Year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmed Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al Falah University is concerned. And the Al Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket Court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noted that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Alfala ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something, that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature, and that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Alfala Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Alfala University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually sought. And that is something, that makes it very, very imperative as to what was this university actually in reality. Was it, in fact, a terror funding ecosystem? Was it, a university that was fueling terror, or whether there are much more than what meets the eye, something that could be uncovered by this multi-agency probe that is being carried out by, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency, and obviously the Faridabad and the Delhi Police itself.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to third.
From leading industries to building empires, only one titan will emerge as the invincible icon. And the nominations in business are Falguni Nayar, Albinder Dhensa, Rajesh Jejurikar, Roshni Nadar Malhotra, Baba Kalyani. Who will be the business person of the year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2025.
Welcome back. We're getting in breaking inputs on the Delhi blast case probe. What we are being told is that the NIA has brought the accused Shaheen, Adil, Muzammil and Imam to the Patiala House Court. They are in fact being brought before a special NIA court at the Patiala House Court. And remember, it is these four prime accused who are at the heart of the white-collar terror module as far as the Delhi car blast probe is concerned. Let's quickly go across to Ananya Bhatnagar, who brings us those breaking inputs. Ananya, what happens next now? What are the various angles that the NIA is currently exploring?
Well, absolutely, NIA has left no stone unturned in order to check and to investigate as far as this white-collar module is concerned, because it was in fact instrumental in that Red Fort blast wherein almost 15% have lost their life. And very categorically, if I show you around, this is the Delhi's Patiala House Court where security has been beefed up. They were brought right a few minutes ago before the court, and the hearing would have begun by now because it's an in-camera proceeding. Nobody except for the accused, the NIA and the lawyers are kept out of this particular hearing. Only these people are kept inside because it's an in-camera proceeding. And definitely the National Investigation Agency has made this breakthrough after, in fact, the Jammu and Kashmir police had actually arrested all of these people. They had quizzed them, and in fact these are people who are at the heart of this white collar module because they were the ones who had actually led to this Faridabad module being broken out, and these are the people who actually led to Umar and various other people who were at the Al-Falah University, and how this big haul of ammonium nitrate was actually recovered by the investigation agencies. And now, after the Red Fort blast, the National Investigation Agency swinging into complete action, and it is the prime investigation agency as far as the Red Fort blast is concerned.
Right.
Hence, they would be, getting to know more and more, and now they have, in fact, brought them to, in fact, the court. They will, in fact, be producing them and seeking a police custody remand. For the last two accused, it has been 10 days of police custody remand. But for these four, how much of it would be the NIA seeking? Maximum is a 30-day period that the National Investigation Agency can actually seek. But I believe that, it could be around 15 days or maybe less than that, so that there remains a few days more for the agency to actually question them or to take them somewhere, if at all, various disclosures happen from them, and if at all more arrests actually take place in this particular case after their disclosures itself.
Ananya, Jasir Bilal Wani alias Danish was also remanded to the NIA custody for another 10 days yesterday. Could you shed more light on the other recent arrests that have taken place as well?
Well, Amir Rashid was the first arrest that was made by, in fact, the National Investigation Agency. As far as the Red Fort blast is concerned, he was the brother of Umar, who actually, who was the suicide bomber at the Red Fort. Apart from that, another person called Jashir alias Danish was actually arrested. He was said to be a drone expert who was hired in order to make precision rockets so that, precision tracks could actually be carried out on various cities, including the national capital territory of Delhi. And though the blast that occurred at the Red Fort seems to be a panicky one, seems to be an incomplete bomb, but the kind of plan, the kind of sinister plans that they had is something that needs to be unearthed, and the National Investigation Agency, leaving no stone unturned, has now brought these four people into their custody.
Many thanks to you, Ananya, for bringing us all those latest inputs on that news story. Now, that's not all, because a shocking development has emerged in the investigation of the 2008 Ahmedabad blasts, with reports now suggesting that one of the accused terrorists had studied at the Al-Falah University. Shadab Beg is his name, an alleged member of the Indian Mujahideen and accused in the attacks in both Ahmedabad and Gorakhpur, was reportedly connected to the university. According to previous investigations by law enforcement agencies, Beg completed his BTech from the Al-Falah University in Faridabad way back in 2007. Now, this development comes even as Al-Falah University continues to be under scrutiny, this over the alleged links to the Delhi blast probe and also for the dubious funding that was involved in bringing up the Al-Falah University. But what we can tell you is that Mirza Shadab Beg is another shocking revelation coming from Al-Falah University. Let's quickly go across to Arunima, who joins us with the details. Arunima, if Beg graduated in the year 2007, are we looking at the possibility of Al-Falah University breeding terrorists or being such a breeding ground for terror modules for quite some time now?
It definitely is a huge red flag for the investigators. When a module like this comes up, you can radicalize these doctors, but they need logistical support. So who were these people who were providing logistical support? When the Indian Mujahideen was born, and this is the connection that we are drawing to Ahmedabad, to Gujarat and to Delhi blast, Indian Mujahideen was supported by erstwhile Simi cadre. Simi cadre, which had gone underground after Simi was declared unlawful, they subsequently started helping Indian Mujahideen with logistical support. Indian Mujahideen was wiped clean. So is that cadre, which became sleeper cell, is that still active somewhere? Is that, cadre being utilized by this Jaish-e-Mohammed module to help these doctors? Where are they getting the ammonium nitrate and the TATP from? How are these Kashmiri doctors coming to a place like Faridabad or to Saharanpur and renting premises premises, which usually doesn't come under scanner. There has to be some local connection. So this latest revelation about the Indian Mujahideen connection with Al Falah definitely has set the alarm bells ringing in the entire security grid. Also, Al Falah has a lot to answer, because this particular interrogation report, which shows the IM Al Falah connection, says that the IM operative was doing a B.Tech from Al Falah. Now, how was he doing a B.Tech if he had not even managed to complete his class 9? As per this interrogation report, he had not cleared that school exam. So there's clearly no background check being done by Al Falah, and that is leading to even more suspicion.
All right, many thanks to you, Arunima, for sharing those latest inputs and adding perspective to that news story. Shifting focus over to Karnataka. On the 2.5-year anniversary of the Karnataka government, Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar has signalled that he cannot continue as Karnataka Pradesh Congress Chief forever, noting he was in fact holding the post for nearly 6 years, and others must also get an opportunity. His remarks have triggered fresh speculation within the Congress amid ongoing frustration over the lack of a leadership change in the state. The Bharatiya Janata Party has seized on the moment, accusing the Congress of internal power struggles and prioritizing factional battles over governance, even issues such as potholes and infrastructural issues as well. Listen in to what D.K. Shivakumar has to say.
ಇರಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಆ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಭಾರತ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಸದ್ಯದಲ್ಲೇ. ಅವರ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಈ ಸದ್ಯದಲ್ಲೇ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಚೇರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ 100 ಕಚೇರಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಈಗ ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಈಗ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು MLAಗೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಮಂತ್ರಿ ತಗೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನನಗೆ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಯಿಂದ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾಳೆ ನಾನು ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕೆಲವರು ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೆಲವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಮಾತ್ರ ಬೇಕು. ಈ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಚೇರಿ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕೆಲವರು ಮರ್ತು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತದೆ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನೆಲ್ಲ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡೋದು. ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಯವರೇ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅವ್ರ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಚೇರಿನ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಯವರೇ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಇರ್ತೀನೋ ಇಲ್ಲೋ ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ವಿಚಾರ. ಬಟ್ 100 ಕಚೇರಿ ಯಾರು ನನ್ನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪರ್ಮನೆಂಟಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ನಾವು ಪರ್ಮನೆಂಟಾಗಿ ಇರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಟೆಲಿಂಗ್ ಯು, ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ 5.5 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಮಾರ್ಚ್ ಬಂತು ಅಂದರೆ 6 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಲೀಡರ್ಶಿಪ್ಪಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ, ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ. ಬಿ ದೇರ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಫ್ರಂಟ್ ಲೈನ್, ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ.
Stay with the story. Getting in breaking inputs from Karnataka, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has reacted on the Karnataka power tussle, saying that there is no rebellion or even a November revolution. So, as CM Siddaramaiah maintains that there is no internal rift between the party members, we do sense that D.K. Shivakumar is extremely discontented and frustrated with the lack of power transfer. Let's also listen to what Siddaramaiah has been saying.
ನೀವೇ ಹುಟ್ಟಾಕಿದವರು, ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಅಂತ ಹುಟ್ಟಾಕಿದವ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದವರು. ಅದರಿಂದ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಭ್ರಾಂತಿನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. 5 ವರ್ಷ ನಮಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 5 ವರ್ಷ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಚುನಾವಣೆ ನಡೀತದೆ. ಚುನಾವಣೆನ ನಾವೇ ಗೆಲ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದು ಅನಾವಶ್ಯಕವಾದಂಥ ಚರ್ಚೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅನಾವಶ್ಯಕ ಚರ್ಚೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. 2.5 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳು ಉಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು. 2.5 ವರ್ಷ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ರೀಸಫಲ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳು ಉಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಗೊಂದಲ? ನೀವೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೊಂದಲ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಖರ್ಗೆಯವರು ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
All right, Rohini Swami joins me with more perspective on that news story. Going by what Chief Minister is saying, if there is no internal tussle, then Rohini, what was the meaning behind the 2.5-year understanding between the two? Also, why is there the constant engagement with the party high command in the national capital?
See, the first thing is that we know that this was not a written thing that there will be a transfer of power of 2.5. This is something that a lot of sources of the Congress have been saying that this was one of the discussions that had taken place in the 2023 elections when there was this power tussle, especially between DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah as to who would become Chief Minister because the Congress had won for the second time with a full majority. But now the point is the power tussle is in 2 points. One is a power tussle for the chief ministership, and the second one is a power tussle for who will possibly be the Karnataka state president as well. Now, DK Shivakumar himself saying that he has completed 5.5 years. In March, it will be 6 years. And he's not there in a permanent post. He had also mentioned part of that speech as well that he sat and continued as the Congress state chief because Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge told him to do so, and the fact that he wanted to when he took over as deputy chief minister, he wanted to take that role and responsibility. But it's also important to understand that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is saying that there's going to be no change of power. This is all a media creation, and the fact that there's going to be no and directly or in a way saying that there's going to be no transfer of power is something that we have seen before as well, But then the tone had changed in between where Siddaramaiah had said that all decisions will come from Delhi. There were delegations that have been taken and DK Shivakumar himself going to Delhi and parking himself there. Siddaramaiah also holding meeting with Mallikarjun Kharge. But let me also tell you that there are also people who are supporters of DK Shivakumar who have now left Bangalore at 3 p.m., headed towards the ICC headquarters, seeking an appointment with the High Command to say that 2.5 years, as on today, is completed of Siddaramaiah. It's time to hand over the reins of power to a Vokaliga leader, and the default being in this DK Shivakumar.
All right, we'll be putting out details of that information. Also, Rohini, going to request you to continue staying with us. Let's also listen in to some more reactions that have been coming in from Karnataka. This is Ashok Gowda of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
He says, as a KPCC president, he is definitely getting down and he is also will be seen in the forefront of the leadership in Congress, which clearly indicates that DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah are fighting for the CM's throne in the coming days. It is very clear and evident the groupism in Congress is definitely here to stay till something gets settled down very seriously. This just is a suffering for Kannadigas, and across Karnataka, development is suffering.
With the story getting in breaking inputs brought to us by Rohini Swami, a delegation led by one of the ministers is now left by 3 p.m. from a flight from Bangalore and saying they will be seeking a meeting time with the party high command in the national capital. That includes KC Venugopal and Randeep Surjewala in Delhi to discuss the transfer of power to Shivakumar now that 2.5 years of Siddaramaiah governance is complete. In fact, those breaking inputs brought to us by Rohini. Rohini, exactly what you were saying. And what is the meaning behind this constant engagement with the High Command if Siddaramaiah is to go by and there is no internal tussle there?
There are two things to this. Number one is the High Command had very clearly said that any decision will come from Delhi directly, and everybody should not be any such kind of lobbying by supporters. And the fact that even DK Shivakumar himself and Siddaramaiah, the Chief Minister himself, had said that anything that has to be talked about in terms of Karnataka, change of guard, or even for that matter, the post of the President of the Congress, the decision will come from Delhi. But they also had said that delegations, if they come, will not be entertained in Delhi. But clearly, this was a move that is obvious because they are supporters of DK Shivakumar. Now, they are the ones who will be going, who are trying to meet KC Venugopal. They're also trying to meet Surjewala. And they also feel that by doing that, they can possibly put more pressure and say that it's time to hand over power to DK Shivakumar.
Many thanks to you, Rohini, for bringing us all those latest inputs on that news story. Shifting focus over to the world of entertainment, Joel Edgerton and Felicity Jones are getting candid about the growing debate over artificial intelligence in filmmaking. As discussions around AI and its impact on creative work intensify, Edgerton says he's more focused on safeguarding the uniqueness of his craft than fearing replacement. Jones has also added that there's much to learn from those before us who have embraced new technologies. Watch this candid conversation.
And at the moment it's all very speculative because we're staring down the barrel of a rapid curve change, and the question of how do we all jostle for our place or hold on to the things we have. For me, the answer as a creative person is about how do I maintain my own unique creativity? How do I keep my thoughts abstract and metaphorical and cryptic in a way that allows me to think outside the box and keep telling stories and just while keeping one sort of dubious eye on the future but also trying not to be too fearful of something and going, all right, we've had all these new technologies come into our world and usually we just use them for the silliest purposes. And maybe it'll just be like people just, will continue to use AI just to look at and create photos of stuff that doesn't exist. But is it going to take our lives away? I don't know. I hope not. I really hope not.
What's interesting with the moment with the chainsaw and in Train Dreams is kind of similar to what we're going through now. I think none of us really know, none of us have a crystal ball, but it seems if you look backwards in order to understand how we go forwards, then it does seem like technology finds its place. It becomes part of a continuum and everyone carries on. And yeah, I kind of agree with Joel. I think it'll have its place and it'll be useful and it'll hopefully stay in its place.
But I did get my answer from ChatGPT.
The film is asking big questions. Why are we here? What is the point of what we're doing if we're all going to die? But at the same time, it's rooted in these little domestic, idiosyncratic little scenes and moments. And I think that's what's so special about it, is it's kind of pivoting between the two. Which makes it such a unique film.
Awesome.
All right, and that's all I have for you in this broadcast. Thank you so much for watching your favorite news channel, CNN News 18, and thank you for trusting us.
This is the mega exit poll. Overall numbers, 140 to 150 seats for the NDA.
BJP, JDU and the RJD are all pulling their weight.
What a phenomenal victory. Congress has some very, very critical, almost existential questions that it needs to answer. There's a blast that's been reported near the station. This is a terror attack. That's what intel sources tell CNN News 18 via Manoj Kumar Gupta.
Viewers, as you know, this was a high-intensity blast.
The entertainment world inspires us, but only one entertainer will be celebrated as an invincible icon. The nominees for the entertainment category are Lakshman Utekar, Rashmika Mandana, Mohanlal, Arijit Singh, Jaideep Ahlawat. Who will be crowned as the Entertainer of the Year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmed Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al Falah University is concerned. And the Al Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket Court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noted that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al Falah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something, that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature, and that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Al Falah Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Al Falah University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually sought. And that is something, that makes it very, very imperative as to what was this university actually in reality. Was it, in fact, a terror funding ecosystem? Was it, a university that was fueling terror, or whether there are much more than what meets the eye, something that could be uncovered by this multi-agency probe that is being carried out by, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency, and obviously the Faridabad and the Delhi Police itself.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee.
The entertainment world inspires us, but only one entertainer will be celebrated as an invincible icon. The nominees for the entertainment category are Lakshman Utekar, Rashmika Mandana, Mohanlal, Arijit Singh, Jaideep Ahlawat. Who will be crowned as the Entertainer of the Year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year.
Welcome back. Let's now shift our focus over to India's cheetah conservation project. Indian-born cheetah Mukhi, who has made history by giving birth to 5 cubs at the Kuno National Park in Madhya Pradesh, marking a significant achievement in India's cross-continent cheetah restoration project. We bring you an exclusive report.
India's first captive-born cheetah cub, Mukhi, has given birth to 5 cubs, giving a significant boost to India's biggest wildlife experiment, Project Cheetah. Now, this project has also completed 3 years since its launch in the year 2022. Remember, these fastest land animals were declared extinct in India in the 1960s due to excessive hunting and poaching activities. No cheetah has been sighted in the country ever since. The government then began deliberations with the African countries to translocate cheetahs to India. In September 2022, the government kicked off Project Cheetah, a multi-crore exercise, by airlifting this first batch of 8 African cheetahs from Namibia to Madhya Pradesh Kuno National Park. A few months later, 12 more cheetahs were brought from South Africa, taking the total count to 20. In the last 3 years, many of them have died due to heat stress, drowning and other causes. They have also been darted and recaptured multiple times as well. In fact, after the intense heat wave in May 2023, Mukhi had to be taken care of by the Kuno staff, and as a consequence, it was rejected by its mother. So it was hand-raised all this while missing out on the crucial lessons that its mother would have probably taught so it can successfully live in the wild. As of today, there are about 27 cheetahs in India, including 16 cubs. Now, with the latest addition, the total cub count has reached 21. All of these cheetahs remain in the Kuno National Park in Madhya Pradesh, but 3 of them have been recently translocated to the Gandhi Sagar Wildlife Sanctuary in Madhya Pradesh. In another recent development, Botswana has announced that it will gift 8 cheetahs to India to continue this multi-crore project. The cheetahs have been sent to the quarantine facility in Botswana and will soon be airlifted to India. Remember, the aim of this big multi-crore wildlife experiment is to revive the population of cheetahs in India. The target is to attain a meta population of at least 60 to 70 cheetahs in the next 25 years.
They spark conversations, shape opinions. But who will stand invincible? And the nominations for the Indian of the Year 2025 influencer are Raj Shamani, Kamya Jani, Khan Sir, Parul Gulati, Revant Himmat Singh ka, who will be the influencer of the year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year.
Hello and welcome. Good evening. You're watching CNN News 18. This is Nation at 5 with me, Poonam Burde. There's lots lined up for you on this edition, but let's get you started with the headlines. United NDA front in a show of strength during Nitish Kumar's oath-taking ceremony in Bihar. While the opposition is in complete disarray, Gandhis make final call, say India bloc is over. Supreme Court rules constitutional courts can't fix deadlines for presidents or governors to act on bills, says must adopt dialogue. Supreme Court views excerpts of Delhi riots accused Sharjeel Imam's speech, which was reportedly provocative. Appearing for Delhi police, the ASG maintained that the speeches indicate that the protests had violent intent. New revelations regarding Al-Falah University now emerged. Terrorist Mirza Shadab Beg, who carried out the Ahmedabad and Gorakhpur serial blasts, had studied at the same varsity. Crackdown on terror continues. State investigating agencies raids Kashmir Times office in Jammu, recover cartridges for AK-47 and pistols. Fresh Gen Z protests rock Nepal. Curfew imposed in Bara district bordering Bihar. And CNN News 18 shatters viewership records by dominating election week coverage. We thank our viewers for their trust in us. A shocking development has emerged in the investigation of the 2008 Ahmedabad blast case, with reports suggesting that one of the accused terrorists had studied at the Al-Falah University, the same university which has now been linked with 3 doctors turned terrorists as far as the 10/11 Delhi blast case goes. Shadab Beg, an alleged member of the Indian Mujahideen and accused in attacks in both Ahmedabad and Gorakhpur blast, was reportedly connected to the Al-Falah University. According to previous investigation by law enforcement agencies, Beg had completed his B.Tech from this university in 2007. The development comes even as Al-Falah University continues to be under scrutiny and at the center of the 10/11 investigation. Information now trickling in that NIA has got 10-day custody of all accused, all 3, Dr. Shaheen, Dr. Adil, Dr. Muzammil, 3 doctors that were linked with the Al-Falah University, and the Imam, who was believed to be the one who indoctrinated these individuals. All of them have now been granted 10-day further custody for the NIA for custodial interrogation. Ananya, my colleague, joins us, getting us more details. Ananya, what else transpired in court?
Well, absolutely. In fact, these are the people who were at the forefront of this white-collar terror module. And in fact, they were in the custody of the Jammu and Kashmir police earlier. And now the National Investigation Agency had sought 15 days of police custody remand after, arresting them in the Red Fort blast case. And now 10 days of police custody remand has been granted. The agency has told the court categorically that they need to unearth this sinister plot and to know as to whether more people were actually involved into this sinister plan and how and what was the actual plan, because the blast that happened in Red Fort seems to be one that was carried out in panic, but the plan was much larger, because the arresting of Jashir alias Danish also showed that how he was a drone expert. He was actually called in for in fact creating rocket type structures so as to carry out precision blast. Just like a Hamas model. So very clearly at this juncture, these 3 people who remain at the forefront of this white-collar module, and that particular Imam who is said to be one that had indoctrinated these people, needs to be questioned, needs to be quizzed by the National Investigation Agency. Since a 10-day police custody remand has been granted, they might be taken somewhere. That also is on the cards of the National Investigation Agency. They might be confronted with the other accused persons as well. So we'll have to wait and watch as to how things pan out and what actually do they reveal as far as this investigation goes on in the future.
Now, these 3 accused will obviously give more information as to whether there are any loose links that still need to be tied up as far as the larger nexus is concerned, and that's what will be looked into next. Arunima also joins us, getting us those details. Arunima, even as the investigating agencies are unearthing if there is a larger nexus of this so-called sleeper cell, how far and wide across the country it's spread, Al-Falah University continues to still be at the center of it all.
Oh, absolutely. And now the worry is that whether Al-Falah was knowingly acting as a headquarter of all the sleeper cells. Why is that concerned? Because an old dossier of Delhi Police's special cell on Indian Mujahideen has resurfaced, where this Indian Mujahideen operative, who was also from Azamgarh, who was a close associated of Atif Amin, who was killed at the Batla encounter, Shadab's linkages have been found with Al-Falah as well. As per this dossier, Shadab, went to Al-Falah, completed his BTech degree, and after that he was applying for government jobs. He was also applying for private sector jobs in Delhi NCR till he turned rogue. And he went and picked up explosives for Indian Mujahideen from Karnataka. He then contacted the other members of the module, all of whom were from Azamgarh, known to him from their school days. And this operative of Indian Mujahideen has been